Chapter 1 Opening Ceremony. Boom. Feeling the continuous explosion sound coming from outside, and by the way, he turned his head and looked at the several indescribable mosaics beside him. Li Qingyuan felt a burst of brain pain. Who can tell him why it was a bomb that woke him up instead of firecrackers? He was still having a headache how to face the 7 aunts and 8 aunts who urged him to marry him. Now he is finally relieved. As a middle-aged and elderly man who is close to the age of 40 and has not been married, every Huxia New Year family gathering is simply a meeting. Criticism. Yesterday he was still worried about how to face today's family criticism meeting, but now it's fine, there is no need to worry at all. What he needs to worry about now is how to survive. It's too trivial to go straight across after sleeping at home. For others, it may be hesitation for a long time when they encounter this kind of thing, but for Li Qingyuan, who was a street novelist in his previous life, is it not a normal basic operation to go through this kind of thing? Yes, before he crossed the road, he was a dead man who wrote novels, because the 3 views of writing rubbish were not correct, the lack of innovation and the lack of brainlessness led to no readers at all. If he hadn't been working part-time as a security guard, he might even have a problem with survival. Difficult to solve. Just now, Li Qingyuan looked around for a moment, and felt that this one was about to kneel. He is now in the living room on the 2nd floor. Just now, the body's predecessor was preparing dinner with his parents. As a result, a missile flew from nowhere, and it fell directly from the ceiling, and then there was a loud explosion. Opened. It is reasonable to say that if he is confused by a missile at close range, unless he has a Superman-like physique, he is definitely hanged, but it is clear that crossing the gods does not teach the basic law at all. Even though the parents of this body and the 2 hapless men brought down by the missiles have all become indescribable mosaics, his body is still unharmed, not even a piece of oily skin is broken. Definitely, it's not completely unharmed, after all. Isn't this soul being replaced? He patted his cheek, and got his own memory from the remaining soul fragments. The unlucky child who was crossed by himself is called Jack Ma. He is 18 years old this year and is a Huxia born in Sokovia, a small country in Eastern Europe. Depend on. Knowing his situation from the memory fragments, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but cursed. Jack Ma's parents were native flower growers, but 3 months before he was born, his parents sold 5 sets of courtyard houses inherited from the imperial capital's ancestors and came to Sokovia to seek a living. All right. This story really made everyone laugh to tears, but considering the social environment at that time, this kind of suffocating operation did happen a lot. Fortunately, Jack Ma's parents did a suffocating thing, but the 2 of them are quite diligent. They have been working hard in Sokovia for more than 10 years, and relying on the love of the flowers and their children for real estate, they finally settled in Sokovia. Kuvya owns a building. That's right, you read that right, passing through a building. Jack Ma is also a 2nd-generation building in Sokovia. Only now, listening to the sound of bombing coming from my ears, it is estimated that the 2nd generation of his building should be over. He shook his head and put his dream of the 2nd generation behind him. What he now needs to consider is how he can survive. The sound of gunfire and bombing outside was chaotic. Although I don't know what happened, I think with my toes to know that something is definitely going on. Even missiles can fly into their living room, and one can imagine what the chaos should look like outside. Just staying in place is definitely not a good idea. Because there is still a missile inserted above the head. This 6-story apartment building was the property of his predecessor parents. The restaurant was opened on the 1st floor, his family lived on the 2nd floor, and all the buildings above the 3rd floor were rented out. The missile just now seemed to fly in from the 3rd floor window, directly pierced through the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor ceiling, and then exploded in his living room. And now the missile inserted above the head is about 1 meter long, and it is inserted diagonally into the floor of the 3rd floor, leaning at a strange angle. The missile may be detonated at any time. Even if it does not detonate, if it falls from the third floor, it will probably explode with a bang. So his top priority now is to quickly escape from this dangerous building and find a safe place to hide. Although it is not safe outside now, it is at least much stronger than a missile on your head. Only when he was about to run away, he suddenly discovered that the missile had the Stark logo printed on it. Stark Group? Li Qingyuan's brain buzzed. He had no idea when he learned that his country was Sokovia. I dare not say that I can write down the names of all countries. But Sokovia plus the Stark Group, if he can't remember any more, he is really ashamed of his reputation as a writer. Actually, came across to Marvel in a daze. What's even more annoying is that people who cross Marvel start directly in New York, and the village head of the new village is not Phil. Phil Coulson is Little Spider-Man, or it is Iron Man or Jin Bin. But what about yourself? The start was a head-on launch of a missile developed by the Stark Group. This gap is too big, right? And if I remember correctly, the parents of this body seem to have been sent directly to the sky by a missile developed by the Stark Group. Strictly speaking, isn't it that Iron Man is his own murderer of his father and mother? Woo, woo. Just as he was wandering beyond the sky, he heard bursts of crying in the gap of the explosion. There are still living people? Li Qingyuan looked up, because he couldn't see the scene on the third floor because his vision was blocked, but it was clear that the cry came from the third floor. But he didn't have any plans to save people now. God knew when the missile would explode, so he had better run away as soon as possible. After finally passing through it once, he doesn't want to do it again just because he is a good person. This is the Marvel world, where boss runs all over the place, where aliens go crazy. He has little arms and legs, but he can't afford to be a hero. Besides, it is too difficult for him to be a hero based on his character. The door has been destroyed by the aftermath of the explosion, but fortunately, it's only the second floor. If you jump down and die, you will get a foot. It's not a big problem. It was just that he had just started to walk to the window, and his footsteps turned back in a wicked manner. Seemingly. In my memory, the last name of the couple who rented their house upstairs is a bit weird. What is it called? Maximov? Chapter 2, Picking Up a Scarlet Witch. Wanda. Maximov. Li Qingyuan obtained the name of the youngest daughter of the family upstairs from the remaining memory fragments. The couple upstairs has a twin daughter. The youngest daughter is Wanda. What is the name of the twin son? Sorry, he forgot. Glancing at the calendar hanging on the wall, 2006. Combined with the memory in my mind, the one crying upstairs should be Scarlet Witch in the state of Little Loli. No way, it's not a good time to be a writer in the street these years. He didn't know how many movies he watched back and forth to write about Marvel. It can be said that Wanda's life experience is back and forth. Definitely, he definitely does not admit that it was because of the greatness of blush that he carefully observed it. Marvel was founded in 1939. Except for Mr. Stan Lee, who has always existed as a hidden boss, everyone from the chairman to the cleaner has changed for several generations. Because of shifting gears, Marvel's worldview of the universe has actually been overthrown and updated how many times? After all, there are 100,000 ways to write in 10,000 writers. The worldview designed by the previous one will definitely not be fully accepted by the next one. Anyway, the Marvel universe is set to eat books. Scarlet Witch, that is, Wanda. Maximov's personal settings have also been changed several times. With the addition of messy copyright issues, it can be said that even if Mr. Stan Lee comes in person, he can't be sure what version he has gone through. But if it is the place name of Sokovia plus Wanda, who is just 10 years old this year, then basically it can be determined that what I am now in should be the Marvel movie universe. Thinking of this, Li Qingyuan slightly slowed down. Although Marvel movie universe is also in crisis, it is much safer than those unreasonable comic universes. At the very least, there will be no guys who break through the fourth wall in this world. Is it Wanda? Thinking of this, he immediately called out to the big hole in the roof. No way, the gunshots rang out again. If you don't shout loudly, you won't be able to hear it at all. Woo, woo. Obviously, the little loli, who was in a mental breakdown, did not hear his roar shout at all, but continued to cry with his head in his arms. Brother Jack? Are you still alive? Although Wanda didn't reply, the other kid did. Damn, what does it mean that I'm not dead yet? This kid really can't speak. Li Qingyuan felt a crow flying over his forehead. No wonder this guy was written to death after only one appearance. With this broken mouth, it is considered the screenwriter's face to live for 3 minutes. Pietro Maximoff, Wanda's twin brother, is also a late Quicksilver. The ability of Quicksilver is super high-speed movement, and the speed is said to be on par with that of a kid in the red clothes next door. Originally, this guy should also be considered a general of the Women's Federation, but it seemed that because the guy's special effects were too expensive, he was written to death. Tell a joke, Quicksilver, which was faster than the speed of light, was killed by a machine gun. Well, anyway, due to funding issues, even Ancient One can fall downstairs to death. Quicksilver being killed by a machine gun is not a joke. The Maximoff family has been renting in this building for several years, so the twins and Li Qingyuan's predecessor are also considered acquaintances. Definitely, the kind of acquaintance who is just a nodding acquaintance. After all, the age difference between the two sides is 7 or 8 years. The previous Jack Marco was not interested in playing with two little kids. Brother Jack, how are my parents? Pietro asked loudly from above without waiting for him to reply. Pietro had already put an end to his parents when he saw his parents being bombed directly downstairs by a missile, but now he heard voices from upstairs, which made his young mind suddenly full of hope. Since the landlord's stupid son is fine, maybe my parents are fine too. That, your parents are in a very bad state. Li Qingyuan looked at the pile of mosaics speechlessly. It is estimated that even if Wolverine becomes this look, I am afraid it will be troublesome to resurrect. Woo, woo. Well, Pietro, who was still bracing himself in front of his sister, also started to cry. Li Qingyuan walked under the hole, took a look at the height of the room, and considered how he could climb up. He didn't have any thoughts about Wanda's future crimson. After all, he was only a 10-year-old child, and he didn't dare to risk being rubbed by the river crab. The reason why I went to find Wanda brothers and sisters was mainly because according to the plot in the movie, it seemed that the location of the two children could survive the war safely. There was a turmoil outside now, he didn't dare to rush out to find death. Although there was indeed a missile lying on the 3rd floor, he knew the plot, but he knew that the missile was a dumb gun. Moving the chair out of the corner of the room and putting it on the rubble, Li Qingyuan reached for the floor of the 3rd floor. Thanks to the predecessor who has always exercised, plus the 18-year-old young posture, if he had the physical fitness before crossing, even if he wanted to reach the floor, he would not be able to climb up. It took all my energy to climb to the 3rd floor and saw the twins hiding under the table along with the sound of crying. By the way, what's the use for you two to hide under the table? Could it be that you two think that Shockwave can withstand missiles with a wooden table? This is not an anti-Japanese drama. Brother Jack. Pietro shouted at him with red eyes. Although the three of them didn't know each other very well before, they could be considered acquaintances anyway. The 10-year-old child suddenly lost his parents and had to dress up as a man in front of his sister. Now it's hard to meet an acquaintance, Pietro couldn't help it. NS. After all, he was just a 10-year-old kid no matter what. It's okay, don't be afraid, now you two come out first. Moving away the broken bricks blocking the table, Li Qingyuan tried his best to show an amiable smile. He reached out to hold the twins' wrists and dragged them directly out from under the table. You. Wanda was still squatting on the ground and sobbing non-stop. Although Pietro said it was better, he still seemed a little bit arrogant. You can't expect a 10-year-old child to be calm in this situation right now. Besides, if these two guys are really so calm, then Li Qingyuan will have to wonder if they are the same as himself, and they have also crossed over. The host comes into contact with the world node character Wanda. Maximov opens the teleportation qualification, and the first teleportation will begin in 10 minutes. Just as he was considering how to comfort the two children not to cry, a mechanical sound suddenly came to mind in his mind. Well, my gold finger finally arrived. Chapter 3. If you don't bring a gold finger, you would be embarrassed to go out and beck and roar. Not to mention the dangerous world of the Marvel Universe. If the protagonist does not bring gold finger, he is basically here to deliver food. Whoever wants to come here to send himself over will definitely not be idle and want to watch 10,000 tricks of his own death. System, what is the first world? What is my mission? It only took 3 seconds for Li Qingyuan to accept the setting of his own system. After all, he could accept things like crossing Marvel immediately. Isn't it a matter of course that the delivery of a system is definitely? The countdown begins. The first world is Godzilla 2. King of Monsters. The mission will be released after the host's journey through, and the host has 9 minutes and 40 seconds to prepare. The cold mechanical sound of the system immediately replied, and it was obvious that this was a system of unreasonable emotions. Depend on. Even if he could directly communicate with the system in his mind, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but curse directly. You said that if it is the old version of Godzilla, the latest version of Godzilla 2. King of Monsters. Monsters walk all over the floor, grow mushrooms all over the world, let alone a mission with your own small body, you can't stand nuclear radiation. This Nemo won't be the mentally handicapped system to tease oneself. Wanda and Pietro, who were crying, stopped sobbing immediately. Both children raised their heads and looked at Li Qingyuan, who was swearing suddenly, with 3-point fear and 2 points of doubt in their eyes. It's nothing. I'm a little bored. Seeing his actions terrified the two children, Li Qingyuan had to show a wry smile, and then reached out and rubbed their heads. System, can I change the task? I'm a newcomer. Is it too exaggerated to directly transmit this plot? Although knowing that his request is useless at all, Li Qingyuan feels that he should fight for it a little bit. Maybe this mentally handicapped system suddenly collapsed. Analyzing the host's ability. According to the detection that the host's attributes are slightly lower than ordinary people, the survival probability of transmitting Godzilla 2. King of Monsters is 0.00000001 per thousand, and the story world has been changed. Now it is changed to Titanic. Yeah. Excited, Li Qingyuan immediately hugged the little Wanda in his arms, and then came a 3-game high. Wanda looked at the suddenly crazy big brother with dumb eyes, a little bit unable to understand his actions. Pietro pulled his sister away quickly, and looked at the dancing guy with a little caution. Isn't this guy stupid? Titanic. Li Qingyuan looked at the first story world that appeared virtually before his eyes, and felt that his wave was stable. The Titanic is a love movie adapted by James Cameron based on real historical events. It swept the entire film and television circle as soon as it was released, and won the awards. There is no danger in the whole movie from beginning to end, and there are some minor troubles when the ship sinks at the end. But for him who is familiar with the plot of the whole movie, can that little trouble be considered a trouble? If you want to cross the Titanic, the task should be to save people or get the heart of the ocean, or to be a little bit evil, but also to trick the heroine Ruth. In other words, although Kate Lewinsky later got the nickname of Fat Wen because of her release, but when she was filming Titanic, she was still flourishing. If she really had a mission, then she didn't. It's a disadvantage. You two wait here first, I will go to the toilet and come back. Seeing that there are 7 minutes remaining in the countdown, Li Qingyuan immediately asked the brother and sister in front of him. Without waiting for the two brothers and sisters to react, he immediately crawled down the hole. It's easy to get up and down. The total drop is less than 3 meters high, so there is no problem even if you just jump straight down. Seeing Li Qingyuan who suddenly disappeared in front of him, Pietro and Wanda had forgotten their fear and crying, and the two children looked at each other suddenly. Pietro, is Brother Jack stupid? After a long pause, Wanda asked his brother in a low voice. Probably, he might have hit his head. Pietro scratched his forehead and said uncertainly. Even if you really want to go to the bathroom on the 3rd floor is not broken. As for jumping back to the 2nd floor? Without thinking about the complaints of the two little guys, Li Qingyuan immediately rushed into the bedroom and began to pick things up. Although Titanic is a very simple task for newcomers, at any rate this is also the first time I have traveled through the plot, so I have to be fully prepared. The first is weapons. The cheap parents of the predecessor were certainly Hyuxia, but after more than 10 years in a place like Sokovia, there are still means of self-protection. 2 Beretta 92 pistols, plus 4 cartridge bullets. Doing business in places like Eastern Europe doesn't work without weapons. It's just a pity that the weapons prepared by the predecessor's parents are pretty much the same as those of the little gangsters. When encountering missiles that fall from the sky, there is really no way to fight back. But with these 2 guns, it is enough to deal with the dangers that may be encountered on the ship. Then Li Qingyuan quickly opened the bedroom safe again and pulled out a few gold bars from it. Thanks to her former parents, the second daughter of the Hyuxia family, for their good habit of depositing private money. There are not only a large amount of cash in the safe, but also a lot of gold bars. Those dollars brought to Titanic's world are absolutely impossible to use. After all, the timeline of the story world is only 1912, and the paper currency versions are different. But the gold bar is the hard currency of the heavens and the world, and you can definitely take a few bars to cope with emergency needs at any time. By the way, he put the kitchen fruit knife belt on his belt. He was about to look through the utility room to see if there was a lifebuoy or something like that. Although he is 99% sure that he can escape from the ship, but God knows if the system will play with himself and throw himself directly into the sunken ship. So it is necessary to prepare a lifebuoy in advance. Just before he opened the door of the utility room, he heard the cold voice of the system and started to remind him. The preparation time is over, the transmission will begin in 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1. The originally awake head suddenly became dizzy. It seemed that countless light spots were passing by in the mist. Li Qingyuan wanted to take a closer look at what those light spots were, but instantly felt a buzzing in his brain. He closed his eyes quickly. He had never killed a pig before, but he had eaten pork. Knowing that this situation is because his strength is too low to withstand the side effects of the so-called turbulence of time and space, he simply closed his eyes to feel better. Ding! The host has been successfully transferred. Please integrate into the current environment within 10 minutes, and the main mission will be released in 10 minutes. Li Qingyuan opened his eyes when he heard the voice in his head. What's this smell? He just opened his eyes, and he had to cover his nose quickly. Chapter 4 Titanic. The narrow cabin has a disgusting smell. Li Qingyuan covered his nose with his hand, feeling depressed and annoyed. I knew I had brought a mask, or else I could bring a bottle of air freshener. The smell was as disgusting as the sewer pipe of an apartment building suddenly burst and then radiated after being exposed to the sun. This can definitely be regarded as a chemical attack, with its own highly toxic effects. What is this place? The protection time of the system is only 9.5 minutes left, so even if the smell is really irritating, he can only hold back and start looking around. This is a small cabin with a total area of less than 10 square meters. It doesn't even have a window. If it weren't for the dim light bulb above his head, he would really think it was a coffin. There were countless living things piled up all around, and the ground was covered with things like straw and cotton wool. And the disgusting stench radiated from these things. I'm not being sent directly to the garbage dump, right? Li Qingyuan deliberately left this place where people couldn't settle down, but the protection time of the system hadn't arrived yet, so he could only stay here and endure the stench. Fortunately, when it was sent, a brief memory was sent by the way, so that he could understand his current situation. The identity assigned to him by the system was a businessman from the Qing dynasty, who was going to the United States by boat to prepare for business. It stands to reason that he originally bought a third-class ticket, but because those crew members looked down on people, they directly arranged him to the employee cabin on the ground floor. No way, this year is still my Qing dynasty, the Huxia go out with their own aura of inferiority, it is normal to be discriminated against. The cabin area is not as big as an ordinary kitchen, but it was stuffed with 9 Huxia, and there was not even a breathable window. The environment inside can be imagined. Before coming, he roughly recalled the plot and historical information about the Titanic. He still remembered that there were indeed 8 Huxia laborers on board at that time. But now that there is no one in the cabin, I think I should have gone to work. These years, Huxia are a discriminated class all over the world, and their situation is not much better than that of black slave labor. From the fact that customers who bought tickets were thrown into the warehouse, we can see the miserable situation of the Huxia. If you meet a young and passionate young man, you might be ready to work hard for the rise of XX at this time, but as a middle-aged man with a mental age of close to 40, Li Qingyuan feels that it is better to play steadily. After all, this is just a story world, and besides, with his current strength, he can't make waves. It's still better to see what the tasks are released by the system, and just mix some rewards at that time. System, open my properties panel. In just 10 minutes from the journey to the present, he has experienced his first visit to the Marvel world plus the Scarlet Witch in lowly state. He also turned on the personal system and was sent to the story world. In the middle, he was delayed because of the search for supplies. Yes, he doesn't even have the effort to blink when he is busy. So until now, he has time to take a closer look at his attribute panel. Name, Li Qingyuan. Race, male terrestrial. Strength, 4, 5. Agility, 5, 5. Physique, 5, 5. Spirit, 8, 5. Skills, none. Very concise attribute version, there is no messy evaluation and spitting, it can be seen that my system is a very formal original authentic, not the coquettish goods that hang the system name and slander outside. The strength is slightly lower than that of a normal person, but considering that this body has just been 18 years old, there is still room for development, so it can be seen that the predecessor still pays more attention to exercise. As for why the spirit is so much higher than the normal person, I think it should be because of the integration of the soul of the predecessor. The mental power of 2 people is definitely much stronger than that of 1 person. It's just that the empty skill column is really speechless. Anyway, I have been in the society for more than 10 years, how come I haven't even gotten a single skill? I don't know when the plot is going now, it's really difficult to handle my current status. Touching his chin, he began to think carefully. As for the foul smell in the air? After smelling it for a few minutes, he got used to it. After all, life is like that. James Cameron's Titanic that year was a real adaptation of historical events. The main summary of the whole movie is that the aristocratic Lady Ruth, who is about to go bankrupt, went to New York with her fiancé, Carl, to get married. Jack, a poor boy, also got on the ship with the dream of getting rich and wanted to make a fortune in the United States. During the voyage, the heroine Ruth Wenking suffered an illness and felt that she was not living the life she wanted. At this time, the male Jack took advantage of the vacancy, and the male second Jack liked to put on the green hat when he was confused. 1. Definitely, In the final stage, the hero and the heroine are always separated from each other because of the shipwreck, and they have received many tears. When he first watched this movie, he was only a teenager. At that time, he only felt that the love of the hero and the heroine was moving, but later did Li Qingyuan discover it as he got older. Isn't this Nima the same as Aunt Qianyao's view of feelings? What the hell did the sad male second do wrong? A person comes from the sky sitting in a hat at home, and by the way is he hacked into a despicable, shameless, greedy villain who is afraid of death? The protection time is up, now the main task is released. Just as he began to think carefully about the plot, and by the way, thinking about how he should start from, he only heard the system's prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Is it an escape mission or a rescue mission? Mainline mission, the world line has deviated. The iceberg SW626 melted on the way due to global climate problems. Please, the host will blow up the Titanic cruise ship on the fourth night to restore the world line. Mission reward, 1 free attribute point, elementary level bomb specialization. Quest failed, forced to enter the Godzilla 2. King of Monsters plot, singled out Gillian Godzilla. An old blood choked in his throat and almost suffocated himself to death. Li Qingyuan carefully observed the main task in front of him. Is this damn system playing himself? Good point, actually telling Lao Tzu to blow up the boat? System, is this task bad? It's easy to make people feel like I'm the villain? Because he had the first bargaining experience, he felt that the sand sculpture system he attached seemed to be quite talkative. We don't ask too much. Change the task to escape? I really can't go and get Ruth. The world line of this story has been changed. In order to prevent the entire world from collapsing, the Titanic must be sunk in the original sea area. The system was unmoved and said persistently. Chapter 5. I want to take a position. Sir, you are going to take the position, right? If you want to take the second class, you need to add another 17 pounds. Peters quickly woke up from his doze, and said in a panic. If you are caught fishing by your boss during working hours, it is estimated that a reprimand will be indispensable. His task is to be responsible for the various problems of third-class passengers. Strictly speaking, it should be regarded as customer service and after-sales service. Yes, I want to move the position. Li Qingyuan said sadly. What kind of tasks the damn system arranged for him was a bit anti-human. But no matter how outrageous he was, he could only accept it with tears. After all, singled out Godzilla Gillian, this task is used to cheat people no matter what. Not to mention that he is still just an ordinary person, even if his level is upgraded to the level of superhero. It is estimated that he will be a cool master when he meets Gillian Godzilla. After all, that thing is a monster that can use nuclear bombs as seeds, unless it can reach the level of full-blown Thanos, otherwise ordinary superhero can really only give food. But before completing the task, the first thing he needs to solve is his own accommodation problem. He absolutely didn't want to stay in the staff cabin on the ground floor. Not to mention the other places, the smell alone could suffocate people. He flipped over 200-pound notes in the cabin just now, thinking it was the initial start-up fund given to him by the system. He is now a businessman from the Qing dynasty who is planning to go to the United States to do business. It is normal for him to carry a large amount of start-up capital. In this era, the United Kingdom is a well-deserved world hegemon. The pound sterling is also the most precious currency in the world. 1 pound can be exchanged for $5, and if converted into gold, it can also be exchanged for more than 1 gram. 200 pounds is definitely not a small sum. In the original plot, the actor Jack wants to board the ship, relying on the ticket that he won only after playing cards in the casino. In fact, a third-class ticket only costs £3. It can be seen that the male protagonist is definitely a pure DK, the kind of jingle with poor pockets. There is no space left, you should go back. Peters was a little bit worried about being complained, but when he saw that the man standing in front of him was actually an Asian, he immediately pulled him up. "Here is £20, I think there should be a space." Seeing the disgusting face of the fat white man in front of him, as an old man who has been in the society for more than 10 years, Li Qingyuan still doesn't know what he thinks. If it was an ordinary person who asked to lift the cabin, this guy wouldn't dare to talk nonsense at all, but the other person changed his words directly after seeing him. The main reason was his skin color. Britain is still the hegemon of the world these days, but am I clear? Forget it, let's not talk about it. If you talk too much, it will be tears. After receiving the 2 10 yuan notes in his hand, Peters comfortably whistled. "Sir, you need to pay another £17 for the second-class cabin." Although he knew that these British guys were dark-hearted and dying, Li Qingyuan never thought that this guy would be so dark. "If you don't have money, please go back, don't hinder my work here," Peters said happily, holding his arms. "What can you do if you hack the other party's money? £20 is almost worth his salary for most of the year. I didn't expect this yellow-skinned monkey to be so rich. But this guy speaks good English? Generally speaking, aren't these yellow-skinned monkeys speaking badly?" Peters was not afraid of the other party making trouble at all, because on the boat, no one would believe what the other party said. A few years later, Europe may go to the other extreme, but in this age, racial discrimination is definitely politically correct. "I'll buy a second-class ticket." Although he could not wait to take out a pistol from his arms and kill the damn white fat man in front of him, after carefully weighing the current situation, Li Qingyuan had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. Took out 2 10 yuan banknotes and said, don't be angry, this fat man won't live for a few days anyway. Here are the keys. Find them yourself." Peters threw a ferry ticket and key directly to him, and then stuffed the £20 into the drawer. "Definitely, change or something, there will never be any." Li Qingyuan, who is depressed, will naturally not be entangled with the other party for the 3 champions, anyway, he will buy a coffin for the other party. Originally, he was a little unbearable about the tasks that the system arranged for him. Even if he knew that the world was virtual, all the characters in the plot had nothing to do with him. However, as a man for more than 30 years, he was still quite obedient. Good, law-abiding citizens are always a little bit reluctant for that kind of frantic task. But now, after going through some pointers on the road, he felt that it would be better for the broken ship to sink sooner. Oh my God! How can the White Star Company allow a lower-class person to appear in the upper class? This guy should be Japanese, right? Isn't this kind of person supposed to stay in third class? How can he stay here? The third-class cabins are basically below the deck, while the second-class cabins are located above the deck. So when Li Qingyuan appeared on the deck, the white people standing on the deck watching the scenery all turned on the taunt mode. The so-called gentleman's demeanor is a question that will only be considered after eating. The Europeans today and the Virgin Mary in 100 years are completely two extreme products. Anyone who sees him along the way will say something casually. Roar. Enduring the mood of being watched as a rare animal by others, he found his cabin. Li Qingyuan opened the door and walked in, only to calm down the grief and anger in his heart a bit. To be honest, even though I knew that Huxia had no social status in Europe and the United States when I studied history before, the things that appear in the book are just appearances, and only when I personally experience it can I truly comprehend it. After taking a deep breath, he calmed down. Don't have general knowledge with a group of dead men. Lying in the cabin, Li Qingyuan began to think about the possibility of completing this mission. Sinking the Titanic is not a simple matter. When watching a movie, I feel that sinking a ship seems to be very simple, but in fact, when you are inside such a top luxury cruise ship, you will know how unrealistic the project is. Titanic is 270 meters long, 30 meters wide, and has 9 floors. It can be said to be a mobile fortress. Not to mention that he does not have any heavy firepower at all. Even if he is given a few grenade, it is impossible. The ship was blown up. After all, a cruise ship of this tonnage has considered various emergencies when it leaves the factory. If you want to dig a hole and sink this behemoth, it can only be said that the thinking is too naive. Chapter 6 London's First Scumbag. The starry sky over the sea is really beautiful. Jack Dawson lay on the deck bench, looking at the stars in the sky and exclaimed, "Britain is now the world's hegemon, and at the same time the world's largest environmental pollution. London is called the Fog City because of the high use of coal, which causes the entire sky to be grey. If there is any PM 2.5 detection in this era, it is estimated that the value of London can directly explode." As a wandering painter, Jack had seen many beautiful scenery, but it was the first time he saw a starry sky as beautiful as tonight. There is no way. Although he was bragging and boasting, he was actually just a penniless pauper. Apart from a handsome face, he had no other advantages at all. The reason why he fled from Europe to the United States this time, apart from the dream of making a fortune, the biggest fundamental reason is that he owes a lot of romantic debts here. It is said that several British guys who are wearing hats are preparing to get them. He died, so Jack had no choice but to run away from home. By the way, those British guys really don't have the slightest gentleman spirit. When they wanted to repair home appliances for others in France, even if the male owner who was driven home hits the other party, he would at most softly ask to remember to wear insulated gloves, who is like those the British guy actually wanted to shout and scream at himself. If you don't use home appliances for a long time, there will be various minor problems. I help them repair them for free and don't charge any fees. It's like the legendary Sun is Coming. Those guys don't know how to be grateful, and they are disrespectful to themselves. Speechless. Thinking of this, Jack suddenly thought of the beautiful girl that he saw on the deck in the afternoon. Although the distance between the two was still 2 decks away, he dared to swear in the name of repairing appliances for many years, that girl is definitely still a original factory. If it weren't for the cruise ship now, Jack would definitely try his best to get close to that girl. After all, with his experience in repairing home appliances, that kind of silly white sweetness of aristocratic family would be the best to cheat. Think of the name of his Western European small silver gun, it was blown out by a mouth. It's just a pity that the girl looked like a first-class passenger, but he was only a third-class passenger. Titanic strictly abides by the different treatments between the various levels. First-class passengers can go anywhere on the cruise ship at will, but third-class passengers cannot set foot on the second deck at all. So unless the girl ran down with a stupid brain, otherwise the two of them wouldn't even want to talk. The starry sky is really good. Just as Jack was considering whether he should get up and go under the deck to hook up a gypsy girl to get through this long journey, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Hello, I'm Qingyuan Li, what's your name?" Looking at the slightly startled actor, Li Qingyuan smiled and greeted him roar. After clearing his thoughts in the cabin, he was ready to complete the task properly, but when he was really ready to do it, he found that he had no clue at all. In the original plot, Titanic sank because it hit an iceberg, and according to various scientific data analysis later, if the main structure of the ship was not destroyed when it hit the iceberg, then the ship might not sink. So now he has 2 main tasks. One is to get the structure diagram of the ship and find the structural points of the ship. The second is to see if there are any black market merchants on board, and find them to buy explosives with sufficient power. The structure of the ship is easy to find, because this is the maiden voyage of the Titanic, so its chief designer Thomas Andrews is also on board, and he definitely has the structure in his hand. As for explosives, the black market merchants on board definitely have them, but I don't know how much inventory they have. However, although he has analyzed the task clearly, he cannot easily accomplish these 2 points. As the chief designer, Andrews, by the way, is a well-known top talent in all of Europe. Naturally, he lives in the first class. Even if he lives in the second class, it is not a general difficulty for him to talk to each other. After all, his identity, even if he is willing to spend money to buy first-class tickets, those who want to come will not sell it to him. And although the black market merchants only look at money and not people, if no one is a mediator, they would definitely be at a loss if they go to the bottom to find them. So after thinking about it for half an afternoon, Li Qingyuan decided to look for the man in charge of the show, that is, the scumbag named Jack Dawson in front of him. Jack Dawson, Qingyuan Li, are you from the Qing dynasty? Jack the scumbag jumped up from the chair and showed off his extraordinary waist and abdomen skills. Those in the first and second class cabins can give pointers to Li Qingyuan's appearance, but as a penniless poor boy, Jack is not in the mood and emboldened to complain about an Oriental who seems to be rich. Even if the Orientals are now inferior people in Europe, he is just a wandering painter who can make a living by cheating women with money. Everyone has the right to look down on each other. Besides, it is said that the rich among the Orientals are very rich. If you can deduct some money from the other party's pocket, you may have all the money to go to the United States. Jack, I think you are a man with a great story. He stretched out his hand and shook the opponent, and then Li Qingyuan began his strategic plan. According to the plot, after a while, the heroine Ruth will rush down from the first-class cabin because of some trivial matters, and then run to the stern position to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. God knows what Baifume's brain looks like. A guy like her who was born superior to others is still thinking about suicide. What does this make the masses of laboring people think? Definitely, the more stupid the heroine's brain is, the more beneficial it will be for him to wait. If he meets a smart and capable person, Li Qingyuan has no absolute certainty that he can fool him. But before fooling that silly Batian, he needs to get rid of the guy who is getting in the way. That definitely, I can say that I am the person with the most stories in London. Do you want to listen to my story? Jack Dawson immediately became energetic when he heard Li Qingyuan's praise of himself. Normally, he is too lazy to chat with men. After all, in this free time, he can definitely rely on his own face to tease 2 little girls who are not involved in the world or young women who are in urgent need of repairs because their husbands are in the outer room all year round. But considering that the Oriental man in front of him seemed to be very rich, Jack decided to make it difficult for him to talk a little bit with him. No, but Jack, I have something I want to find you. Li Qingyuan definitely has nothing to talk about with this scumbag, he just wants to drive him out. Jack, I am a businessman and want to buy some contraband, but because I am an Oriental, other people will not sell me at all. Do you know where there is a black market? As a scumbag, you can have a good relationship with others. Said it was Jack's survival law, so he could definitely find it in the black market on the ship. Chapter 7 How to Get Wencheng. With a fee of £5, he sent Jack to help him find a black market merchant. Li Qingyuan was able to lie down on the bench where Jack was just now and look up at the stars. Jack's expression just now obviously took him as a fool. £5 is enough for the other party to spend more than a month in London. Now he only needs to help contact the businessman to get so much money. Obviously in Jack's heart, Li Qingyuan must have already equated people with stupid money. But if the unlucky child knew that he had lost the greatest opportunity of his life because of a mere £5, he would definitely regret his intestines. As for saying that although he lost his love, he reaped his life? Don't be funny. Without Ruth's silly white sweetness as a springboard, Jack is just a poor third-class messenger until the end of his life. When the cruise ship sinks, he will definitely be buried in the sea with the ship. After all, third-class cabins have no human rights. After about 10 minutes, he heard a rush of footsteps as he was counting the stars. Well, the heroine is on stage. Li Qingyuan followed behind and watched the woman wearing a red low-cut evening dress rush to the back of the deck in one breath, shaking with her hands on the railing. She definitely trembled. This girl wore an evening gown. It is estimated that it was all in a vacuum. The temperature in the North Atlantic Ocean is below 10 degrees. Ruth was attending a dinner with other people in the first-class banquet hall just now, but she couldn't help it only halfway through. Every day is a boring party and dinner. Every day, she wears a mask of a good girl to greet others with a smile. Such a depressive life has made her about to collapse. Ruth DeWitt Bouquet, the only legal heir of the Bouquet family, her father was an Earl Pro appointed by Her Majesty the Queen of Great Britain, and also once served as the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives by the way. When the old Booker was still alive, their family was considered a noble family, but when the old Booker passed away from tuberculosis, the Booker family fell instantly. No way, both Ruth and her mother are both file-size sisters who are completely ignorant of world affairs. Both of them are the kind of masters who only spend money but not make money, especially because they spend money at a speed that is not so fast. So the legacy left by old Booker was quickly spent, and Ruth DeWitt Booker, who felt that he was about to become a poor man, was the mother of sister Ruth file size. He immediately thought of one good idea. Although the Bouquet family has become a yellow flower yesterday because of the death of the old Bouquet, in the eyes of some people, the Bouquet family is still a high-quality asset. Even after 100 years, those upstarts will be happy to find a famous ancestor for themselves, let alone now. The Booker family is an Earl certified by the Queen, and Miss Ruth Booker is even more beautiful, and by the way is the first heir to the title. For those emerging rich, they certainly have money, but it does not prevent them from wanting to add a noble title to their family. So after thousands of choices, Mrs. Ruth Booker finally found a perfect home for her daughter. Carl Hockley, the steel king from the United States, owns more than a dozen steel factories in the United States, and is a handsome millionaire. The millionaires of this year are truly top rich people, and they are not a creature of the same dimension at all from those millionaires of later generations. Carl Hockley fully meets the standards of all diamond kings and elders, young and golden, and suave, definitely the type that a woman can't fit her legs when she sees it. In everyone's eyes, Ruth and Carl can be considered a match made in heaven. But in Ruth's personal feelings, she seemed to be a puppet, controlled by her mother to choose her own life. In particular, because Carl is the president of the Hockley Group, his style of behavior naturally brings the shadow of a somewhat overbearing president. This style is estimated to be crazy for little girls in 100 years, but for Ruth, for sister file size, she felt that the other party did not respect herself at all. In Ruth's impression, that guy Carl was an arrogant man, and the reason why he was willing to marry himself was only for his noble title. So when the two of them had a dispute over some trivial matters, Ruth ran out of the first-class cabin on the excuse of going to the bathroom. In fact, she herself didn't know why she wanted to run out, but there are always times when she suddenly feels dizzy. She held the railing at the stern, wondering where she should go. After staring at it for 10 minutes, Li Qingyuan was sure that this file-size sister had no intention of jumping into the sea at all. Even if she thinks about it, as the top white rich beauty in London, even if Ruth is very dissatisfied with her current life, she will never think of suicide because of such a small matter. The main reason why she almost fell into the sea in the plot was because there was a chattering male protagonist beside her. In fact, the people who jump into the sea and the building are the same. If she is the only one, then she will take the initiative to leave for at most 10 minutes. After all, not everyone has the courage to die. And if there are onlookers nearby, by the way, when the onlookers are still talking nonsense, then it will give the person who is about to jump off a strange illusion, as if to encourage her to jump down. Because the messenger Jack had been sent to the cabin to find a businessman, so now no one came to pull Ruth to talk nonsense, and this file-size sister was blown by the cold wind for 10 minutes, and blood was surging in his head. It also slowly cooled down. Oh see, what are you talking about? It's an eternal question. Sky, what's your answer? It's eternal silence. Just as Ruth wondered if it would be shameful if she went back so sullenly, she only heard a burst of poetry coming from behind her. As a severely literary and youthful patient, Ruth is the least resistant to the so-called artist. It can be seen from the fact that she was deceived by the crappy and vagrant painter in just a few days and could not find North. Definitely, although Ruth file size has all kinds of silly abilities, but at least one thing, she is still very good at art appreciation. So after hearing this poem, Ruth instantly forgot her purpose of running out, but began to look at the source of the sound. Excuse me, did you write the poem just now? Ruth straightened her slightly messy dress, walked lightly behind Li Qingyuan, and asked in a low voice. Excuse me. Hearing Ruth's voice, Li Qingyuan made a victory sign in his heart and turned around slowly. Chapter 8, Exporting into Poetry. I have to say that, like the original male protagonist, using the life experience that Ruth has never touched can definitely stir up an unworldly girl's heart, but the consequence of doing so is to abandon the entire aristocratic class. It is true that this Ruth in front of him is very big, it is not right, it is very white, it is not right. Forget it, let's not talk about it, anyway, that's what it means. Li Qingyuan forced himself, raised his eyes slightly, and aimed at Ruth's face. This woman was absolutely deliberate. She actually dressed like this and jumped into the sea, and she didn't know what she thought. The 18-year-old Winslet is definitely at the peak of his appearance, and the round and spherical object in the future is completely at two extremes. The current Winslet, no, it's Ruth. Ruth's body shape is the kind of fat that men think of, as the so-called fat, thin. This kind of figure can definitely be called a peerless beauty in the Tang dynasty, plus a body that is almost naked. The dress is really hard to concentrate. Fortunately, as a middle-aged man with a mental age of close to 40, Li Qingyuan has now passed the age of blood and energy. He controlled himself with great perseverance and tried to pretend to be nonchalant. This poem was sent by me just looking at the starry sky. I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful lady at this time. Ruth de Witt-Buchert, it's nice to meet you. Compared to other people's discrimination against Orientals, Ruth, who is silly and sweet, doesn't have that kind of concept. Instead, she stretched out her hand very happily. Li Qingyuan introduced himself. After all, in her cognition, an artist who can write such an aesthetic poem is worthy of admiration and admiration. Qingyuan Li, Miss Ruth, I am also very happy to know you. Holding Ruth's little white hand, Li Qingyuan showed a harmless smile. The two soon talked about the so-called art of poetry, even though he said that the poems written by Westerners can also be called poetry. But it did not prevent him from using it to fool the silly white sweet chick in front of him. At any rate, he is also a legendary street writer. He knows all these words well. If he meets those masters who are proficient in literature, he will be vulnerable, but he is used to fool such aristocratic file-size sister Ruth. It's more than enough. Life is as gorgeous as summer flowers, and death is as quiet and beautiful as autumn leaves. Ruth muttered the two poems she just asked from Li Qingyuan, and instantly felt that she was almost wet. She was able to write such touching language, and the poet from the Qing dynasty in front of her immediately made her feel like she hated not meeting her when she was not married. No way, literary and young girls, especially those girls like Ruth who have not been beaten by the society, always have a lot of unrealistic fantasies. If Li Qingyuan's mission in this world is to take Ruth down, then he can now declare that the mission is complete. It's just a pity that his mission is so frantic, so he can only push away Ruth, who is about to stick to him, with a pity, and keep a little distance between the two. No way, he still needs this silly Badian and her fiancé's contacts to clear the relationship for himself. Pushed away, Ruth file size realized how frivolous she was just now. Although the British do not pay as much attention to the affairs of men and women as the Orientals, but they have just met each other, so it is indeed somewhat arrogantly. Well, I just wanted to discuss poetry culture with you. Ruth decided to save some points for her presumptuous behavior, at least not to let the distant Eastern poet in front of him regard herself as a frivolous woman. Ms. Ruth, your knowledge of poetry makes me admire. For an intellectual woman like you, I can't find a second one in London. It is true that he can't directly push the horse for the smooth completion of the task. You can say a few good things without spending money. Maybe you want to use her to change your taste after completing the task in 2 days. The awkward atmosphere between the two was immediately swept away, and they sat down on the bench together to study the so-called poetry. Mr. Qingyuan, I found the person you were looking for. A panting Jack ran up from below the deck. Just now, he used his special skills and learned the position of the black market merchant on the ship from the gypsy girl. Me rushed back, ready to find the bully for a reward. To know that the total area of the Titanic is close to an ordinary township, Jack can find his mission goal in a short period of time, which can only be said to be the son of luck in the plot. But when he saw Ruth sitting side by side with Li Qingyuan, he suddenly felt that something important in his life had been taken away. Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Jack Dawson, and I am glad to meet you. Jack quickly sorted out his embarrassed appearance from running, and then approached Ruth with the most perfect smile. Ruth raised her head and nodded slightly. Her mind is now full of the verses Li Qingyuan said to her just now. If it weren't for the good education all the year round, she wouldn't want to care about this guy who suddenly popped out. I am. Seeing Ruth being quite indifferent to him, Jack quickly raised his voice and prepared to start his own pickup mode. Of course, this girl seems to have a fiancé, and by the way, she is still a first-class sister file size, and she seems to have some good feelings with her new employer by the way. But what's wrong with this? Jack Silver Gun. Professional maintenance of home appliances for 30 years. Dawson, how can he give up his goal because of such a small difficulty? Jack, what do you think is the most thought-provoking sentence in Shelley's Ode to the West Wind? Li Qingyuan asked calmly when he saw that Jack, the BD, wanted to pry the corner face to face. Shelley, the west wind from the snow. Jack was suddenly speechless. He learned a pretty good sketching technique by relying on his ability, and relying on his ability to pretend to be a wandering painter all day long. Can indeed hook up a lot of ignorant girls. But what did you tell him about Shelley or Byron? Do you think he has money to study? If I'm a fallen leaf floating with you, if I'm a flying cloud with you flight. Although Jack didn't know, Ruth, who was a literary girl, immediately replied. I like Shelley's 2 poems the most, they are simply the sweetest interpretation of love. Looking at the 2 guys talking weird words, Jack felt that his outlook on life was under attack. Can you call a poem even with that shit sentence? Chapter 9, The Most Rich Man in the World. Ruth. When Li Qingyuan talked with the silly white sweet file-size sister for about half an hour, Ruth's fiancé Carl, the bitter master of the original plot, finally found out. Carl had been chatting with other people in the banquet hall very well, but turned around and realized that his fiancé didn't know where he was going. Carl, who suddenly felt a green light flashing on his forehead, rushed out with his bodyguard, but he knew that his fiancée seemed to have something abnormal in his brain, and God knew if her brain was hot and did something strange. Fortunately, when Carl found Ruth, she was neatly dressed and chatting with others. It might be a little ambiguous to say that a man and a woman sit and chat together in the big evening, but if it is 2 men and a woman, nothing will happen if you think about it. This is why Li Qingyuan didn't drive away the crappy light bulb next to him. Jack, this kid can not only be used as a background board, but also as a personal identification for himself by the way. Otherwise, Just rely on Ruth to look at her fiery eyes, and God knows if the other party has any evil thoughts. Never underestimate the enthusiasm of a silly fan, they are simply a bunch of irrational guys. Carl. This is the great poet Qing Yuanli from the Far East. Ruth excitedly introduced to her fiancé. Hello, should I call Roar you Mr. Lee? As a millionaire, Carl Hockley's knowledge is much higher than that of his stupid fiancé and poor boy Jack. At the very least, he knows how to call Roar others accurately. Is Mr. Hockley the president of the Hockley Group? Li Qingyuan stretched out his hand to shook the Green Riding Hood in the original book, and asked by the way. Yes, is Mr. Li also interested in the steel industry? Carl frowned slightly. Although he was a bit dissatisfied with the sudden appearance of two men next to Ruth, he could only suppress his unhappiness due to the face of his fiancée. In fact, besides being a poet, I have another identity as Prince Jing's staff. Prince Jing wants to find a partner for himself in the United States. I don't know if Mr. Hockley is interested. Ignoring the contempt in Carl's eyes, Li Qingyuan whispered. Prince Cheng? The Qing prince of the Qing dynasty. At first, Carl had some contempt for Li Qingyuan, because for him, a rich man in the top class in Europe and America, despising Orientals is completely politically correct. But when Li Qingyuan told his intentions, his eyes lit up and he held the opponent's hands excitedly. No way, the businessman is chasing profit. As the chairman of the Hockley Group, Carl can never be like Ruth, who only thinks about everything. Qing Prince Yukio, this reputation may not have been heard by many people, but in fact this guy is truly famous in this age. This old guy is more famous in Europe and the United States than the Queen Mother, because many people don't care about the names of those in power in the Middle East or Africa. However, most people still have a lot of people who are closely related to them. Understand? Yukio has a great reputation in Europe and the United States, mainly because he is rich. The Kingji company established by this old boy sells all the official positions of the entire Qing dynasty at a clear price. The 6 books are sent to the Ambassador County. There is no credit for cash on delivery. Even Yuan Shikai spent 3 million taels of silver to buy an official from the other party. One can imagine how ruthless this old thing is. Moreover, Yukio's money has never been kept in the country. All his money has been exchanged for British pounds and US dollars, which are stored in banks in various countries. He is definitely the first person to diversify investment and naked officials in the country. Refusing to complete statistics, just the HSBC in the UK, Yukio has deposited no less than £7 million. You must know that even if it was to build the Titanic, it only cost £1.5 million, and to build the world's top dreadnought battleship, it only cost £2.5 million. It can be said that the current Prince Jing, Yukio, is the well-deserved richest man in the world. Although Carl Hockley is a millionaire, he is a younger brother compared to Prince Cheng. For capitalists, they only look at the amount of money, and they won't be negligent just because the other party is an Oriental. What kind of race, skin color, respect, and inferiority these days, is it important to have money? Li Qingyuan knew that if he wanted to get into the first-class cabin, there was no hope at all by Ruth, a nymphomaniac. In the original plot, the fat woman Molly Brownkin invested in Jack because the other party was a handsome white guy. God knows that. Does the woman have any weird ideas? But if I want to mingle with these superior people, it is absolutely useless to rely solely on Ruth. The key is to rely on those who are truly in power. It's like talking about the circle of people sitting next to him now. The role of Prince Jing's assistant is better than anything else. In just half an hour, the people around him have changed from Ruth's idiot to directors of several large companies. As the saying goes, fathers and mothers are not as good as money ones. No matter where the rich are, they will definitely be offered as ancestors. The current form of Qing dynasty is very bad. For those low-level tourists, they have not even heard of the term Qing dynasty, but for everyone sitting in this box, their vision is much higher than that of third-class cabins. NS. In the past few years, senior officials of the Qing dynasty have transferred their assets to the United Kingdom, but super bosses like Prince Qing have really never encountered them. After all, the old fellow thief had a brain, regardless of whether it was Yuan Datu or Sun Daipeo, he owed him a lot of favors, so even if the emperor changed several times later, he still died. But this kind of thing is not even known to anyone in the Qing dynasty, let alone these British people on the other side of the earth. It's not that no one has ever doubted Li Qingyuan's identity, but these years I want to find someone who is completely familiar with the internal environment of the Qing country in the international form. Only aliens are not easy. Coupled with the recommendation of Carl Hockley, it only took half a day for Li Qingyuan to successfully break into the enemy's interior and become a first-class guest. By the way, he became a big fat sheep in the eyes of countless businessmen. That's the Prince of Qing who claims to be rich in assets. Even if the other party just leaked a little bit from his fingers, it would be enough to eat for several lifetimes. What's more, Li Qingyuan has also been a street writer for more than 10 years. He knows some general economic concepts. Although it is absolutely impossible for him to make a detailed plan, but pretend to be an expert and just call a few words. It is more than enough. So by the next morning, he had become a hot character on the ship, and the invitations for him to be a guest had been queued 2 months later. Chapter 10 Chemical Formulas. Mr. Li, this is what you want. Jack put the purchased items on the desk with a look of curiosity, not knowing what the adult from the mysterious East did with so many medicines. Thank you, Ruth, please help me pay for Mr. Jack's goods. Li Qingyuan nodded slightly and told Ruth to settle the bill. Heaven and earth conscience, he really didn't think much of this heroine, because the system task had nothing to do with her at all, and he didn't want to have extra troubles. It was only obvious that he had miscalculated the combat effectiveness of the brain-dead Fan. After learning that Li Qingyuan was alone, Miss Ruth relied on her identity advantage to run to him as the chief financial officer. In her original words, what if Mr. Li traveled across the ocean for thousands of miles without a helper by his side? Carl almost turned blue because of this, but he couldn't tell Ruth at all, especially when Li Qingyuan said that he would only let Ruth be his secretary. By the way, he would only help him during the day. Slightly relieved. As for whether he can comprehend the real purpose of the secretary, it is unclear. A total of £32. Jack quoted 3 times the purchase price without a heartbeat. Only then did he really have a good feeling for the chick in front of him. The feeling is like being shot in the heart by Cupid suddenly. However, after several contacts, Jack found that he could not keep up with the other's brain circuits. Now Ruth is full of poems taught by Li Qingyuan, completely turning a blind eye to Jack's flattery. So after experiencing 2 failed performances, Jack has completely released himself. Anyway, the entire Titanic, the third-class gypsy girl does not know how many, and his handsome face does not require much effort. Why? I have to hang on a tree that I don't need. Besides, his most important task now is to make money. As long as he has money, he can become a rich man. Then he wants to play that one? Here's $32. Ruth drew the money from her wallet and handed it to Jack. The latter smiled and even began to reflect in her teeth. Sir, is there anything else I can do for you? Jack stuffed the ink-flavored banknote into his pocket and asked slightly flatteringly. I only made £20 after running for a day. This kind of business is simply losing money from the sky. Not for the time being, I'll find you again if I have something to do. Li Qingyuan waved his hand directly, he no longer needed this man of destiny now. What he is now racking his brains is how to reduce the formula of nitroglycerin. As a street writer, you must have a certain understanding of the so-called messy knowledge of cement manufacturing, glass casting, gunpowder composition, hybrid rice, etc. Skills are the only way for the protagonist to make a fortune. But it is simple to say and difficult to sit up. It is like the simplest black powder. Everyone knows the ratio of 1 carbon, 2 nitrate, and 3 sulfur, but it is estimated that there are not hundreds of trials, and I am afraid it is difficult to really do it. Besides, with the size of Titanic, it is really difficult for the black powder to blow it down, so he can only choose the more powerful yellow powder. It is the yellow powder invented by the alchemist Novel. The medicines he asked Jack to buy were all medicines for the treatment of angina. The basic ingredients of these things are nitroglycerin, and only a little filtering can get extremely high purity nitroglycerin. Then, just pour a little egg white, rust, and fine sand into the nitroglycerin, stir evenly, add the plant ash and air dry, and you can get the frightening yellow gunpowder. In the 21st century, this kind of trick can be obtained on the internet as long as it is intentional, but in this age, it is an unspoken secret in major laboratories, so he is not afraid of being discovered by others, because others even see it. I don't know what he is doing. As for the formulas and data written in the diary, if you can find a chemist who is proficient in Huxia on the Titanic, then it can only be said that the system is maliciously increasing the difficulty. At first he wanted to buy explosives directly on the black market, but after learning about the black market, he had to give up that plan. It is true that as black market merchants, they don't care about what is prohibited or not. Those merchants do have explosives on their hands, but they are just scattered black powder particles, and the weight is so small that it is unbelievable. Li Qingyuan wondered whether he could hold a firework show even if he collected all the explosives from the black market on the ship. With those black gunpowder, I wanted to survive and burn a hole in the bottom plate of Titanic. You know that for a giant cruise ship like Titanic, the bottom steel plate alone is 5 centimeters thick. With the addition of various interlayers, the thickness of the bottom plate is estimated to be more than half a foot. Just blow a big hole. 2 or 3 square holes may be a fatal threat to small ships, but they have no effect on the Titanic at all. The water seepage problem was considered when the ship was built, so 20 airtight cabins were specially designed. Even if 4 airtight cabins see water, the other 16 airtight cabins can ensure the safety of the entire ship. In the original plot, it sank mainly because the iceberg smashed 5 airtight cabins all at once, and then too much water entered the back of the ship, which caused the entire ship to be tilted and then broke from the middle. Thinking of this, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt helpless. He stretched out his palm and scratched his forehead. How could this task feel unreliable? The explosives in one's hand can blow up 2 compartments even if it is dead. If it is distributed to 5 compartments, then maybe even the steel plate will not be broken. As for collecting more materials to make explosives, let alone whether there are so many raw materials on the ship, he can't be too busy himself. Making explosives is not about moving bricks. You have to find someone to get it. It is estimated that the other party has already exploded the cabin before you go out. Nobel, the alchemist at the time, also made the yellow explosive after he sacrificed his whole family. Qingyuan, did you think of any wonderful poems? Seeing Li Qingyuan scratching her ears, Ruth suddenly felt that the other party had such a temperament, even the way she was thinking was so handsome. No way, when a person is crazy and obsessed, even if you shit, she will feel that your strength is completely different from others. Ruth walked gently behind Li Qingyuan, and then gently approached him. Mr. Li, Carl Hockley pushed the door directly in, and then found a scene that made his forehead flash green. In other words, why does Mr. Li's head rest on his fiancée's big white? Chapter 11. It is true that Carl said that his fiancée is indeed very big and white, and sometimes he can't help but want to play a few basketballs, but that is his legal fiancée after all. What is the situation now? Mr. Hockley, you are here. Facing Carl's green face, Li Qingyuan was not embarrassed at all, but enthusiastically recruited roar. The conscience of heaven and earth, he really didn't have the hobby of putting hats on each other, and to blame, he could only blame silly Batian for being too active. Anyway, he has an absolute clear conscience, and a person as upright as himself is naturally impossible to do anything illegal. Originally, Carl was still wondering about the relationship between Ruth and Li Qingyuan, but when he saw Li Qingyuan's behavior, he started to wonder what he thought. Did you make a mistake just now? Ruth should be massaging each other, right? I must be too nervous. This Mr. Li looks very decent. Besides, it seems that Asians seem to be very cautious about the relationship between men and women. As an excellent male second, Carl is quite open-minded in dealing with Ruth's lifestyle. In the original plot, even if Ruth and Jack are both staying and flying, he can resist pretending not to see it. In the end, Ruth insisted on asking Jack to draw a picture of an erotica for herself, and then put the picture on the table to show Carl deliberately, which made him angry and abandon the goodness he had always been. After all, encountering such a thing, it is an individual who cannot bear it. You fooled with other wild men outside and made me lose face, and you even sent the photos directly to your hands. This is nothing more than murder. So when Li Qingyuan spoke with him righteously, Carl said that he definitely thought too much. Mr. Li, you said that the chief financial officer of Prince Jing is already waiting for your drive in New York. I want to ask, do you have any investment plans for your trip to New York this time? On the one hand, because the ability he showed was really convincing. At any rate, it is more than 100 years ahead of the knowledge. Although he certainly can't tell the details in terms of specifics, it is still easy to fool people in the general direction. What is even more trustworthy is that Li Qingyuan said that Prince Jing's financial controller in the United States has been waiting at the New York port. As soon as the ship docks, he will preside over the investment of Prince Jing's assets in the United States, with total assets of up to £2 million. With such a huge sum of £2 million, let alone a mere Carl, even if it is a card too, he has to kneel and talk now. As for whether the other party is a liar, the ship will arrive in New York in at most 7 or 8 days. If it is a liar, who would dare to speak such a big deal? Can he fly to the sky if he lied to others? For the sake of £2 million, Carl decided to define the scene he saw just now as a head massage. After 2 days of understanding, I think the thematic investment should now be in railways and movies. Li Qingyuan flipped out a so-called plan and said while flipping it. Anyway, no one here can understand Huxia characters, and these people can only stare at what he wrote. Movies? Qingyuan, are you planning to invest in movies? Before Carl could speak, Ruth instantly became excited. Movies are still a new industry this year, and it has only been 40 years since its invention. It is definitely a sunrise industry. Moreover, the current film and television industry is relatively tall. Movie stars are basically decent celebrities, and there are few messy hidden rules. Female stars are all respected by thousands of people. Even if their private lives are chaotic, they will not be as filthy as later generations. Unbearable. Especially for Ruth, who is a playful and active and silly and sweet, making a movie is definitely an exciting thing for her. That's the plan. To be honest, if it wasn't for the mission to blow up the Titanic the day after tomorrow, he was really ready to go to Hollywood to make a movie. Great, how about letting me be the heroine then? I can definitely do it. Ruth smiled at him, then turned to reveal her figure. Speaking of mind, although Ruth's waist is slightly thicker than those slender waists, she has other advantages. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan really diverged his thinking a little bit. With hundreds of years of advanced experience, as well as familiar with all kinds of classic film and television dramas, he can get into the position of the godfather of Hollywood no matter how much he can. At that time, it will not be the rotation of various big-name actresses. With heavy kind. Even female stars can change for male stars if they get tired of it. Forget it, I don't want that much, I am a decent person, and I definitely can't think so dirty. Well, Mr. Lee, do you think you want to know more about steel? Carl was already immune to the surprise of his fiancée. With such a fiancée on the stall, I can only say why I was blindfolded by her bewitched appearance and dab I in the first place. Just like her, she doesn't look like a noble lady. Steel. The industry looks good now, but I think the potential is limited, and there is a great possibility that it will collapse in the next 20 years. Li Qingyuan shook his head, still remembering that this guy Carl seemed to be in an economic crisis more than 10 years later. Committed suicide by jumping off the building in bankruptcy. Seeing that the other party was relatively respectful to him in the past 2 days, Li Qingyuan felt that he could pull the other party somehow. Even if the bill is paid. Mr. Lee, our Hockley group is now studying new types of steel. Believe me, as long as the development is successful, it will definitely lead a new round of steel innovation. If you invest now, you can get at least 3 times, no, 5 times the return. For Li Qingyuan's statement that the steel market will collapse within 20 years, Carl is absolutely unbelievable, but now he also urgently needs new investment, because the R&D of the Hockley Group has reached a critical moment. Any technological innovation is inseparable from a huge amount of funds. Even if the Hockley Group is a giant in the steel industry, it is somewhat dwarfed by the astronomical amount of research and development funding. Originally, Carl had already planned to give up research and development, but now that he met a big gold master from the Qing dynasty on the ship, he would naturally not give up this opportunity. Mr. Hockley, I really think that the steel industry is already in the inflationary stage. I think investing in the steel industry is definitely not. Li Qingyuan was about to send Carl, but halfway through his words, he was blocked by a report from the other party. Mr. Hockley, I think the steel technology innovation you just mentioned is very promising. I want to study it carefully. Chapter 12, The Key to Breaking the Game. Brother Carl, good man. While pretending to be nonchalant and observing the bottom tank of Titanic, Li Qingyuan spoke. Mr. Li, what are you talking about? As a guide, Jack felt as if he was about to be cooked. Like all cruise ships, the bottom layer of the Titanic is the power layer, which is what most people call the boiler room. A giant boiler that is more than 10 meters high is roaring, and nearly 100 workers are shoveling coal into the boiler at a fast speed, so that this behemoth can obtain sufficient power. Nothing. Regarding the guy Carl, it was because of his wife's face that Li Qingyuan had to give him a good face, but facing a scum like Jack, he didn't need to care at all. This may be the so-called same S**X repulsion. For a guy like Jack who brushes women with his face, the whole earth will be left alone. If there are more good people like Carl, the world will definitely become better. Originally, he was still thinking about how to blow up the ship safely and effectively, because there was only one chance. If he couldn't sink the ship in one shot, it would be impossible to cause a second damage. However, because of the power and weight of the explosives, he wondered whether he could complete the mission. After all, he had racked his brains to get these explosives, and it was completely wishful thinking to get more explosives. But now, those are not problems anymore. The steel report form that Carl sent him showed that the vulcanized steel used now has an innocuous defect. That is, the steel currently produced will undergo a cold brittle reaction in an environment close to zero, that is, the steel at that time will be as fragile as glass. Definitely, it is just a metaphor to be as fragile as glass, but it is undeniable that steel will be much more brittle than normal at low temperatures. This is determined by today's industrial environment. The chemical composition of vulcanized steel makes it have such shortcomings, which cannot be solved at all. It's just that this shortcoming is like the formula of yellow powder. It has been controlled by the major steel giants, and the outside world doesn't even know the news. After all, No one will be significantly bored and hit a warship or cruise ship a few times in a 0-degree environment, right? After reading the report that Carl gave him, Li Qingyuan understood why it felt so strange when he first watched the movie. Obviously it is such a huge amount of cruise ship, and the whole ship will break because of the water in the second half. You must know that even the model will only sink the whole ship. How can it be directly disconnected from the middle? Now he finally understands, the reason is here. At that time, Titanic collided with an iceberg. In that low-temperature environment, all the parts in contact with the iceberg became fragile, causing the main body of the ship to fission. We all know that if there is a crack on the glass, it will not be far from breaking. After obtaining the information, Li Qingyuan decided to come to the scene to see the environment. Jack, who is currently the first dogleg under his command, learned that Chief Kim was going to inspect the warehouse, and he immediately volunteered to be a guide. "Qingyuan, is there anything good here?" Ruth asked, clinging to Li Qingyuan's side. Even if they are still some distance away from the boiler, the temperature here is still so hot that it is hard to control, and Ruth's cheeks are covered with big beads of sweat. Those sweat beads stayed directly along her neck, as if rippling debuts on the exquisite artwork. Jack's eyes turned straight, which made Ruth, who noticed his sight, suddenly feel unhappy. Sister Ruth file size just got the real value of the medicine from others in the morning, knowing that the glib guy in front of her had actually blacked her by 20 pounds, which annoyed the aristocratic sister file size who had always claimed to be an elite. She didn't care about the 20 yuan. After all, no matter how down and out the Bucket family was, it was a noble family, and 20 yuan was really not in her eyes. She was angry that this guy actually dared to lie to herself. He looked a little handsome and seemed to be a wandering painter. Sister Ruth file size also had a good impression of Jack. In the end, I didn't expect such a guy to deceive herself for 20 yuan, which made Ruth feel that the other party was simply a shameless villain. No way, for Jack, if his goal is to soak Ruth, then he will naturally establish himself as a perfect and good person, but now anyone with long eyes can see that this silly white sweet has all his heart tethered to Li Qingyuan. In this case, Jack will naturally not be boring, so it is only natural to take advantage of the convenience of work to make some extra money for himself. It's nothing, since I want to take a stake in Mr. Hockley's shareholding group, I have to study it carefully. Li Qingyuan said with a faint smile, patted Ruth with only her arm. This woman, your husband is standing next to her, so please pay attention to influence. Carl wiped the sweat from his forehead, not knowing whether it was hot or angry. Mr. Li is really careful, and even this kind of thing has to be done by himself. Others, as investors, want to look at the experimental data. As Party B, Carl naturally has no reason to refuse, and even to make Party A's father happy, he didn't even see his wife's embarrassing behavior. Anyway, Carl had decided that when she arrived in New York, she would lock Ruth, the little girl, in the house to prevent her from going out. This woman was really not conscious at all. Although it is said that the rich and powerful couples often play their own roles, but in public, everyone still has to pay attention to a bit of face. You now look like you can't wait to be posted, you don't know it, and you think Ruth is Li Qingyuan's mistress. The matter of the Lord of Food and the Lord of Loyalty, this is part. Li Qingyuan said, arching his hands. Mr. Li, what are you talking about? Carl was a little puzzled. It's nothing, Mr. Hockley, you said that all the steel for Titanic is supplied by Hockley Group. Does that also include this? Li Qingyuan asked Carl after stepping on the bottom silo partition under his foot. They are already 10 meters underwater. If the partition under their feet suddenly splits, it is estimated that all the people in the group will sink directly into the sea to feed the sharks. Yes, but you can rest assured, Mr. Li, that the steel products of the Hockley Group are of quality assurance, and there is absolutely no problem in terms of safety performance. Chapter 13 Biological Clock Disorders. Yawn. Seeing Li Qingyuan's appearance not awake, Ruth suddenly walked to him with some concern. "Qingyuan, don't you have a rest? I have come to write inspiration these 2 nights, so I can't sleep at night." He started working almost 24 hours these 2 days, making explosives and condensation during the day, and ran to the bottom warehouse to smash steel plates at night while it was still at night. After learning that the current vulcanized steel technology had fatal flaws, he started working day and night. Because there was too much movement during the day, he could only smash the boat secretly when there was no one at night. Pour the condensate onto the steel plate of the silo, wait for 10 minutes, wait until the steel plate of the silo begins to form frost, and then slowly tap it again with a small hammer. The cooled steel plates hit by a small hammer seem to have no difference on the surface, but if you look closely, you will find that there are many small patterns on these steel plates. These patterns are so subtle that even if you look with your eyes wide, it is difficult to notice anything abnormal. If you drive normally, there will definitely be no problems. Even if you are hit by fish in the ocean, as long as it is not a large tonnage and powerful killer fish such as sharks, whales or swordfish, there will be no major problems. But if it is impacted by the aftermath of the explosion, don't think about it, these steel plates will surely shatter like glass. 48 consecutive hours of high-intensity manual labor, and by the way, to prevent being discovered like a thief, it is really a difficult job for Li Qingyuan. It's also because of the young body he traveled through. If he replaced it with his previous body that had been tortured by various sub-health, I guess he wouldn't want to finish it at all. "Do you have any new poems again? Can you tell me to listen?" Ruth beamed her eyes and took out a small book from her pocket to record. "Someday, I may need to take a break now." He yawned again, and he was really not in the mood to deal with this silly Batian now. It's the task time tonight, so he needs to recharge his energy and use it to deal with the changes that might happen then. "Are you going to sleep?" "But it's 9 o'clock in the morning." Ruth looked at the clock hanging on the wall in surprise, and she couldn't understand someone's biological clock. "Ruth, you have to know that as a poet, my biological work and rest are different from ordinary people. The early hours of the night are when my mental state is at its best and most excited." "I understand. Then please take a good rest, I will stop the others." A gleam of light flashed in Ruth's eyes, and she nodded. He was not interested in knowing what Ruth had understood, and Li Qingyuan, who had stayed up for 2 days and nights, fell asleep. Well, I don't know how long he slept before he woke up from his dream. In other words, why does it feel like there are more people on the bed? "Ruth, why are you here?" Looking at the woman next to him, and then at the sky outside, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt that the whole person was a bit bad. To be honest, although he is definitely not a good person, but he is definitely not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a woman. The girl Ruth has been around these days. If there is seemingly innocent teasing, he can hold on with great perseverance. The most important reason is that he doesn't want to cause trouble at all. He is now able to mix on the Titanic, mainly because he is familiar with the plot and put on a vest on himself, but if he has a relationship with the woman Ruth, God knows if there will be any mess. Things happen. When there is ability, the wave is called a game life, and without ability, it is called death. That's why he didn't respond to Ruth's performance. But he really couldn't think of why this girl would appear next to him. "Qingyuan, you are awake." Compared to his doubts, Ruth appeared to be more casual. She didn't care that she didn't wear anything on her body, but rather casually recruited roar. "Well, why are you here?" After thinking for a moment, Li Qingyuan felt that he still had to ask. Although this question is a bit too straight for a straight man, he did not do anything since he slept in the morning until now. If this woman wanted to rely on him for this, he would not admit it. "I'm here to call you to the dinner party, but when I came, I found that you were still sleeping." By the way, I was a little sleepy, so I borrowed your bed and lie down for a while. Ruth said with a flushed face. Well, I believe you a ghost. Seeing Ruth's appearance that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, Li Qingyuan knew that he was wronged by the other party. He had always heard that Western women dared to love and hate, but now he has seen it. It's just that he doesn't know. If he really doesn't want to have a favorite storyline with Ruth, then he must keep a distance with the other party at the beginning, instead of losing his principle by being shaken by the other party and agreeing to let the other party help by his side. In Li Qingyuan's opinion, he is looking for someone to help with the work anyway. Finding a bad guy is definitely better than letting Ruth do it. At least it's seductive, isn't it? But in Ruth's view, that is that this poet from the Far East is actually very interested in him, but because of the inherent reservedness of the Easterners, the other party can't let go. So after thinking about it for a few days, Ruth felt that she should take the initiative. After all, the ship will arrive in New York the day after tomorrow, and based on Carl's performance in the past few days, it is estimated that he will be locked in the manor by the other party when he arrives in the United States. So in order not to leave any regrets in her life, Ruth decided to come directly to a fait accompli. In her opinion, instead of handing it over to the fiancé who she didn't like for the first time, she might as well find someone pleasing to the eye. There is nothing to say about the following plot, although Li Qingyuan has been trying to avoid trouble, but since the other party has sent it to the door, it seems too fake to refuse. 3,000 words description omitted. Mr. Li, where is Ruth? Didn't she say to invite you to the dinner party? An hour later, when Carl saw Li Qingyuan in the banquet hall, he suddenly asked in confusion. Carl was very uneasy about the performance of his fiancée, but after a few days of understanding, he felt that the man opposite Mr. Li was a real gentleman, and Ruth was with him, and he was very relieved. Besides, the other party has signed an initial investment plan with the Hockley Group on behalf of Prince Jing, and the first investment is £150,000. With the help of such a large sum of money, even if Carl knew that Ruth would be taken advantage of by the other party, he felt innocuous. Anyway, as long as you don't break the bottom line, right? Chapter 14 ending. Miss Ruth said she was a little tired. Go back to rest first. Didn't you see her? As the so-called Li comes, as a social person who has been in the society for more than 10 years, he will not tell falsehood. What's the matter? It is true that Ruth is sleeping now, but it is better not to delve into the question of where she is sleeping and why she is sleeping. Then I'll go back and have a look. Carl didn't know the twists and turns inside, and didn't ask carefully after hearing that his fiancée was tired. Li, I will be in New York the day after tomorrow. When will the investment you mentioned arrive? Carl began to ask about other things after hearing Ruth's departure. By the way, other people also came over with their wine glasses. There is no way, the tiger's skin is too much, and it is not so simple to want to lie. Fortunately, Li Qingyuan knew that he would never need to meet these people again, so he chatted with them in an indifferent manner. The more confident he is, the more people will find him unpredictable. The atmosphere of the whole dinner is very harmonious and there is no difference. Until buzzing. Everyone only saw the chandeliers overhead and the wine glasses on the table buzzing, and the whole ship seemed to shake violently. How is this going? Li Qingyuan held the table with one hand and asked the people around him. I don't know, it should be a storm. Carl replied while wiping the wine stains on his body. He was holding a wine glass just now and was preparing to drink, but the ship swayed and the glass of wine was spilled directly. Don't worry, everyone, the Titanic is absolutely tolerable. It is the safest ship in the world. It was just a chance encounter with wind and waves, and it is all right. In less than a moment someone stood up and told everyone that it was a false alarm. Field. Everyone in the banquet hall immediately calmed down and continued to sing and dance. But well, Li Qingyuan retired from the banquet hall under the pretext of being too strong to drink, and then returned to his cabin. Ruth was still lying limply on the bed, and the little girl ran to tease him unconsciously, and didn't want to think about who was the hunter and who was the prey. Flap. 2 slaps to wake Ruth, the silly white sweet chick whispered in a daze. No way, you let me rest, I really can't do it. Get up, the ship is sinking. It is reasonable to say that he shouldn't care about each other's life and death, but after all, the two have just had the closest contact. Li Qingyuan felt that he should also pull each other out. The current Titanic does not continue to persist on the sea for more than 2 hours like the original book, because in order to prevent his own craftsmanship from not sinking, he worked overtime to break all the floors of the 8 airtight cabins. By the way, he also broke the central keel and the load-bearing wall to pieces. Anyway, if he is idle, he is also idle. If he knocks more, the insurance rate is higher, isn't it? The explosion happened just now because he stuffed all the yellow explosives made these days into the coal pile. Titanic, as a steamship, consumes huge amounts of coal every day. Thousands of tons of coal are stuffed with dozens of caddies of explosives, and even the gods can't find it. Those boiler workers have been dizzy due to the perennial harsh working environment. Even if someone finds that the coal shoveled out may be somewhat abnormal, there will never be anyone who will carefully observe what is going on. No matter what it is, isn't it just burned to ashes when thrown into the boiler? So when the explosives are thrown into the boiler, there is no need to explain in detail what is left to happen. The boiler room exploded in an instant. The boiler that was originally at the critical point would explode once it exploded, which directly exploded the boiler room into a ball of twists. Originally, if only the boiler room exploded, it would not be a fatal effect for such a behemoth. At best, the ship would not be able to move anymore. However, when the surrounding airtight cabin floors were shattered by the aftermath of the explosion, then the fate of the ship was immediately doomed. Even if Li Qingyuan didn't know much architecture or proficient in mathematics, he knew that this ship could survive for hours at sea. Maybe the bottom compartment has been filled with water now. What? The ship is sinking? How could it be possible? Ruth got up sleepily, thinking that the other party was joking. This is the Titanic, known as the unsinkable Titan. It is the highest masterpiece of the British Empire. How can it sink? This year, British manufacturing represents the world's #1, not to mention that this ship is still the face of the British Empire, so even if Ruth is very obsessed with the man in front of him, she still firmly believes in the credibility of her country on this issue. Get up. There is no time and no interest in arguing with each other. Li Qingyuan has always felt that those people who are still reasonable with women when they are in a crisis are simply mentally ill. He slapped Ruth directly and told the other party to hurry up. Suit up. Ruth was stunned by the 2 slaps, but even if she was quite dissatisfied, she still dressed her clothes obediently. The 2 walked quickly to the deck. At the moment, except for a few staff members, there was no figure on the deck. It can be seen that the control of public opinion is very important wherever it is. Up to now, apart from Li Qingyuan on the entire ship, it is estimated that what happened to the captain and several senior officials. You stay here, I'll get something, and when the lifeboat will be released, you will immediately follow and leave, I will come on the next boat. Holding Ruth's hand, Li Qingyuan told her road. Seriously, if he hadn't left because of the completion of the task, he really wanted to stay in this world for 2 more days. Qingyuan, I'll wait for you. Although she didn't know what happened, Ruth felt that if she let go now, she would never see this man again. Be obedient, we Oriental men don't like disobedient women. Seriously patted Ruth's palm. Li Qingyuan knew that this stupid girl was a tendon. If she didn't tell her clearly, God knows whether she will be with the boat. Sank. At any rate, it can be regarded as one's own spoils in this world. If he died like this, he would be sad for a while. probably a few minutes. Fortunately, this guy Carl also ran out of the banquet hall at this time and just hit two of them. Originally, Carl was still attending the banquet, but when he found out that his wife and Li Qingyuan were gone, he felt a little bad and rushed out of it. "Carl, you came just right." Seeing this suffering master, Li Qingyuan felt that he should be able to entrust Ruth to him. No matter how you say it, this is the real fiancé. Well, at least Ruth is following him. It is much better than following Jack, that scumbag. As for whether Carl would go bankrupt and commit suicide like the original book, I have told him so many later economic development laws in the past 2 days. If he insists on going all the way to death, he can't stop him, right? Chapter 15. The final reward is being settled. When Li Qingyuan sat on the highest peak of the ship and looked at the floating painting below, the system's unfeeling voice suddenly rang from his ears. At present, most of the Titanic's hull has sunk below the water surface. It is estimated that this ship will be a wreck in the icy Atlantic Ocean, following the trajectory in history. Now the deck has become a mess, and everyone is jumping on the lifeboat one after another. The inferiority of human beings has reached its culmination at this moment. In the original plot, a bunch of people went to justice without fear in the face of death. That is basically the result of the beautification of the film. It is true that people like the captain and the chief designer are indeed ready to coexist and die with the ship, but others can join forces. Don't think so. Ants can still survive, let alone people? Looking at the crowds who were crying and screaming, Li Qingyuan silently poured the red wine in his hand. Even if it is practiced for them. Anyway, Ruth and Carl had already made the first lifeboat and escaped because of his reminder, and he couldn't control the others. After all, everyone is not very familiar, right? The main task, sinking the Titanic, has been completed, with a completion rate of 85%. The evaluation is excellent, and 3 free attribute points are awarded. Hidden side mission: have close contact with the heroine Ruth DeWitt Booker and get the title reward. A newcomer task reward skill is being drawn now. Hearing the hidden rewards of the system, Li Qingyuan was startled. Actually, this can also get rewards. This system does not seem to be very serious. The completion of the newcomer's mission is excellent. Now the elementary level bomb proficiency is freely upgraded to a blaster. The mission has been completed. Will the host return immediately? Can I continue to stay in this world? Li Qingyuan asked suspiciously. He originally thought that he would return immediately after completing the task, but who knew he could continue to stay in this world? I had known that I should have gone with Ruth just now, but he developed 2 poses, so many tricks have not been made in time. The host can continue to stay in this world for 2 hours and will be forced to return after 2 hours. Well, 2 hours can't do anything at all. Besides, this broken ship will sink in a few minutes at most, and there is no need to stay here. Return. Grabbing the picture frame and bronzeware in his hand, and chanting these 2 words silently in his heart, Li Qingyuan instantly returned from the top of the ship to his room in Sokovia. Looking at the alarm clock hanging on the wall, the time still stays at the moment before the journey. It seems that crossing to other plot worlds to do tasks will not have any impact on the time in reality. Looking at the picture frame in his left hand, as expected, the painting in his hand was taken out. It's just that the bronzeware he held in his right hand was not brought back, probably because he did not have enough strength to calculate it. In addition to making explosives and condensate on the ship these days, he also collected some valuable things by the way. It's like the picture frame that I just brought back. This is the original Picasso that I got from Ruth. The same goes for that bronzeware, which was bought from an unknown rich man, but it was a pity that the thing was too heavy to be sent back together, otherwise it would definitely sell for a good price. Thinking of this, Li Qingyuan took out his pocket easily. Heart of the Ocean. This precious dark blue gem in the original plot just appeared in his palm, and he picked it off just now while Ruth was sleeping in his room. The conscience of heaven and earth. At the time, he just thought that this thing was considered an important plot item at any rate, and it should be able to trigger rewards. He had absolutely no other ideas. After all, in various legends, this gem is known as a cursed stone and possesses strange magical powers. But now it seems that this thing is just a beautiful gem, nothing special at all. Forget it, save it as a souvenir. After he took out all the miscellaneous things in his pocket and put them away, he began to count the rewards for this mission. The 3 points of free attribute points are natural. Needless to say, anyone who has read the novels of Infinite Stream will know how to use it. However, considering that he currently doesn't know how to add points, he decided to keep it and talk about it later. The remaining 2 rewards are 1 title and 1 skill. Name, Li Qingyuan. Race, male terrestrial. Strength, 4, 5. Agility, 5, 5. Physique, 5, 5. Spirit, 8, 5. Title, Laoli Next Door. Skills, Demolition Ghosts. Laoli Next Door. When you assemble this title to interact with married women, there is a certain chance to trigger the passive enhancement effect of this title. Seeing the system's comment on this title, Li Qingyuan almost vomited a mouthful of old blood. This damn system is absolutely poisonous. It is simply Chikuakuo slander to give such a decent person to such an absurd and absolute title. Besides, in the Titanic, I was passive throughout the whole journey. Well, I am definitely a victim. Brother Jack, are you still there? Just as he was about to call the customer service to complain, he heard Petro's panicked shout from above. What's the matter with these 2 kids? Li Qingyuan climbed up the big hole in the middle of the floor in 3 steps in 2 steps, only to see 2 children shuddering in the corner. What's wrong? He asked a little strangely. It stands to reason that the psychological qualities of the Scarlet brothers and sisters are much higher than those of ordinary children, so they shouldn't be frightened like this without seeing themselves for 2 minutes. Diddy. However, the noise coming from behind immediately answered his doubts, and saw that the missile actually started to flash red. Depend on. Li Qingyuan suddenly cursed, this damn plot is not right at all. Didn't it mean that the missile didn't explode after being placed here for 2 days? Why doesn't it seem a bit bad now? He quickly took 2 steps forward to take Wanda brothers and sisters for a run, but just raised his foot, he turned around and turned back. At the moment when he saw the missile, the structural design of the missile suddenly appeared in his mind. Blasting Ghost, you are familiar with most explosives, you can make bombs in the eyes of ordinary people, and you can make them explode in a way that ordinary people can't understand. The missile manufactured by Stark Group can definitely be regarded as a high-tech product. With his current skill level, if he directly confronts Iron Man, he will definitely be abused, but the thing in front of him is just a military product manufactured by Tony Stark 10 years ago. There is not much technological content at all. So in just an instant, Li Qingyuan made a decision. Chapter 16 Please eat lollipop. What is he doing? Wanda looked at Li Qingyuan, who was crouching in front of the missile, and asked his brother softly. The 2 of them are already 10 years old. 10 years old may be an innocent age for the flowers growing in the greenhouse, but for children living in the small troubled Eastern European country of Sokovia, 10 years old is already considered to be an innocent age. Half an adult. Especially the 2 brothers and sisters who have just experienced the tragic death of their parents, their psychology has accelerated to mature. He seems to be dismantling the missile. Pietro said uncertainly. As a lawless bear kid, Pietro often likes to disassemble some things by hand, but generally only limited to alarm clocks and missiles. He absolutely dare not touch it indiscriminately. After all, he is just a bit naughty, not to die. It will explode. Wanda's 2 big eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't want to be blown to death in a daze. Why don't we both run first? Pietro suggested unscrupulously. The two of them and Li Qingyuan can only be regarded as nodding acquaintances, and the relationship between their parents can only be regarded as normal. Since the other party wants to die, it is naturally impossible for the two of them to stay and die with each other. But we can't get out. Wanda pointed to Li Qingyuan, who was crouching in front of the missile and didn't know what to do, and then pointed to the gate that was blown up. The door has been completely buried in the ruins. As for jumping the window, do you think two 10-year-olds can survive by jumping off the third floor? Not to mention that guns are still firing outside, and I don't know what the situation is. We can jump to the second floor first and find a corner to hide. Pietro said, pointing to the big hole in the middle of the living room. The power of this kind of small missile is actually not great. If it is estimated that the lethality is about 20 meters in the open area, the power in this kind of building is even more compressed to individual floors. The first missile exploded in the living room on the second floor just now, and the siblings on the third floor were both unharmed. Although the protagonist had a halo bonus, the missile's power was indeed not good, and that was the most important reason. After all, the missile manufactured by the Stark Group is used to destroy the target in the center of the city, so it is necessary to ensure that the power is compressed to an acceptable range. Otherwise, the entire city will be turned into ruins after a battle. What is the point of being occupied? Second floor. Wanda's eyes were a little confused. Only then did she think that her parents seemed to be lying on the second floor now. Pietro, Mom, and Dad. Thinking of this, Wanda couldn't help but cried. Don't cry, Wanda. Pietro became anxious when he saw his sister started crying again. God knows what the Jack Ma is doing. If his sister's crying affects his movements, they will explain here. But when faced with the crying sister of Iwa and Rain, Pietro seemed a little at a loss. What's the matter? Li Qingyuan stood up and walked to Wanda and asked. Did you fix the missile? Pietro raised his head in surprise, only to see that the flashing missile had lost its luster, and the front section was open to reveal a bunch of mechanical components that he couldn't understand at all. What is it? I broke it? Now this thing will not explode even if you throw it down. Li Qingyuan casually played with two small parts, worthy of the missile produced by Iron Man. Quality is guaranteed. If he had such a ready-made material in the last plot world, it wouldn't be too easy to complete the task. But if there is no skill that the system gives away, even if the missile is placed in front of you, you can't figure it out. Brother Jack, would you actually dismantle missiles? Pietro looked at Li Qingyuan with staring eyes, his small eyes full of admiration. In the hearts of boys, those who can shoot guns are masters, and those who can dismantle missiles are even more peerless masters. For a moment, Pietro even forgot the fact that his parents had just lost their lives, and his eyes glowed and started to circle around the dismantled missile. Brother Jack, will it really not explode if I touch it now? Pietro wanted to reach out and touch the war weapon, but he was a little worried. It's okay, even if you throw it on the fire and bake it, it's okay. Li Qingyuan waved his hand casually. The instruments now are so precise that the missile is more than 1 meter long, but in fact the real explosive composition is not 100%. 1. The Stark Group is indeed a profiteer. Woo, oh. Wanda is still sobbing constantly. Girls are always more sensitive than boys. She is still immersed in the sadness of losing her parents. Wanda, don't cry, brother will give you candy. Seriously, facing a crying little loli, Li Qingyuan didn't know what to do, so he took out a lollipop from his pocket and faced it. She coaxed. Woo 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 woo. As a result, Wanda cried louder. I said you don't cry, okay. If it is Pietro who dares to be so annoying, Li Qingyuan promises that he has fisted down and taught him how to behave well, but it is Wanda who is crying in front of him, which really makes him caught blind. Can't catch Wanda for a fight? Brother Jack, You can't eat the mint-flavored lollipop Wanda you took. Pietro jumped out from nowhere at this time, took the lollipop in Li Qingyuan's hand directly and quickly took it apart. The wrapping paper was stuffed into his mouth. Pietro Wanda glared at Pietro after crying, and it seemed that his mood had recovered a lot. What about this? Banana flavor. Fortunately, he grabbed a handful of candies before coming up, and Li Qingyuan quickly took out a lollipop and asked. Woo, sucking, woo. Wanda cried and licked a lollipop, making it hard to understand how she did these two things at the same time. Fortunately, the sound of her crying was finally reduced. You two should rest in the room first. Let's squeeze it tonight. Listening to the roaring gunshots outside, I don't know if I can finish the game tonight. Now the whole city is not safe, hiding in the room is the best choice. Both Wanda and Pietro nodded silently. Both children grew up a lot in an instant. If there are guys who are full of love and the heart of Our Lady, they will definitely feel sorry for the two 10-year-old children who are as sensible as adults, but for the heartless Li Qingyuan, if these two guys really keep crying, he kept thinking about whether he should leave them alone. It is true that the Scarlet Witch in the future is very good and great, but it will not be a few years later. In order for a potential stock to catch up with the good life of oneself, it is really hard to say whether this business is profit or loss. Chapter 17, The Future Must Be Planned. After some tossing, Wanda and Piero finally fell asleep. After experiencing so many things in just one day, even adults will be exhausted physically and mentally, let alone their two children. So even if there were gunshots from time to time outside, the two of them still went straight into their dreams. Looking at the two siblings lying next to him, one on the left and the other on the right, Li Qingyuan was a little embarrassed. He came back from a full sleep on the Titanic just now, so he can't sleep at all now. Besides, Wanda and the others have experienced a war and bereavement, but they have experienced travel plus system plus infinite plus Marvel and so on. If they can still fall asleep, his heart will be too great. Ns. Opening his eyes wide and leaning against the head of the bed, he began to think about what to do next. The broken place in Sokoya definitely can't stay any longer. According to memory, it seems that local wars break out in this place on average 3 or 4 times a year. I don't know how the cheap parents of this body adapt to it. Besides, according to the plot, it seems that there is a castle left over from the last century around the city. The owner of the castle is Hydra Snakehead Baron Strucker. In the Marvel movie, Baron Strucker only played 2 shots before he died. Ultron, who he regarded as his trump card, was killed in the cell, which was a deadly super useless. If you are not interested in the history of Marvel, you probably don't have any impression of this bald head who just showed up and immediately received the lunch. But in fact, Baron Strucker is an authentic Hydra veteran. I think he was the right and left hand of Red Skull during World War II. After the war, he took over a lot of Red Skull's strategic legacy. Not weaker than S.H.I.E.L.D. You should know that when Avengers 2 started, all the strength of Avengers was assembled to destroy Baron Strucker's castle, and it was because the opponent actually wanted to use a strategy to break Avengers and set a trap deliberately. It's a pity that Baron Strucker counted to the beginning but not to the end. Avengers was indeed disintegrated later due to ideas and other reasons, but he was killed directly in prison by the crazy mechanical life Ultron, and he was extremely aggrieved. In the original book, Baron Strucker has been working hard to develop the super ability of human beings, and Wanda and Pietro are the successful experimenters of each other. Some people may say that they have to give up if they want to have power, but Li Qingyuan doesn't think so. My own little Wanda is so cute, so why bother to do those human experiments that might be life-threatening? If it's Pietro, you might consider throwing it away. Gossip away. Originally, if there was no system, Li Qingyuan was considering taking Wanda brothers and sisters to a country that cannot be said to live in seclusion. Anyway, it is said that the country cannot be said to have the protection of the river crab god, Regardless of whether it is Thanos's finger or the explosion of the universe, a country can stand unscathed. Not even a trace of spray can be turned over. But now that you have the system, if you still want to continue, let alone your inner disagreement, the readers who want to come will also disagree. After finally crossing into a new world, and having a gold finger system like this, I have to make a career. After researching, he found that the system he carried seemed to be able to trigger tasks by contacting the plot characters in the original book. His first task was opened because of contact with Wanda. As for Pietro, who he contacted first, did not trigger the task. Either the system is not 100% triggered, or the kid Pietro has a bad reputation at all, and even the system doesn't think he is a key figure in the Marvel universe. After all, compared to Scarlet Witch's impressive reputation, and a mere Quicksilver, who remembers? Definitely, it may also be because the system favors women over men. However, these are just speculations. To master the rules, it is estimated that many trials will be required. And based on the fact that the first time he opened the system was Godzilla 2, King of Monsters, the world opened by the system should be related to the quest characters he came into contact with. The ancient alien beasts in Godzilla 2, King of Monsters can indeed destroy the world. Even the Red Lotus Godzilla can use nuclear bombs as seeds and replace them with superheroes like Captain America and Black Widow. It's definitely a food delivery, but if it's Scarlet Witch in perfect condition, then it's really hard to say who abuses who. So on the premise of ensuring his own safety, the superhero he should contact next must definitely be carefully considered. The first world is specially adjusted for him because of the newcomer's plot system. God knows if there is any such preferential treatment in the second one. If he ran to meet Marvel's Iron Man recklessly now, the Ghost knew what plot he would be thrown into by the system. If it were in the world of War of the Gods, it is estimated that he would be killed by a sneeze by the small soldier halfway through. Before you can get your own strength, let's avoid the guy and go. But although Iron Man cannot be touched now, other heroes or villains can still be touched. For example, Black Widow or War Machine or Falcon, who are not so powerful, can only dominate among ordinary people. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to figure out the next steps. When the situation is a little stable after the fight tomorrow, he will take Wanda brothers and sisters to run away. He doesn't want to wait for a minute when this breaks the country. The predecessor parents left a lot of inheritance and should be enough to go to New York by themselves. Brother Wanda shouldn't be a problem. The two children are unaccompanied. If they don't want to follow them, they can only go to the orphanage. If they want to come, they won't be so mentally retarded. Although the place in New York is a place of chaos, it is only that kind of place that allows one to quickly get in touch with various plot characters so as to rapidly increase his strength. Counting it is now the end of 2006, next year that stinky guy will become Iron Man, and then the Earth will enter the era of great transcendence. In New York, at any rate, he can keep up with the development of the plot and use the advantage of the profit to mix it with system rewards. Although the crisis is a bit bigger, unless he can hide in a certain country that cannot be said, otherwise it is dangerous anywhere on the Earth. Only the tip of the iceberg is shown in the movie, and the hidden crises in other places are not necessarily smaller than in New York. This is Marvel's world after all. God knows if you are eating well at home if you are suddenly crushed to death by a big greena from the sky. Don't leave me. Wanda hugged his arm tightly and muttered to himself. It's probably a nightmare, this kid. Gently patted Wanda's shoulder, Li Qingyuan exclaimed in her heart. Sure enough, he is the great Scarlet Witch. At only 10 years old, he is comparable to those 17 or 18 years old in Daxia, and I don't know how he grew up. Chapter 18 Sokovia Chaos. The war was over in the early hours of the morning. The situation in this broken place in Sokovia is somewhat similar to the Republic of Daxia. There are 5 warlords in the big-handed country, and these 5 guys have to fight several times a year. The warlord who finally captured the capital will proclaim himself the president. Although the longest term of this president is only 1 year, he is a president anyway. According to the Marvel Comics world setting, Sokovia should be Lord Dom, the site of Dr. Destruction, but Li Qingyuan carefully searched in his memory and found that his predecessor had never heard of this name. Think about it again: when Marvel was destitute, it seemed to sell a lot of the copyrights of superhero and supervillain, which led to a big difference between Marvel movie universe and comics, so I want to come to Dumu, and the Fantastic Four should be directly given by this world. Get rid of. Similarly, the mutant group disappeared into the world, and only the funny alien race should be left. What a pity. He is still very interested in Invisible Women and Mystique. It really doesn't work, so can Polaris. Fortunately, there is a Wanda next to him, which can ease the pain in his heart a little bit. Although this Wanda is still in a state that can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be played, but to develop Scarlet Witch, it sounds like a very big thing. The 3 woke up the next morning. Both Wanda and Pietro thanked him. The 2 children also knew that if it weren't for Jack's brother, who didn't deal very much with each other, to save them, maybe they would be bombed yesterday. Meat sauce too. It is also possible that he ran out and was shot to death by random guns. The victorious troops began to take over the city, and the rescue team methodically maintained the damaged buildings and rescued the wounded. After decades of warlord melee, Sokovia formed a one-stop post-war treatment plan. Although chaotic here, there is a chaotic order. Basically, no matter who occupied the capital, there will be no destructive plunder. On the contrary, the situation will be stabilized during this period to ensure the personal and property safety of residents. Because everyone is fighting for the economic and political status of the capital. If the capital is smashed into nothing, it would be a smashing deal for everyone, and no one would dare to risk angering the other 4 companies. This kind of solidity and fishing. Yesterday's predecessor and Wanda's parents were killed by the missile. The real reason was that they were accidentally injured. No way, thousands of unlucky people die in the melee every year, but relative to the millions of people in Sokovia, the people who died in the melee have not yet died in car accidents. If this kind of thing didn't happen to yourself, no one would care too much. The rescue team cleaned up all the rubbish in the corridor, and by the way, took out the parents of both parties. Brother Wanda cried again after seeing the mosaics. Li Qingyuan had no reaction at all. After all, he was not familiar with the 2 dead people. But don't know why, when he saw the 2 mosaics packed into the box, his heart could not help but twitch. Although he directly replaced the original body with his soul, but the feeling of blood engraved in his bones still made him a little unable to restrain it. The team in charge of the rescue packed the 4 bodies in a box and took them for cremation. Li Qingyuan took the Wanda brothers and sisters to watch the whole process in silence, and then buried the ashes they received in the cemetery. Everyone knows that the setting of carrying the ashes of their parents around without a dog's blood is unrealistic at all. Originally, the troops responsible for the maintenance were planning to send the 2 children to the orphanage after learning that the parents of Wanda brothers and sisters were dead, but this proposal was directly rejected by Li Qingyuan. He knew that the orphanage in Sokovia was actually Baron Strucker's laboratory, and the other party used those orphans to conduct human experiments for many years. In a chaotic country like Sokovia, normal people must carefully consider their own tomorrow, and naturally no one will pay attention to those orphans. Wanda gripped Li Qingyuan's clothes tightly. Although she didn't look like a 10-year-old child in crimson development, where was her height? Standing next to Li Qingyuan, who is 1.5 meters and 4 meters, looked so petite and pitiful. She and Pietro are really afraid that Li Qingyuan will hand them over. After all, the name of the orphanage doesn't sound like a good place. Anyway, as long as you are a normal child, you won't like it if you want to. Jack, I can understand your feelings, but have you considered whether it is very difficult for you to take these two children by yourself? The aunt of the district lawyer in charge of registration said to Li Qingyuan earnestly. Everyone is an old neighbor for more than 10 years. Although they are of different races, the creatures like ants are the same no matter which race they are placed in. Aunt Madeline, I know what I'm doing. A place like an orphanage, if they are sent to them in this life, it will be ruined. Li Qingyuan, who accepted the original memory, began to talk to the black ant in front of him. It seems that the other party always wanted to sell his daughter to the original in his memory. Looking at the dark and bloated ant in front of him, Li Qingyuan shuddered suddenly. Who can afford this? There is one more reason to flee Sokovia as soon as possible. The old couples are good people. How could they be so unlucky? The black ant talked about it for a long time, all in memory of the benefits of her former parents, and took the opportunity to ask Li Qingyuan if she wanted her daughter to help. It must be now Li Qingyuan can be regarded as an authentic parent with a family of millions of dollars, and he is also considered to be a good-looking person, and he is definitely a super king and 5. If you say that someone just died of both parents, is it a bit too much to sell your daughter to the door? Isn't this to quickly let my daughter come to help them inherit the family from the Wang family so that they can continue the incense? As the old neighborhood of her original parents, Madeline learned a lot of Yuxia customs. As for Li Qingyuan is only 18 this year, and her daughter is only 16? Where does Sokovia pay attention to that kind of thing, let alone 16, even if it is 14, there are not a few people who get married. It was hard to send Aunt Madeline, who took the opportunity to sell her daughter. Li Qingyuan felt that coping with her was even more tiring than doing the task on the Titanic. Brother Jack. When the rescue team and Aunt Madeline were sent out, the day passed. Pietro and Wanda stood before him and shouted timidly. The two children looked at him nervously, not knowing how they should live in the future. The two of them have no blood relationship with each other at all, and the other party's willingness to take them in is already considered as affectionate, let alone saved their lives. The Maximovs are standard Western thoughts, and the savings on hand are probably not enough to cover the funeral expenses just now. It can be said that the two children are absolutely penniless now, let alone continue to study. If Li Qingyuan ignores them now, I am afraid that tomorrow's food will be a problem. By the way, the two of them now live in assets under the name of Li Qingyuan. Chapter 19. Pietro, Wanda, are you two ready? Li Qingyuan sat on the sofa in the living room and asked the Wanda brother and sister in front of him. Almost half a month has passed since the last missile attack, and the two brothers and sisters have slowly come out of the pain of losing their parents. After all, the two of them now are much luckier than in the original book, and they have neither experienced the death torment of 2 days and nights, nor the physical and mental injuries that followed. In places like orphanages, even in developed countries, there are countless shady scenes, let alone a chaotic country like Sokovia. Being bullied and humiliated is absolutely commonplace, and it is necessary to endure all kinds of bullying incidents that may occur at all times and the danger of being pulled by Baron Trasco for experimentation at any time. Brother Jack, are we really leaving here? Wanda asked timidly. Call me Brother Qingyuan, I have changed my name. Li Qingyuan reminded him by tapping the armrest of the sofa with his palm. He was very busy during this period of time. He first received all the inheritance of his original parents, and then found a buyer to sell all the real estate. He also took the opportunity to change his name by the way. The name Jack Ma always reminds him of a certain pirate king, so while he was busy transferring property, he also changed his name by the way. Anyway, it is a matter of spending a few $100s more. For him, who has inherited an inheritance of nearly $1 million, can that little money be considered money? Besides, there is still an authentic Picasso hidden in his safe. I don't dare to say that there are too many things. You have to start with an 8-figure number if you throw it to the auction. I'm sorry, Qingyuan brother. Wanda quickly apologized. She knew that now she and her brother both depend on each other's charity to continue their lives, so the brothers and sisters are absolutely at a disadvantage when facing him. It's okay, just pay attention next time. Li Qingyuan smiled kindly, and then rubbed his little blushing face. Don't say it, it feels really comfortable to rub. Sokovia is a place with constant wars. It's not a good place at all. Besides, our parents are killed here. It's not easy to avoid. I think it's better for us to live in a different city. Although he could not discuss directly with the two brothers and sisters. Take them away, but Li Qingyuan thinks it is better to make it clear. Even though these two guys are only 10 years old, they are actually no less than adults. The kid Pietro looked at himself like a thief at night every day. It was really disappointing. How can a decent person like himself do something that is not as good as a beast? Anyway, I have to raise it for a few more years. But if we leave, can we come back again? Pietro asked weakly, raising his hand. In the first few days, he thought that Jack's brother might have some bad thoughts about his sister, so after finishing the funeral of his parents, he has been vigilantly guarding against each other. It cannot be said that he is too precocious, because such things are not uncommon in Sokovia, and it is not surprising that anything appears in this chaotic land. Li Qingyuan and the two of them were not close to each other, but not only saved his siblings but also willing to adopt him by the way, which made Pietro feel a little bit confused when he was moved, what the other party wanted to be. So when Pietro saw that the other party often likes to ravage Wanda's head and face, he immediately felt that he had discovered the other party's true intentions. In those few days, he was frightened. Not only was he afraid that the other party would do anything bad to his sister, but at the same time, he was afraid that his guess was wrong and the other party would be furious and drove out his brother and sister. It is definitely not an easy task for two 10-year-old children to seek a living in a place like Sokovia. As a result, after a week of continuous fear, Pietro realized that he seemed to be saving the abdomen of a gentleman with a villain. Brother Jack really likes Wanda, but it's a very pure like, and it's definitely not as unsightly as he thought. Definitely yes, but only after the situation in Sokovia stabilizes. Li Qingyuan nodded. If it weren't for the warlords' melee, the environment in Sokovia is actually pretty good, even if it's a vacation. Where are we going to move? Seeing that Li Qingyuan was not angry because of his actions a few days ago, Pietro asked boldly. New York, the world's largest metropolis, you should have seen it on TV. Li Qingyuan patted the New York geographic guide on the coffee table and said. We are going to New York. The eyes of the two children suddenly jumped up. It was the first time that they were so excited in the past 2 months. For children, they don't have too many thoughts. The two of them know that New York is the largest city in the world. Whether it is in books or on TV, they all describe it as a heavenly beauty. The two of them, who were still a little worried, were immediately washed away by the joy of going to the metropolis. The two guys quickly packed their belongings and followed Li Qingyuan to the beach by car. Sokovia is very strict about the exit of its residents due to years of melee. After all, if the control is not strict, all the wealthy people in the country may run away. Just like the original parents, if they could leave the country by legal means, they must have taken their predecessors to other places long ago. Fortunately, no matter how strict the control is, there are loopholes to be found, and the chaotic country like Sokovia is naturally no exception. Li Qingyuan had contacted Snakehead a long time ago, and planned to smuggle out with Sister Wanda. Just the three of you. The Snakehead driving the ferry boat saw the three children appearing in front of him, and asked dizzily. Li Qingyuan talked with him over the phone, because Sokovia's network is not very developed, so everyone usually chooses to communicate by phone. Yes, just the three of us. Li Qingyuan knows what the other party is thinking. There is absolutely no good person doing this kind of ferry boat business. People get rid of it. But he doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. Do you really think he has been idle for half a month? If there are only 3 people, then you have to add money. The boss of the ship said with a fierce look. Wanda trembles with Lee Qingyuan's hand, and the few people on the ferry boat seem to belong to the villain of that kind of horror movie, the kind that can definitely be used to scare children. As for Pietro, his legs are shaking now, like sifting chaff. He wanted to squeeze close to Lee Qingyuan like Wanda, but it was a pity that Lee Qingyuan didn't let him have that opportunity at all. Just forget Wanda squeezing in, you just add to the fun. Chapter 20. 100,000 yuan including this car, now set off immediately, pay 30,000 first, and then I will give you the rest. Lee Qingyuan didn't have the slightest surprise at the starting price of the boat boss, and said straightforwardly. These underworld businesses have never had good people. It would be a strange thing if they don't sit down and raise the price. The boss of the ship looked at them carefully, looked at each other with a few of his men, and then nodded. Brother Qingyuan, these people look so scary. It wasn't until the 3 of them entered the cabin below the deck that Pietro dared to speak. You and Wanda stay here well and don't move. Don't go out at night no matter what happens. Lee Qingyuan calmly patted Wanda's head and said. Is there any danger? Wanda raised her head timidly, tears flickering in her 2 big eyes. Although she knew she shouldn't cry at this time, she didn't know why she couldn't help her tears. No, just in case. Playing with the clay in his hands, Lee Qingyuan's eyes slowly revealed a cold light. I hope these people don't want to die by themselves. He just wanted to leave this broken place safely, but didn't want to make any news on the way. Head, when shall we start? Above the deck, the sailor's part-time snakehead asked the boss of the ship. Doing business on the sea, especially their underworld business, is not a good person. The boss of the boat did not speak. He has been in business for so long, and he naturally knows who can provoke and who cannot. Lee Qingyuan's composure and sophistication just now made him a little unpredictable, wondering if the other party has any support. Let's tie up those 3 directly, and after the money is found, we will kill the Huxia. The remaining 2 children can be brought to Luhas first, and then sold to make movies. With the qualifications of those 2 children, they can sell for 100,000. The captain began to calculate a bright future. You can earn 200,000 yuan in one business trip, and you can get 20,000 yuan if you divide it up by yourself. If you can meet this 3 times a year, then a proper annual income is 100,000 yuan. Wait until the middle of the work. The boss of the ship, who was agitated by his subordinates, carefully calculated in his heart, feeling that he definitely did not sleep well last night and caused some mental disorders. Where can there be so many pretending to be pigs and tigers in this world? The boy looks like an ordinary guy, although he can see that the other party has a gun on his waist with his eyesight. What does it matter? How many people on their ship, who did not have a gun? 6 guns versus 1 gun, whoever wins and who loses still need to talk about it. Not to mention that all of them are veterans of murder, and how can they be afraid that the other party is a young man? I'll add some food when I'll send them dinner. It's best if I don't do it. But as a veteran who has run the water line for more than 10 years, the boat boss finally ordered. Understood, boss. The sailor nodded excitedly and left. He had new toys to play in the evening, so he was naturally very excited. Hey! Looking at the food in front of him, Lee Qingyuan sighed slightly. It seems we still have to do it. Pietro reached for the milk, only to retract his hand when he touched the cup. No way, it hurts. He covered his hands and looked at Lee Qingyuan with a grieved face, not knowing why the other party beat him. Ignoring Pietro's aggrieved little eyes, Lee Qingyuan hugged Wanda back. The 2 children stayed in the cabin for an afternoon. Now they were agitated when they saw the hot milk. Wanda, just like Pietro, rushed forward to drink. However, she was picked up by Lee Qingyuan without getting close to the table. It was precisely because it was not easy to hold Wanda to stop her, so Li Qingyuan directly slammed Petro's back with the bamboo board in her hand. You dare to beware of yourself for a while before you are wary, you don't know what to say. These things can't be eaten, it seems that they want to go to the dark one by one. Although they have not acquired skills such as toxin proficiency, but with the solace of the feat, you can know that hot milk is definitely a luxury item. Food, if there are no other attempts, how can it be sent to them? Milk is poisonous. Both Pietro and Wanda's eyes widened. Although they were more sensible than ordinary children, the adult world was so sinister that they had never expected. I'll go out and have a look. You two have the doors locked. Unless I call the door, I don't care who comes in and shoot. He took off Beretta from his waist. It was originally intended to be given to Wanda, but thought about it. He thought he passed it to Pietro's hand. Insurance is here. You can shoot by pressing it first. Wanda will rely on you to protect it, understand? Li Qingyuan said to Pietro with a rare and pleasant face. Understand, I will protect my sister. Pietro nodded excitedly, finally enjoying the treatment of an adult. Remember, unless it's me calling out, I don't care who opens the door and shoot directly at the door. Although giving the gun to a 10-year-old child seems a bit tricky, there is really no better way at the moment. Instead of waiting for those guys to rush down, it's better to go up and get all this done by yourself. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he didn't know how to sail and didn't know the route, he would have killed all this group of people a long time ago, and that would have caused the current situation. You must come back. Li Qingyuan stepped forward to push the door, only to see Wanda gripping the corner of his clothes tightly and whispering. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After rubbing Wanda's little cheek, he happily opened the door and walked out. The space for the ferry boat is very small, and the cabin door is open 2 steps to go directly on the deck. The sailors who were squatting on the deck and smoking were a little surprised when they saw him climbing up from below. They were waiting here for a while to go to live amusement. Why did the other party climb out by themselves? Everyone is here. Seeing several sailors on the boat and the old master book all together, Li Qingyuan shrugged helplessly. I am really a crow's mouth, what is said? If their expression says there are no ghosts, then they really don't believe in ghosts. Several sailors all looked at the boss of the ship, waiting for his instructions. The boat boss frowned and looked at Li Qingyuan, who appeared in front of him, constantly calculating in his heart. Is the opponent really awesome, or is the newborn calf not afraid of tigers? It's just that he doesn't move, but it doesn't mean that others don't move. The sailor came out with a grinning grin. Boy, since you ran out on your own, it will save you trouble. You will hand over all the money obediently, and then tie yourself up. Uncle, my kind heart can give you a way out. Chapter 21. Boom. The captain who was talking about it suddenly exploded into firework in front of everyone, and various splashing mosaics instantly showered several people nearby. Li Qingyuan reluctantly put down the left hand that was in front of his eyes, knowing that the amount of explosives would be smaller. It was the first time that I was so positive, and I was still a man, which really made me feel a little sad. What happened? The other sailors suddenly lost their color, and they couldn't even wipe the blood on their bodies, but looked around in a panic. If this is a group of elite soldiers, now at least they have to take out their weapons and spread out to find cover. It will be like these sailors, if there are really enemies, they are basically living targets. However, considering that some of them are actually incompetent water bandits, it is natural that they cannot be demanded by the Special Forces King's quality. I really don't want to kill people, why don't you just send us out safely? Li Qingyuan spread his hands helplessly, and said indifferently. To be honest, the first time he murdered, he was sprayed by the other side by the way. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he was even a little excited. It can only be said that the original body is definitely an antisocial personality, but he has been abiding by the law for more than 30 years, and the biggest living thing he has killed since childhood is just a chicken. You? What did you do? The boss of the ship reacted first, and prepared to take the gun out of his waist in a panic, but the more hectic, the more chaotic, he couldn't even open the pistol holster around his waist. These guys who run black boats act like Yama King when they face the isolated and helpless stowaways, but in fact they are only the creatures at the bottom of the food chain. If you really have the ability, you won't be reduced to the point of running a black boat. I advise you to touch the back of your belt before pulling out your gun, but I suggest you lighten it, or it will burst immediately. Li Qingyuan reminded kindly. You. What did you do? The boss of the boat, who was about to draw his gun, immediately stopped, and by the way, the bodies of several sailors also froze. Everyone looked at each other, I looked at you, and finally saw a piece of chewing gum on each other's belt. Naturally, the people who run the black boat can't be so clean, so even if there are more dirty things on the clothes, they won't care. Besides, who has nothing to do to pay attention to the back of their belts? C4 plastic bomb, you have seen the power just now. I just need to press the switch lightly, and you will slam like him. Li Qingyuan pointed at the most unknown object lying on the ground. Said. Was he really shaking hands with everyone when he got on the boat to please the relationship? Besides, in order to prevent any danger, he just took advantage of the opportunity to watch the scenery to install a lot of explosives on the boat. Even if these guys discovered chewing gum explosives in advance, he could bomb the boat to threaten them. With the blasting genius, he can definitely be regarded as a bomb expert, and he is the kind of top-level expert, the kind that is not mixed with water at all. If he is willing to stay in Sokovia, relying on this technique, he can definitely become a sweet pastry for several warlords to vie for. In other words, going to the chaotic region of South America and Africa to be a native emperor is probably more than enough. But for Li Qingyuan, who has an infinite future, that kind of salted fish life is not what he wants. What he wants is the sea of stars. Under the threat of explosives, several boatmen gave in an instant. Everyone just wanted to make some blood and tears, but didn't want to lose their lives. So in a friendly and harmonious atmosphere, Li Qingyuan put on a metal vest for all the rest, or a thicker version. After all, the chewing gum in the waistband is not very safe. What if you accidentally blow up your pants when you go to the toilet? It is better to put on metal vests for everyone, so as to be safe and secure. The boss of the ship and a few sailors all had a dead mother-in-law expression. They were just big bosses. The most commonly used high-tech is the pistol in his arms. When have you heard of any hydraulic mental turbulence explosive device? Whoever hangs a ticking bomb on his chest will have a mental breakdown. The boss of the ship didn't know how many tens of thousands of times he had scolded the sailor, but I knew that this young man looked fierce and eagle-eyed, and it was not easy for him to look at the wolf. As a result, the guy had to do it. Now it's all right? Not only was he dead without a whole body, but he was also implicated in a time bomb. The group rushed all night tremblingly. The original 4-day journey was completed in less than 3 days this time. Taking advantage of the darkness of the sky, Li Qingyuan took the Wanda brothers and sisters directly onto the country of Italy. The most famous in Italy is naturally pasta, then Italian cannon, and finally Italian mafia. As for the Italian army, forget it, we are not on the funny channel. The Italian mafia obviously needs more quality than the Sokovia gangsters who run the black boats. After receiving his $200,000 for the visa application fee, Li Qingyuan instantly moved from Sokovia's black house. He became a pure Huxia Italian, while Wanda and Pietro became his half-brothers and sisters. These are the real information that can be found in the database. The certificate processing personnel took him directly to the municipal government office to input them. It is absolutely true regardless of whoever comes to check them. After a short stay in Italy for 2 days, he bought a ticket to New York under his new identity and rushed to the United States. After all, Christmas is about to be celebrated now, and next year will be a good day for Iron Man to be born, so I must rush to read the first-hand information. Not to mention, everything depends on Iron Man to make a fortune and get rich. The target person has already set off from Rome, and the destination for the flight is New York. When Li Qingyuan took Wanda brothers and sisters on the plane, a handsome young white man hurried to the airport and reported to the instant messenger in his ears. The person who ordered us to meet each other in New York to see if we can absorb it. An old voice came from the communicator in an instant. Understood. The young man who received the order replied with a constant expression. He didn't expect that he would meet a master blaster if he came to Italy to do a simple investigation task. Running towards the idea of cutting grass, roots, and corpses, Li Qingyuan directly blasted the ship after it drove a certain distance after docking. In his opinion, no one would pay attention to the broken fishing boat that sank in the Mediterranean. It is a pity that the so-called cleverness is wronged by cleverness. If he didn't deal with the explosion, he might not have encountered such annoying things. Chapter 22 Hydra comes to the door. Boss Li, business is booming and financial resources are growing. Tongzi, the same joy. New York, Manhattan, Chinatown. Today, a new antique shop opened in Chinatown, so early in the morning, firecrackers were blasted, and the dragon and lion dances were so lively. Standing at the door constantly accepting congratulations from others, Li Qingyuan felt that his smile was about to freeze. As an Italian who has moved to New York, he wants to live legally and reasonably in New York, so he must have a clear identity here. It's naturally impossible to work for someone, and it's hard to get through, so you have to be your own boss anyway. If it is set according to the general plot, he should now go to a place like Hell's Kitchen to open a general store or a small exorcism clinic, so that he can match the main line of Marvel. But after considering the half rate, he felt that such a lifestyle was definitely not suitable for him. In the ruined place of Hell's Kitchen, 2 gun battles in 3 days and various gangsters robbed the site. How hard is it for me to go to that place to ask for a living? It might as well continue to stay in Sokovia. Besides, the current Wanda is still a cute little loli, and there is no means of self-protection at all. If something happens accidentally, it is too late to regret it. So after thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to be more stable, and directly abandon the 2 newcomer birthplaces, Hell's Kitchen and Queens District, instead choosing a relatively peaceful and safe area like Chinatown. Geographically speaking, Chinatown is right in the middle of Hell's Kitchen and Queens District. If there is no traffic jam, it is only 20 to 30 minutes away. If you really want to refresh the people, you can take the subway in minutes. When it's okay, it's all about fighting monsters and brushing skills. He has no plans to put his home in the strange nest. If you go out every day, you have to worry about the sudden shot of the cold gun, and the night sleep might be sent directly to the sky by the rocket launcher. This kind of life is really impossible. As for why you want to open an antique shop in Chinatown? Anyway, he is not going to make money from this shop. The main reason for opening a shop is to have a legal identity. Besides, there is an antique shop in hand, and when the time comes to deal with the antiques that he brought out of the mission world, it would be more reasonable. Wanda happily slapped her little hand next to him. It was the first time she saw a lion dance, and it was very interesting. Pietro doesn't know where he is going crazy. Anyway, he is so grown up, and he is not afraid of losing it. After enthusiastically calling roar with the neighbors around him, the bustling shop slowly became deserted. After all, antique shops can never be like a restaurant. They are basically the owners who have not opened for 3 years and eat for 3 years. What's more, all the antiques in his store are fakes just obtained from the small commodity wholesale market, and even the labels are not torn. If this is fooled by fools, it would be too ridiculous. handed the opening red envelope to the foreman of the lion dance team and checked that it was almost 12 o'clock. Li Qingyuan thought about closing the door and took Wanda to eat hot pot. As for Pietro, when the meal arrives, the kid will definitely appear immediately, don't worry about him at all. Only when he was about to close the door, he saw a customer appeared in the store. The other party is holding the bottom of the bowl with the coxcomb cup printed during the Ming Dynasty Qinjua period, as if the thing is really an antique that has been passed down for hundreds of years, rather than the one he bought from the vegetable market yesterday. Are the guests here to buy things? Slightly raised his head and looked at the young white man standing in his shop, Li Qingyuan asked depressedly. He was supposed to be 1.8 meters tall, and he was considered very good among Huxia, but the guy in front of him was actually half a head taller than himself, which really made people feel the deep malice from the world. And this kid is handsome, even from his man's eyes. The other person's looks can definitely be regarded as handsome and tall, and overall he is slightly worse than himself by a point or two. If I want to buy it, I should also buy that painting. The young man put down the fake coxcomb cup in his hand and pointed to the Picasso painting hanging on the side wall. Originally, Li Qingyuan was going to send this painting directly to the auction house to sell, but considering the source is not very easy to explain and there are still a lot of deposits on hand, so he put this matter behind his head and prepared. I'll talk about it for a while. Because Picasso's work was really not understood at all except those brick houses, he hung it directly on the wall. Anyway, so many people wandered around in his shop in the morning, and no one found the painting. It's still true. But the guy in front of him found out the most valuable thing in his shop at a glance. Not to mention, his vision alone is very powerful. More importantly, why does he always feel that the other party looks familiar? While Li Qingyuan is looking at the opponent is constantly looking at him. Grant Ward, S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 5 Senior Agent, Stealth Operation Expert, a combat skill, even within the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. can be ranked in the top 30. Don't look at the top 30 as if it were just a title, but in fact, in terms of the probability that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can spread all over the world, Grant Ward can definitely be regarded as the world's top soldier. In fact, he once completed many tasks that seemed unthinkable to others. For example, he just flew back from Eastern Europe. The last task was to assassinate the consul of a small country. It stands to reason that he and Li Qingyuan would not meet so quickly, but who asked Ward to complete the task when he drove his motorboat diagonally across the Mediterranean Sea and encountered an explosion? The entire ferry boat suddenly disintegrated in front of his eyes, and the employees on the boat turned directly into dust in the Mediterranean without any reaction time, which made Agent Ward's heart chill. Fortunately, I was a little slower, or else I was injured directly by mistake. Generally speaking, activists like him will have an instinctive protective response before encountering danger, which is the legendary sixth sense. No one can tell exactly what it was, but Ward knew that if that feeling hadn't been triggered, he would have died for a long time. But this time, my sixth sense didn't even have time to warn him. It can be seen that the skills of the person who set up the explosives has reached the point of perfection. Such masters, even within S.H.I.E.L.D., are estimated to be very few. So Grant Ward immediately reported like his immediate boss, John Garrett, and found the location of Li Qingyuan along the way. Chapter 23 Hydra's Solicitation. Frowning and looking at the guy in front of him who was slightly taller and slightly ugly than himself, Li Qingyuan began to search his memory in his mind. Since it looks familiar, it should be a character with a name and a surname in Marvel, but why doesn't he have any impression? Seeing the mission goal in front of him fell into contemplation, Grant Ward felt that it was definitely a mistake for the foster father to send himself. He is not the type who is good at persuading people with reason. He is more good at using his fists than using words to impress others. Generally speaking, This kind of matter should be discussed by Phil Carlson, the mayor of Zinran village, or if it is really not possible, it should also be discussed by S.H.I.E.L.D, the excellent employee of Hydra, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sitwell agent. But John Garrett, Ward's foster father and immediate boss, didn't think so at all. Unlike those Hydra bosses who broke into S.H.I.E.L.D early in the morning, John Garrett was an upright and decent S.H.I.E.L.D at first. Although he was a little selfish, he still followed the footsteps of justice in the general direction. It was only later that he had to retreat to the second line because of serious injuries, and then it happened that a certain black leader actually obliterated the credit of the old comrade, which made Garrett dissatisfied. Don't guess, it's the black bald head. At that time, Garrett could retire as an old man. As a result, because of the hierarchical system used by the black bald head, a veteran who could be called a legend was turned into an 8th level agent. You are only at level 8, and your whole family is at level 8. Regarding this definition, Garrett feels that his life and personality have been insulted. At any rate, he also made great contributions to the birth and death of S.H.I.E.L.D. The 10th level is the privilege of the director. He can understand, but giving him an 8th level is what is going on. Perhaps for others, the 8th-level agent is already an existence that people look up to. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D has hundreds of thousands of people, and only a few dozen individuals have obtained this privilege, which can definitely be regarded as a privilege. But for Garrett, he was dissatisfied. Laozi is an old man who has been playing around since Director Carter's time. When Laozi and Director Carter were performing tasks, the black marinated egg didn't know that he was playing in the mud on that street corner. What's more, that black braised egg was nepotism, and actually promoted a chick who was only in her 20s and had been in S.H.I.E.L.D for less than 5 years to a level 9 agent, which made Garrett even more depressed. Laozi's desperate life is still not as good as the two long legs of others. This Nima is an amazing shady. So Garrett turned directly, anyway, with the contacts he has accumulated over the past few decades, he can stand on his own hills wherever he goes, and there is no need to hang himself on a tree. It's just because Garrett is the Hydra that just came into effect in order to get rid of the chaos anyway. The only people who can use it now are 2 or 3 kittens, which makes him urgently short of talents. So Li Qingyuan, a bomb master, instantly appeared in his sight. As the big boss behind the scenes, Garrett himself definitely cannot come forward directly, and he can't believe other people, so even if he knows that his son is not the best person to be a lobbyist, he can only be a dead horse. Healed. Grant Ward, FBI agent, there are some things I want to find out about you. Ward thought for a long time and didn't know how he should be close to Li Qingyuan, so he raised his vest to prove. Anyway, he took FBI certificates when he went out. It really didn't work. There were several layers of vests such as CIA and ML6, and there was always one layer suitable for each other. Hearing the other party's self-report of his family, Li Qingyuan just remembered, where did he see each other? S.H.I.E.L.D agent. This is a Marvel TV work launched by Disney after seeing the hot sale of Marvel movies. Because the major superhero were too paid to participate in the performance, so they could only use the new actor, Mr. Grant Ward. But played a very important role in it. It was only because it seemed that the year of the S.H.I.E.L.D agent was after Chitauri attacked New York, which is 6 or 7 years away from the original plot, so he suddenly saw this much younger Ward agent, and he didn't think of it for a while. No way, who remembers the looks of such an ugly man? If you change a beauty, he will definitely remember it. In other words, since Grant Ward can appear, doesn't it mean that Vibe Girl Sky will also appear? I still remember that the little girl should still be fostered as a stray child. Do I have a chance to cut her off? Anyway, raising a Crimson is also raising, and raising a Vibe Girl shouldn't be a big deal, right? FBI? Only a few days after I arrived in the United States, what can I do? Li Qingyuan directly told Wanda to go upstairs first because he knew the identity of the other party, and then asked slightly suspiciously. We understand that your true identity does not match your ID at all. Ward looked into the other's eyes, and for a moment, he seemed to read the feeling of relief in the other's eyes. This makes Agent Ward very puzzled. Even if the other party is a bomb expert, this is the other party's base camp, so the other party is confident, but who can tell him? What is the feeling of relief for the other party? How can I feel that the other party has seen myself through? I escaped from Sokovia. The Italian ID is just to deal with customs. Since I know that the other party is a member of the SHIELD branch of the Hydra underground organization wearing an FBI vest, it is natural not to forge my ID. It may be hidden from the other party. The Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. branch is not a vain name. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Nick Fury and the embezzlement of public funds, this organization has grown and grown into the world's leading behemoth. His life experience is completely transparent in front of the other party. Coming to the Marvel world, it is impossible not to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D., but he never expected that the other party would come so fast. According to his plan, at least he would not meet the village head of the new village until he had brushed 3 worlds. Very well, get to know again, the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Grant Ward, I think with your skill, I should have heard of us. Ward stretched out his hand and said to Li Qingyuan. S.H.I.E.L.D. is naturally a ghost unit for ordinary people. Many people have never heard of this name, but in Ward's view, the young man in front of him should know it. After all, the opponent's skill in explosives with one hand is definitely a good player who wanders in the dark world all year round. He has definitely heard of the name SHIELD. Chapter 24. The host came into contact with the node character Grant Ward and started the second teleportation qualification. The moment Li Qingyuan shook hands with Ward, the prompt sound of the system without any emotion appeared in his mind. My Nima. Ward saw that the face of the young man on the opposite side instantly changed from red to white and then from white to green. He immediately felt that the other person would change his face with the legendary magic skills. But now Li Qingyuan has no time or energy to talk to Ward, and the system has begun to transmit directly. It is detected that the host is preparing to carry living creatures for teleportation. Do you consume a boundary teleportation role? Still have this operation? In the last plot world, he did consider bringing someone to try and see if he could bring it together when he came back, but considering his limited strength at the time, it would be difficult to deal with if it really changed alive, so he had to give up. Anyway, according to his plan, he is going to visit Hell's Kitchen or Queens in a few days, and try to see if he can meet those weak street heroes, such as Daredevil posing as a blind man, or he has not yet become a purple man. Jessica Jones who can't afford it? But who knows that this guy in front of him is actually qualified to start the world? Isn't this BD Tamada villain? Okay, sure. It's just that there is no time for him to think so much right now. God knows what kind of world is being transmitted this time, so bring more personal insurance. What's more, even though the guy in front of him is ABD, his skill is definitely just now. Even the weak superhero, it is estimated that he may not be able to beat the opponent. The host did not break the transfer volume, and the transfer failed. As the dizziness came again, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but began to curse. You said that you made such a show, are you planning to play with people or something? But even if he scolded the entire Sanzi Ijing, the system did not respond. As the dizziness slowly disappeared, Li Qingyuan also knew that cursing a mechanical lifeform would have no effect at all except making himself irritable. He could only start to look at the surrounding environment angrily. Now, it seems to be in a large supermarket. There are rows of shelves on both sides, which are full of various goods, and many people around me are shopping for goods. Because time is still, everyone's actions seem very ridiculous. It's just that Li Qingyuan looked carefully for a long time, and couldn't help but wonder if he didn't see anyone he was familiar with. What exactly is this scene? I don't have any impression of myself at all. Fortunately, the main mission immediately solved the confusion in his heart. Main mission: survive. The mist from another dimension covers the town, and endless monsters in the mist are about to start massacring the residents of the town. Please survive in this dangerous town. Mission objective: you can complete the mission by surviving for 7 days, and there is no reward for the mission. Side goal: for every 10 more town residents surviving after 7 days, you will get an extra point of free attribute points, such as John Raymond and Son, MS. Amanda, MRS. Commodity, Cashier Principal Ripla, and Supermarket Manager for Ollie, Lawyer Norton, and MRS. Marjorie survive, each will be rewarded with a little freedom attribute point. After seeing this main quest, he was still a little puzzled, and immediately wanted to understand what world he had traveled into. The Mist. The plot of the movie is that a scenic American inland town is suddenly shrouded in mist one day. The protagonist David Raymond and his son Billy Raymond are trapped in the town together with other plot characters. The only one inside a large supermarket. There are endless monsters in the fog. These are terrifying creatures from other dimensions. They have incredible sizes and dangers. By the way, the trapped people in the supermarket were actually bewitched by a goddess, because this disaster was brought down by God. Punish. In the end, the protagonist and the group were about to rush out to find a way to survive. After 9 deaths, they finally rushed into the car with their son and 3 other people and drove out of the town. Originally this was an ordinary Hollywood drama, but the damn director finally made a joke to the protagonist. When the protagonist's car ran out of gas, countless monsters roared in the fog, so in order to make people around him walk peacefully, the protagonist killed his son and 3 other followers with only 4 bullets left. Then he rushed out of the car, preparing for the unknown horror. The results of it? The director played with him fiercely. The fog gradually dissipated at this time, and the military was sending people to restore order. The roar of the monsters just now was the scream of being killed by the military. In this way, the protagonist's personal heroism not only can't be saved by one person, but also killed his own son by himself, which can be described as a completely tragic story. Because it is a low-cost movie, there are no big-name stars in the whole movie, and there are no special effects. The so-called fog monsters are basically looming. The basic plot is about the sinister heart. You can think of it as it is a monster movie, but it can also be regarded as a humanistic movie. However, since ancient times, the reviews have been more exciting than the main film, so after the analysis of a group of sand sculpture netizens in the sky, this originally not good movie suddenly became a masterpiece of the so-called Thulhu recovery flow, one by one sand sculpture netizens. It is true that various analyses of the film are made, and it is justified and well-founded that people want to scold the mother. 7 days. 4 days longer than the original movie plot. After reading the task description, Li Qingyuan couldn't help thinking. I still remember that in the original plot, the army began to counter-attack on the 3rd day of the fog and don't retake the town, but now the mission description is actually 7 days. It can be seen that the dam system has secretly increased the difficulty. However, it can be seen from the fact that the task reward is 0. If he only wants to go through the task safely, then he should be able to win it. It's just that he is not a tourist here. You must know that Hydra has already set his sights on himself. Although he does not reject Hydra, it is based on his own advantage or at least equal cooperation. He doesn't want to be drunk by such a bunch of crazy roar. So this task really needs to be pondered. After all, if it is done well, based on the current population of the supermarket and the 9 target people, you can get 30 free attributes without saying a word. With a free attribute at 30, it is estimated that I will be able to go to Captain America immediately. Definitely, wanting to get so many attributes is nothing but a dream. No one is dead. Is that a joke? Set a small goal first, for example, make it 10 points. Chapter 25, The Shame of Monsters. Oola oola oola. The ear-piercing air defense alarm was sounded instantly, and then everyone in the supermarket stopped their movements and moved in front of the glass curtain wall of the supermarket. The supermarket in the small town is surrounded by walls on 3 sides, but the front is all made of glass panels. Because there are basically no vicious cases in such a small place, the builders will naturally not spend more money to build another layer of protection. Anyway, strengthening glass is enough for ordinary people. There are monsters, they took old John away. An old man with blood on his chest ran over from the square, followed by heavy fog. Everyone in the supermarket immediately began to panic. Several people helped the old man into the door, and then began to try to stabilize his emotions. Some people quickly rushed out of the supermarket, ready to find their car or rush back to their home. However, those mists are obviously much faster than human movements, and it can be said that the entire outside world has been enveloped before most people can react. Then everyone heard a heart-piercing scream from the outside world. The people staying in the supermarket were panicked instantly. The communication signal was completely interrupted because of the storm last night. Now even the field of vision is blocked by the heavy fog. In addition to the screams coming from time to time, everyone's heart is immediately lost. Grabbed it? Then the ground shook suddenly, and the goods on the shelves and the chandeliers on the top of the supermarket crashed and fell. After a full minute, the shaking on the ground stopped, and the people remaining in the supermarket began to stand up and look at each other one after another, wondering what happened. It should be an earthquake, and the smoke outside should have been caused by a chemical plant accident. Before everyone knew what had happened, Norton, a black lawyer, immediately began to explain to everyone with his wealth of professional knowledge. Definitely, it may also be that he urgently needs a thought he can understand to comfort him. After all, whether it is the fog or the earthquake just now, it came too suddenly and made him feel that he, who has always regarded himself as an elite, felt it. Crisis. Norton is an elite lawyer working in New York. He will come to the small town of Walia for vacation only during holidays. From a vacation point of view, the small town of Walia is quite good. It has beautiful mountains and waters. By the way, with its low reputation and no crowds, it is definitely a good place for retirement. Only now, Norton really regrets it. Why did I want to come to this remote and ruined place to buy a villa? A sudden natural disaster caused the broken town to completely lose contact with the outside world. Now he can only hide in the supermarket with a group of country folks. Norton feels extremely depressed. You, who can help me and send me home? At this moment, a woman with a flat head and a bald head suddenly cried and asked at the crowd at the door. Her home is on the other side of the square, less than 100 meters away from the supermarket, and it takes only 2 minutes to get home on weekdays. But now the fog and confusion outside, not to mention the various screams from the outside just now, are even more daunting. Please, please, please help me. I have 2 children in my family. The eldest Wanda is only 8 years old. They must be terrified by now. The flat-headed woman continued to cry for help, but inside the supermarket everyone in can only persuade her to stay calm and not to rush out to die. Li Qingyuan looked at the plot a little bit confusingly. He almost forgot the story of the fog. After all, this movie is not so much a monster movie as it is a movie that analyzes people's hearts. When he watched it back then, the whole process was accelerated. Look, so I don't know much about these dog blood plots. In other words, there are many murderous opportunities outside. Who would really risk her life to help this woman for a few words? Who does she think she is? One has no money, 2 has no power and 3 has no looks, and is a mother of 2 children. Even a male compatriot who has ideas will have no ideas. Not to mention that because it was produced at a low cost, there were no beautiful girls in the whole movie, which made people embarrassed. There was still Ruth in the story world last time. God will curse you. Seeing that all the men were indifferent, the flat-headed woman knew that she couldn't count on their help, and she was cruel and prepared to push the door by herself. I have to say that after a woman becomes a mother, she is hundreds of times stronger than before in terms of willpower and determination. Mrs. Marjorie, don't do it. Others still admonished her, wanting her to give up the act of going out to die. After all, so many people just rushed out without any news. No one knows whether the mist is poisonous or not. If it rushes out, it will be a real life of 9 deaths. Wait a minute. Li Qingyuan, who was going to watch the whole show, was stunned for an instant when he heard other people calling the flat-headed woman roar, and hurriedly shouted. This woman is actually the so-called Mrs. Marjorie? One of your mission goals? You? Are you willing to help me? The flat-headed woman who was shouted had hope in her eyes, but when she looked back and saw that the voice was actually a Huxia, her face instantly lost color. As a native of the small town, Mrs. Marjorie knows almost everyone in the town, so she just hoped that her old neighbors could help her with the affection of the past. On the other hand, Li Qingyuan's appearance knew that she was a foreigner who came to travel. In such a situation where local people were unwilling to help, it was naturally even more impossible for a foreigner to help her. Definitely yes, but please wait 2 minutes. Li Qingyuan immediately began to pick up things from the supermarket shelves. He has indeed prepared a lot of explosives to carry with him these days, but they are all treasures at the bottom of the box, and they can't be wasted if they can't start the game. Anyway, there are a lot of raw materials in this large supermarket, and it takes less than 2 minutes to make some simple incendiary bombs on site. By the way, in order to improve his survival ability, he also used the 3 free attribute points that he had originally saved up to use. There are several kinds of monsters in the movie The Mist, the most garbage of which is naturally the poisonous scorpion flying insect and the skeleton bird that makes a living by catching the poisonous scorpion flying insect. The strength of these 2 creatures is trash to death. Ordinary people can shoot flying insects to death with a mop, and a few people can knock the skeleton bird to death. Then the more powerful one is the parasitic spider. The silk spit out is strongly corrosive. It likes to grab people and lay eggs in the human body, which is a bit like a weakened version of the alien. It's just that the aliens give birth to 1 at a time, and the parasitic spiders give birth to 1 litter at a time, 1 litter of thousands. At best, these 3 kinds of garbage can only be regarded as ants among monsters. They mainly rely on quantity and their own toxins to win. Really fight, normal people can at least 5 kills when they understand the fighting method and overcome the fear in their hearts. Definitely, this is impossible. When facing this unknown creature, human beings will unconsciously have a sense of fear in their hearts, so once they really face it, they will basically become food for monsters. Chapter 26. Name, Li Qingyuan. Race, male terrestrial. Strength, 4, 5. Agility, 8, 5. Physique, 5, 5. Spirit, 8, 5. Title, Laoli Next Door. Skills, Demolition Ghosts. The 3 attributes are not ambiguous at all, and all have been added to the agility. He is also a bomb expert now, and adding strength is useless. 7 points of strength is an amateur boxer. If you encounter those 3 kinds of fish monsters, you can really achieve the effect of 1 punch, but the whole body is poisonous. How can I not think about it to go to melee? And physique is useless. 8 points of physique is estimated to allow him to directly kill Ruth's crying father and mother next time, but now it is completely useless. With the poison of those monsters, the physique bonus will make you die a little bit slower and suffer more. As for the spirit, he wanted to develop the effect of the spirit, but unfortunately there is no clue so far, adding it is definitely a waste. So I have no choice but to add agility to all. Anyway, the speed of those monsters is almost the same as that of creatures in nature. He now has a speed far beyond that of ordinary people. As long as he is not besieged, there is no problem in thinking about it. With the addition of 3 points of agility, his hands are now like a magician's phantom technique. Others only see a flower in front of them, and they find that all the messy goods on the shelf have been taken apart by the other party and mixed together. Washing powder, vodka, ink, clothes iron clips, mosquito repellent. All the messy daily necessities were all disassembled and then assembled together, and they were all poured into the pesticide spray in the stunned expressions of everyone. This supermarket is the only hypermarket in the town, so it sells all kinds of things. Even pesticide sprays can be found, which saves a lot of things. Putting the spray filled with inflammable agent on his back, Li Qingyuan said to Mrs. Marjorie. "Now we can go, ma'am." Mrs. Marjorie nodded dully, her face was actually blushing. Not to mention the fact that the other party was willing to stand up to help himself at this dangerous moment, but with the exquisite skills that he showed just now, it also made everyone look at the sudden emergence of the Huxia youth. It's a pity that this guy doesn't do magic. Lead the way ahead. The two pushed open the gate of the supermarket and walked out, watching the heavy fog outside. Li Qingyuan instructed mockingly. In the original plot, the woman seemed to live to the end with her 2 children, but that was because the director used black humor, which is said to be a counterpoint to the so-called personal heroism that is simply vulnerable in the face of the general trend. He wouldn't think so much about those messy things, anyway, because of his systemic urination. If he let this flat-headed woman come out alone, it would definitely be a proper mission failure. There are now more than 200 people in the supermarket, and it doesn't matter if most of them die. It would be an idiotic dream to want no one to die. But the second 9 special characters in the side quest, he wants to try to survive as much as possible. After all, this system is very good. If you can guarantee that one of the 9 key figures will not die, you should be able to trigger special rewards. Although he could also directly control and detain this flat-headed woman in the supermarket by force, but then he would be an enemy of everyone in the entire supermarket. At present, the fog has just arrived, and everyone is still sticking to the original social order. At this time, he showed that violent methods would only be rejected by everyone. Only when everyone is afraid of the pain, it is best to die a small group of radicals, so that the remaining people can be controlled and grasped. So after a few seconds of thinking, he decided on the plan. First, I went to her house with this Mrs. Marjorie to rescue her 2 children, and then tried the monster's strength by the way. Movies are just movies. God knows if I cut corners to save money when I made it. The fog outside is very heavy, but it hasn't reached the point where you can't see your fingers. The visibility is about 10 meters. If you don't consider the strangeness of the fog and the monsters lurking in the fog, this kind of weather is actually a very common kind of weather. Climate. Thank you very much for your help. What is your name? The two walked quickly in the fog. After experiencing the fear that had just begun, Mrs. Marjorie slowly recovered her emotions, and began to look for topics with each other. Where is your home? However, Li Qingyuan really didn't want to pay attention to this woman whose liking level was clearly rising. You just talk when you talk, what's the mess on your face? He is a good man with a clean body, and it is absolutely impossible to have anything to do with someone like you. It's in front. Mrs. Marjorie happily pointed to the faint building ahead. Her home was not far from the supermarket, otherwise she would not be able to safely leave her 2 children at home. Not even a bug was encountered along the way, so Li Qingyuan couldn't help but wonder if the monster advance army hadn't arrived yet. What? However, at the moment a screaming scream came from the left, and then I saw a person rushing over from the thick fog. Come in. Mrs. Marjorie finally woke up from the idiot state at this time, and rushed to her door and opened the door in 3 steps and 2 steps. Help me! Help me! The person who rushed out saw that there was someone in front of him, and quickly sent out roar to help. There's no help, wait for death. Li Qingyuan shook his head silently. There were a lot of wounds on the opponent's body. Although they didn't seem to be fatal, the toxins should have flowed into his body. It was impossible to save him. And what's even more funny is that the one who chased this guy was actually just a strange creature with a file size like a dog. That thing has 4 legs and 2 heads, and it seems to have 7 tails all over. Anyway, it's very strange, it's not easy to describe at all. But to be honest, this thing is absolutely not good except for its horrible look, because in terms of speed and strength, it is no different from ordinary dogs. Save me! Save me! The coward and hapless guy was about to rush towards Li Qingyuan, but was suddenly thrown down by the dog monster behind him, and then rolled frantically on the ground. May Thulhu bless you. Li Qingyuan gently pressed the switch of the sprayer, and instantly a hot fire wave sprayed out. Ah dash! The screams of the man and the neighing of the monster immediately resounded through the sky, and the 2 entangled creatures immediately turned into a pile of coke. The burner he built by himself is much more powerful than an ordinary flamethrower. To deal with such small monsters that rely solely on numbers to win, flamethrowers are definitely much better than guns and bombs. Chapter 27, Intelligent Creatures. Oh my god! What kind of monster is that? Madame Marjorie screamed. Where is your child? Li Qingyuan asked directly without answering her question. The kind of dog monster just now is definitely a new breed that didn't appear in the movie. It can be seen that the types of monsters are definitely far more than those in the movie. However, the strength of the thing is that, if it really fights, it is probably not as good as a wolf dog, and it will be a husky. If it weren't for the weird appearance and the poison, maybe they could be kept as pets in captivity. This kind of trash monster, unless he comes to a nest, otherwise he really won't be persuaded. Definitely, if you meet the child of the goat who appeared in the last movie, it's better to run as far as you can. Wanda, Victor. Hearing Li Qingyuan's question, Mrs. Marjorie then remembered her main task and hurriedly ran towards the inside of the house. Fortunately, her 2 children are playing in the room. For the 2 children, they have no sense of crisis at all. Even if the fog is enveloped outside and the air defense alarm has been sounded for a long time, the 2 little guys are still completely unaware. Anyway, Mrs. Marjorie had already locked the doors and windows before going out, so no monsters sneaked in. According to the story description in the movie, the reason for the current situation is that the U.S. military base hidden in the valley near the town is studying a new type of space technology, that is, punching a hole in the plane of an alien space. But I don't know if it was an experiment error or some other reason. The small hole originally planned to be punched suddenly became a huge portal, and a constant source of different dimensional creatures rushed out of that door. In essence, although these monsters are indeed ugly in appearance, they are basically no different from the wild animals on Earth, that is, they are a little bigger. But although it is simple to say, as scientists say, if insects are magnified 10,000 times, humans will be directly extinct. The creatures on the unknown plane did not reach the horrible ratio of 10,000 times, but there were still 100 times. With the mentality of ordinary people, it is almost inevitable to suddenly encounter such a sudden collapse. Mom is here. Mom is here. Madame Marjorie cried and picked up the 2 children, making the 2 little guys face with question marks. What's going on? Why did my mother cry while hugging them when she came back? Hold them together, we have to go back to the supermarket before the monsters have time to gather. I looked at the crying child in his arms. Although it is also called Wanda, it is a far cry from my own Wanda. Even though his own Wanda is only 10 years old, she is already well developed, and she looks like a beautiful country, and she looks like a peerless beauty. But the Wanda in front of him is a guy who is at the bottom of the food chain regardless of his appearance and body. No way, her mother looks like that, and it's not a genetic mutation. Go back. There is still a lot of food in the basement, we should stay here waiting for rescue. Mrs. Marjorie said quickly. All her houses are made of concrete and cement, because there are children in the house, and anti-theft nets are installed on the windows, and there is also a solid basement. Relatively speaking, it is definitely much safer than a supermarket. It's no wonder that the other party can live to the finale in the movie. As long as the three people quietly stay in the house and don't run around, they still have a great chance of living. If I knew it, let the other person come back alone. A little depressed touched his chin. It is true that the other party should not be life-threatening according to the plot, but now because of his chaos, God knows if there will be an accident. So the best way is to bring the other person back. After all, the supermarket has a bunch of bonus points. If that kind of monster rushes in, do you think you have the ability to protect yourself? Li Qingyuan pointed to the burning corpse outside the door, and saw two more shadows faintly appearing in the fog. Will you stay here too? Madame Marjorie immediately grabbed his hand and pleaded. Only. Why are you so skillfully putting your hands where you shouldn't? Li Qingyuan looked at the flat-headed woman in front of him in amazement, only to see that the other party was actually flushed. Stay. We can chat together tonight. Oh my God. He felt a buzzing in his head on the spot. Is he so attractive now? As soon as I met my opponent, I asked him to chat together at night. But fortunately, he was a principled person, and quickly retracted his hand. He is an upright person, so he won't be confused by the other party. Madam, please hurry up and hug the child. We will rush back to the supermarket before those things get together. Li Qingyuan said with an upright face. Yes. Impressed by his awe-inspiring righteousness, Mrs. Marjorie, who was a little confused, immediately woke up and hugged her little son. As for the daughter? You can only hold it with your hands. You can't expect a woman to be able to walk fast with two children. Follow me. It is true that the other party is just a quest NPC, but I have to say that the other party dares to risk his life and run back to rescue his child at this time. This spirit is still worthy of admiration. So it is not a last resort, Li Qingyuan feels that he should save the mother and son. The two earth dog-like monsters who were waiting outside were staring at the two cokes in a daze. They were probably thinking about how to eat them so as not to burn their mouths. Then suddenly they saw a few new prey appear in front of them. The two monsters screamed in excitement, and rushed towards Li Qingyuan who was walking in front. If it is an ordinary person, let alone two weird monsters, even two dogs can be frightened. However, since acquiring the system, Li Qingyuan feels that his mentality has changed drastically. There are only two rubbish, which is really nothing to see. Gently buckle the motive, a fire wave instantly burned the rushing monster into a fragrant lunch. The remaining one escaped because of the angle problem, but after seeing that the compatriot was actually killed by a spike, the thing ran away with a scream faster than it rushed up. Ran away. Seeing the dog-like monster that ran away, Li Qingyuan felt a little dazed. This thing even knows to be afraid? He thought these things had no IQ, but now it seems that the other party is actually an intelligent creature. From this point of view, I can make a good plan. Chapter 28. It may be that the fog has just begun to spread, so most of the alien creatures are still in a wait-and-see state. During the journey from Mrs. Marjorie's home to the supermarket, they only encountered 3 waves of monsters. Except for the first wave of earthdog monsters, the remaining 2 waves are all parasitic spiders. The group of people returned to the supermarket without any risk. To Li Qingyuan's surprise, the other 2 children didn't cry. Although it seems that these monsters do not judge the location of their prey based on their hearing, they will always increase their exposure if the two children keep crying. Look! Look! I said you people are just to deceive me. He just returned to the supermarket with Mrs. Marjorie and two children when he heard an angry voice yelling. I saw the black lawyer Norton pointing at their group and yelling at a white man holding a child. The man holding the child should be David Raymond, the protagonist in the plot, and the boy in his arms is his son Billy Raymond. David Raymondton is considered a celebrity in the entire town of Walia, because he is a painter by profession, not the kind of painter who is poor and unable to support himself, but a painting that can easily sell 5 figures. Well-known painter. Such a guy can definitely be regarded as a man in a small town with a total population of less than 10,000. He lives in a villa in the most beautiful part of the town. As for the black lawyer Norton, he is his neighbor. Just now after Li Qingyuan and Mrs. Marjorie left, David found that the generator in the supermarket's storage room seemed to be broken, and then he heard a giant creature squeezing the rolling shutter behind the supermarket. It's just that the supermarket maintenance worker who rushed over didn't listen to his advice at all. Instead, he opened the door and prepared to go out to repair the motor. It turned out well. As soon as the door opened, a few giant tentacles stretched out from the gap below, dragging a hapless electrician out. David and others hurriedly told everyone who stayed in the supermarket about the incident, but the group headed by the black lawyer Norton did not want to believe what they said. Even if the storage room is covered with blood, Norton insists that the other party is made of cattle and sheep blood. After all, as a lawyer, he has seen too many such tricks. Besides, in the depths of Norton's heart, he firmly felt that this incident was just a rare climatic phenomenon. If the smoke is poisonous, he can still accept it, but should there be monsters in the smoke? This is simply to bully him. Is the PhD in law studying for nothing? How can there be monsters in the world? Do these people treat him as fools? So even if David's words were vivid, Norton insisted that he did not believe his words. Besides, Norton just bought a holiday villa last year, and he is not familiar with everyone in the town, and when he first moved in, he had some small conflicts with David's family due to customs and other issues. So in Norton's heart, David wanted to pull people to act in order to frighten him, a high-level social elite from New York, so as to achieve his own despicable and gloomy psychology. It's just that even if Norton feels that his guess is correct, he is still constantly confused in the face of a bunch of witnesses. David is considered to have hatred with himself, so it's nothing more than to cheat himself, but the others don't? They don't risk offending a barrister to act in a collective act, right? This thought lingered in his mind like a curse, but when Norton was in a dilemma, Li Qingyuan returned with Mrs. Marjorie and her 2 children. Norton immediately returned to home court advantage, and even those who believed in David began to doubt. Is there a monster in the fog? How can it be? Didn't you see that Mrs. Marjorie and the 2 children were unscathed? Norton, really, I didn't lie to you, I have no reason to make such a joke at this time. The actor David is still continuing his admonition behavior, but it is a pity that he does not seem to have the bloody mouth of the protagonist. Escapability, black lawyers don't kill him at all. Then I would like to ask, did you 2 see the monster? Norton directly turned around and asked Li Qingyuan, who had just entered the door. From Norton's point of view, this problem is simply obvious. If there is a monster, how can it be possible to return safely? Wow! When asked by him, the 2 children began to cry. You damn NR, stay away from my children. Mrs. Marjorie, who had just experienced a life-and-death crisis, could not care about racial discrimination, and cursed at Norton. Just now, where did you pretend to be dead when my old lady asked someone to take me home? Now that we have only returned to the supermarket after 9 deaths, you dare to scare my child? If it weren't for the comparison and found out that she might not be able to beat the NR in front of her, Mrs. Marjorie would definitely let the other person see what is called crazy cat scratching. Madam, you are racial discrimination. I have every right to file a lawsuit against you. Norton was scolded with a red light in his black face. He is also a barrister anyway, who would dare to call him roar that way? FK Umaad lawsuit, UNR stay away from me and my children, you Satan's running dog. Damn a worm, an inferior person, his heart is as black as his face. If Mrs. Marjorie could normally, I am also afraid of the so-called litigation of the other party. After all, normal people are not willing to conflict with the court and lawyers. But now, it's a monster besieged outside, who cares about the lawyer's letter? Let's talk about it by sending the lawyer's letter to me in advance. Attorney Norton is usually eloquent, but when he meets a shrew with 200% power, his professionalism is not enough. No way, you can't let him be a barrister dignified and swear with the other side, right? No one in the court dared to curse so casually. So he could only step back and hide behind the crowd. The protagonist hadn't gotten the thorn head for a long time, and was scolded by Mrs. Marjorie every minute, and seeing his sluggish appearance, it is estimated that there was no mood and energy to get out of trouble in a short time. Sure enough, it is still more ruthless to control public opinion these days. Marjorie, calm down a little bit. Seeing Mrs. Marjorie entering an unbeatable violent state, the most respected old woman in the entire supermarket, Principal Ripura had to stand up and say. Principal Ripura is in her 70s this year. She has taught in the only elementary school in the town all her life. It can be said that all the students under the age of 40 in the whole town are her students. So in the face of Principal Ripura, Mrs. Marjorie also had to save face, took a breath and then stopped cursing. Marjorie, what happened? Seeing her finally calmed down, Principal Ripura asked kindly. Chapter 29 A New Identity. There is a monster in the fog, Simpro has been eaten. After some curses and venting, Marjorie's mood finally calmed down, and she gave everyone a stimulating big news as soon as she opened her mouth. How is it possible? The group of people were all taken aback. Norton, the black lawyer, moved his lips to speak, but after seeing Madame Marjorie's invincible posture, he retracted his head angrily. The enemy is too strong, we can only retreat temporarily. Have you encountered that kind of weird tentacles? David Raymondon rushed over holding his son and asked Marjorie. What touched the wrist? Machiavelli asked strangely. She just followed Li Qingyuan and couldn't see exactly what the monsters looked like, because the fire was burned to charcoal before reaching the visible range. But even if I only saw the charcoal-shaped corpse, those things were definitely not related to the wrists. Huge horrible tentacles, some resemble the arms and legs of an octopus, but they are covered with sharp thorns, as if there are eyes growing on them. David Raymondon tried his best to use his own vocabulary to describe him. The scary monster seen in the storage room. At that time, it was the horrible touch of the wrist that dragged the hapless child out, and when he was dragged out, the child had already become a blood man. No, what I encountered is a group of strange monsters, they can eat people. Mrs. Marjorie was obviously a scumbag when she went to school, and she couldn't describe the appearance of those monsters over and over again. But those monsters are really strange looking, and most people really can't express it accurately. Enough, I am going to the police station for help now, is anyone willing to come together? Attorney Norton, whose face was broken, finally summoned the courage to stand up and stopped Mrs. Marjorie's repeated words. In his opinion, this mad woman may have encountered some excitement, maybe the wild boar or grey wolf that ran into the town as a monster. Because of the beautiful natural environment and good ecological protection in the small town of Valia, it is not surprising that wolves or wild boars rushed into the town in the heavy fog. If I were you, I would definitely not rush out to die now. Seeing Norton encouraging people to go out with him, Li Qingyuan spoke slowly. In fact, it is reasonable to say that as the hero who escorted Madame Marjorie back, he should have been noticed a long time ago, but because of the sturdy fighting power that Madame Marjorie just broke out, everyone subconsciously forgot him. No way, watching a woman scolding the street is always a very pleasant thing, isn't it? Are you? Norton frowned slightly and asked Li Qingyuan. Although he didn't know the name of this yellow race, the other party just stepped forward to escort Mrs. Marjorie home, and everyone in the supermarket still admired it. After all, before discovering the outside situation, even Norton had to encourage other talents to dare to go out together. There is no way, even if he keeps hypnotic ability deep in his heart, the fog outside is just a normal weather phenomenon, but he really doesn't dare to go out without a group of 5 people. Qingyuan Li, ICPO, this is my certificate. Li Qingyuan took out this certificate and flashed it in front of Norton's eyes. Not to mention Norton, even Hawkeye wouldn't be able to see clearly what was written on it. The agility of 8 points makes his hand speed comparable to that of a magic master, and if he goes to play in the league, he is at least at the level of a top team. ICPO. Norton looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. When has such a young ICPO been there? However, just as it is difficult for the yellow race to distinguish the appearance of black people, with his racial ability, he naturally can't tell how old Li Qingyuan is. Yes, I came to Walia this time mainly because I received a mission from the United Nations. I heard that the US military is carrying out an anti-human biological weapon research and development plan here. Li Qingyuan cleared his throat and began to fabricate his identity. ICPO is the abbreviation of Interpol. The organization remains absolutely politically neutral and does not belong to any country from a legal point of view. This organization does not involve in any political, military, religious, or ethnic crimes. Its duty is only to combat transnational crimes, vicious crimes and various large-scale criminal activities harmful to the people. For example, if a country secretly researches and develops large-scale biological and chemical weapons, then from the perspective of authority, this belongs to the scope of the Interpol's authority. But just listen to this stuff. Who among the big countries has not developed it at home, but who dares to control it? Definitely, if you are a government in the Middle East or South America who dare to do this stuff, Interpol will come to your door in minutes to stop you, believe it or not. Norton's doubts were all mentioned in his throat instantly. Interpol is so courageous, dare to freely investigate research activities on military bases by America. Is it because the president of Interpol thinks that his term of office is too long? Want to see God earlier? What did he say? What is IPCO? Compared to Norton's knowledge, the rest of the supermarket was blinded instantly. They are all honest and dutiful rural residents. The biggest legal problem encountered in this life is that the bicycle was stolen. Criminal police, a tall-sounding organization, is too far away for these people. Although America is free, shooting every day, but in fact, most of those shootings occurred in prosperous cities such as New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, etc. Inland enclosed towns such as the small town of Walia, all the guns in the entire town were added together. It is estimated that there is not enough double digits. This still includes those from the police station. As a celebrity in the small town, David Raymondon immediately began to explain to everyone, so instantly Li Qingyuan became extremely mysterious and tall in everyone's eyes. No way, the great American emperor likes to make hot-blooded agent movies, not to mention the magical ability he showed just now, so everyone immediately equated him with 007, Rambo and others. Although Li Qingyuan's figure seems to be different from that of Rambo, he might be Bruce Lee. Kung Fu still has a certain market in the US. Quiet everyone. Seeing that most of the people had already believed in the vests they had fabricated, Li Qingyuan clapped his hands and shouted. The United Nations received a tip that the US military base is manufacturing terrorist biological weapons here. I was originally sent to confirm the news, but now. He pointed to the thick fog outside. Just now when I escorted Mrs. Marjorie home, I encountered 3 waves of monsters on the road. Those monsters acted swiftly and contained poison. If ordinary people encountered it, there would only be a dead end. Thank you for your rewards on every page of my poem, and by the way, please ask for the amount of votes for collection and recommendation. The new book issue needs these data, thank you all. Chapter 30 10 Days. The US military base hidden in the valley is actually studying different dimensional wormholes, but compared to biochemical weapons, the interpretation of different dimensional wormholes is definitely more troublesome. Besides, Li Qingyuan felt that it would be better to let this group of people a little bit hope, something that sounds like a big thing like another dimension, it's better not to explain it to ordinary people. To be honest, if he is now strong enough, he can consider directly entering the US military base in the valley and finding the instrument that can break through the space constraints. Although he didn't know how to use that stuff at all, he wanted to use the means of Marvel's Frankensteins to fiddle with it, and it would definitely produce gratifying results. He didn't ask much, so he could get himself some space equipment. Anyway, the space ring can be regarded as the standard configuration for the protagonists of the major crossing streams, so how can I have to have one? It seems to be a gossip. Everyone in the supermarket has already begun to excite, especially after the 3 hapless base soldiers were pushed out for questioning. It intensified everyone's anger. The 3 soldiers were actually just watching the gate of the base, and they didn't know anything about what was being researched in the base, but because they were watching the gate, somehow they had listened to other people's babblings. They heard from friends standing guard inside that it seemed that the base was studying some terrifying things, but it was obvious that this group of soldiers could not distinguish the difference between wormholes in different dimensions and biochemical weapons, since the Interpol in front of him having said that, it should be right to think. Damn, those damn politicians, just spend our taxpayers' money like this. Attorney Norton, who was originally scolded by Mrs. Marjorie, quickly jumped out to show his presence, saying that he must initiate a lawsuit like the federal government and sue the government. Actually dare to study destructive weapons in populated areas. Seeing a group of people who were passionate about eating melons mobilized by black lawyers, Li Qingyuan shook his head helplessly. These guys really don't know how to write dead words. Still counting on litigation? Do they think they still have a life to go to court? Mr. Police Officer. David Raymond is worthy of being the protagonist of the movie. When others were attracted by Norton and the 3 soldiers, he directly brought his son and a few friends to Li Qingyuan's side. Looking at the people next to him, Raymond and his son, Ms. Amanda, supermarket manager Ollie, and Principal Ripra are all there, and there are still a few dragons who don't know their names. Li Qingyuan is not in the mood to go. Write down their names. As for Mrs. Marjorie, she is now a hardcore fan of Li Qingyuan, and her hot eyes almost want to swallow him. In the side mission, Mrs. Camody, like Barrister Norton, is selling her beliefs in the crowd and preparing to collect believers. I almost forgot to explain that Mrs. Camody was actually a mildly mentally ill. She carried a copy of the Old Testament with her, always thinking that God would bring disasters to punish the world and escape a cult member. On weekdays, everyone met her and avoided her, but the sudden crisis situation made her feel like a fish in water. No way, you can't expect everyone to stay awake when a crisis breaks out. In the last mission, the supermarket cashier was standing next to the 3 soldiers, trying to calm the anger of those around him. She and one of the soldiers can be regarded as childhood sweethearts, and they have a good relationship with each other. Because they learned that the accident was caused by the military base, now those guys who feel hurt and deceived are preparing to repair the 3. A soldier. Anyway, the entire supermarket is now in a mess. Everyone seems to be very busy, but in fact, they don't know what they are actually doing. What's the matter? Li Qingyuan asked, sitting comfortably on the sofa, holding a bucket of popcorn and ice cola in his hand. Large supermarkets are good for this, you can find everything. You said that this crisis was caused by the leak of the biochemical virus from the military base. David Raymondton sorted out his words, and asked the young Interpol in front of him. I don't know, but it should be almost the same. Since you are here, do you mean that the government and the United Nations will come to save us soon? David immediately found Hwadian and asked the question everyone wanted to ask. The supermarket is full of ordinary people, and the 3 soldiers have received formal training, but the 3 guys are now being beaten by the enthusiastic crowd. It is estimated that they can't be counted on. Therefore, Li Qingyuan, who understands his internal affairs and seems to be agile, immediately became the most worthy of following in the supermarket. Definitely, if the government can resolve the commotion before dark, then everyone can go back to each house and find each mother. Yes, this situation should be due to problems with the experiments in the base. Whether it is the US government or the United Nations, it must soon send corresponding troops to solve all of this. Li Qingyuan nodded. Very good. Everyone, including David, was overjoyed. Although the government was messing around with such an accident, under the current circumstances, only the state machinery can solve this crisis. I guess, maybe 10 days should be enough. It was just Li Qingyuan's next sentence that instantly knocked the group of people into hell. 10 days. David turned his neck stiffly, and asked him incredulously. Yes, about 10 days. How is it possible? 10 days. Those monsters are cruising outside. 10 days are enough time for them to wash the entire town of Valia 3 times. David Raymondon raised his throat and roared. 10 days. Even if it is a natural disaster, waiting 10 days later, there will be heavy casualties, not to mention that there are still unknown numbers and races of biochemical monsters outside. The government troops will not be able to come to the rescue until 10 days later. Is that coming to the rescue? It is estimated that the corpse will not be collected. Do you think the government was run by your family? For such a big incident, you must first confirm it, and then start reporting it layer by layer. The most important thing is to quickly find someone who is qualified to take the blame and wait until all of this is done. I will consider sending soldiers to pay for it. 10 days is already fast. Ignoring David's irritable eyes, Li Qingyuan took a sip of ice cola and said slowly. Anyway, this is just a remote town, and there is no big shot. Even if everyone in the town is dead, it's not a big deal for the politicians in the White House, or they would like everyone to die. There is no need to think about the reasons, just say that there is an earthquake or a plague here. How simple. Chapter 31 2 Plans. Is the thinking of politicians really so vicious and terrifying? David, who felt that his outlook on life was under attack, was immediately at a loss, and the others looked unbelievable. Impossible, but there are more than 10,000 residents in the town of Valia. How could the government let so many of us leave it alone? It seemed that it was to cheer myself up. By the way, I might also have illusions about the big shots thousands of miles away. David and a group of people started to cheer themselves up. After grabbing a handful of popcorn, Li Qingyuan didn't bother to pay attention to them. These people are still hopeful for themselves or the government before they are desperate. As a foreigner, even if he has the identity of Interpol, not many people will listen to him. After all, so far, only a few people have seen the monster cannibalism, and the others are just hearsay. Hearing people say that seeing myself is a concept of 2 magnitudes, so these guys still hold unrealistic illusions, which is also the intention. In the original plot, Mrs. Carmody didn't care about her when she promoted the doctrine on the first day, but after everyone experienced the monster attack on the first night, there were more than a dozen believers in an instant. When the protagonist and his team failed to rescue the drugstore in the afternoon of the next day, the rest of the people were almost convinced. People, if you don't push them on the road of absolutes, they don't even know that they are such a waste. Kakakaka. The taste of popcorn is really good, especially when paired with iced cola. It really makes people feel very comfortable. It's a pity that there isn't a beautiful chick waiting by her side. Mrs. Machiavelli came here deliberately, but with Lee King-yuan's upright character, it is naturally impossible for her to get close to herself. After all, there are still 2 children to take, so please hurry up and serve the children. Mr. Police Officer, since you are so calm, I think there must be a safe way to evacuate. The others were still turning around like a headless fly, and the supermarket manager Ollie walked directly to him and asked. To be honest, in the whole movie, Ollie's performance is much more eye-catching than the protagonist. Compared with the protagonist David, who sometimes uses emotions, Ollie appears more calm and determined. If he hadn't unluckily opened the supporting role Halo and died in the hands of the giant mantis in the final breakout, it is estimated that the movie would be another ending. There is no way to safely evacuate. I don't know how many biochemical monsters have gathered in the dense fog. Walking is simply looking for death, and driving the car will attract those giant monsters. Lee Qingyuan started to ridicule without changing his face. If you all run away, what will I do with Lao Tzu's mission? Then you are so calm. Ollie was a little surprised. Could it be said that agents always put life and death out of control? Facing a life and death crisis, there are still leisure snacks. It's only 10 days, I just find a place to hide. Can those monsters still find me? Anyway, with so many targets from you, I will definitely die behind you. Someone shamelessly pointed to the group in front of you. The people eating melon said with a relaxed look. Ollie's face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten Ollie. Are you not Interpol? Shouldn't you take it as your duty to protect the safety of ordinary people? Why look at me with that look? I'm not an American policeman. Aren't there 3 of you American soldiers over there? Let them protect you. When Lee Qingyuan said so, everyone's expressions became even more ugly. Count on the 3 soldiers who are being besieged to save them. It's better to wipe the neck directly. Police officer, you are definitely a good person, so for the sake of the children, help us. David rolled his eyes and immediately thought of the excuses. Just now the other party was able to risk the rescue of Mrs. Marjorie's 2 children. It was absolutely merciful to want to come to the other party. The reason for saying that now is completely duplicity. Looking at the smart protagonist, Lee Qingyuan felt that such a kind person should give him a chance. To be honest, if possible, he even wants to save all the people in the entire town. If he can save nearly 10,000 people, then his attribute points alone can make him break through the sky. At that time, Captain Marvel may be slightly lost, but there is no problem in slinging Iron Man. But that's not realistic at all. He is now a 2nd-level trumpet, not to mention the last guarding boss in the mist, the son of Goat. Even he can't beat the mantis monster. So let's settle down and accept this wave of rewards from the supermarket first. Actually, I have expressed my attitude if I am willing to tell you these secrets. He continued to take a sip of ice cola. If everyone in the supermarket can follow my orders, it is estimated that some people will be able to survive until the rescue comes. Are there only a few people? You don't know the current situation outside at all. Besides, do you think those people are willing to listen to me now? Lee Qingyuan nodded with his hand to the people who were making trouble in front of him and said, "Never expect that a shock of your tiger's body will make others bow your ears to you, even if he shows extraordinary strength and pulls out a big tiger skin, but so far only a few people are willing to join him around. By the way, the reason these people are willing to come here is mainly for David's sake." Compared with Lee Qingyuan, an Interpol who suddenly popped out, everyone would subconsciously choose those acquaintances, even if that acquaintance was originally unreliable. After all, until now, most people have not seen monsters, and basically everyone will not change their minds at will before encountering a life and death crisis in person. Unless he can drop 10 guilds in one effort now and directly get rid of those disobedient thorns, but then God knows what flaws will appear in the future. So let it go, and wait until a monster comes to the supermarket to kill a few people, then the remaining guys will listen to him obediently. I think it doesn't matter who listens to it now. What is important is that we should strengthen our defense. David thought of the key point in an instant. I think we should find a sturdy building to guard now. The supermarket is not safe at all. But compared to David's proposal, Ollie put forward a different idea. Compared with a large glass-constructed building such as a supermarket, it is obvious that a concrete building is a safer place. The reason why everyone in the original plot wanted to escape was because they severed all contact with the outside world and saw no hope at all. But now that Li Qingyuan has said that the national government should send people to deal with the situation and rescue in 10 days, then everyone only needs to find a safe place to hide. Chapter 32. I think we should listen to Mr. Officer's opinion. Seeing that the two guys David and Ollie were arguing about whether to stay in the supermarket or go out to find a stronghold, Ms. Amanda had to stand up and be a peacemaker. In the original plot, the woman is the heroine. In 2 days, she and the heroine seem to have something about the relationship, but because the life and death crisis is right in front of them, there is no substantial contact between the two at all. If the ending is not so spoof, maybe the two will really become a pair after they escape. After all, the hero's wife should have been eaten by the monster by now. Compared with the beauty of Mrs. Marjorie, Ms. Amanda has reached the aesthetic standards of normal people at any rate. Although she is more than 30 years old, she can maintain her figure and skin. A little dressing can be considered a charm. Beauty. No way, this is not a big city. If she really looks good and can be the mistress of the rich, she would have ran out a long time ago, and she would stay in such a small place. Li Qingyuan is holding snacks like a theater version and knocking on the ecology in front of him, thinking that it is a legendary arts and science film specially used to set off humanity. This Nima is at a critical juncture, and she is still thinking about pulling her own hills one by one, which is really a bit of ignorance. After Ms. Amanda's reminder, David and Ollie stopped arguing and looked at him together. You don't know the horror of biological weapons. For those large monsters, whether it is a concrete house or a glass panel supermarket, the defensive effect is the same. Li Qingyuan shrugged, unless it was a military base. Buildings, or the children of goats are all 1 foot on the other. Besides, with so many attribute points in the supermarket, he would not give up easily before encountering a real crisis. David, who was supported by Li Qingyuan, was instantly smug and immediately began arranging everyone to strengthen the defense of the supermarket. After knowing that there are human-eating biochemical monsters outside and that the government and the army will come to rescue them, even the ironist black lawyer Norton now has to carry the goods as ordered. After all, when a person rushes out to face the unknown fear, compared to a group of people waiting for rescue in a supermarket, it is an individual who knows what to do. Although Li Qingyuan had made up his mind to make these guys suffer a bit, he still gave a few pointers to let these guys do better defensive measures. For example, take out all the books and papers in the supermarket, then glue them to the glass, and then stick them with tape. For everyone in the supermarket, what they need to worry about is not the top boss like Goat Sun, because they can't even run away when they encounter that thing. Li Qingyuan feels that according to the urine nature of the system, the monsters he encounters should be mainly small gregarious monsters, and then at the end, he should spawn a big octopus or giant mantis monster or something. The entire glass wall was quickly covered with paper due to everyone's efforts. Of course, the defensive effect that this can play is almost zero, but it can block the view of the monster outside. As for whether those monsters have vision, who knows? It is useless for you to do this. The Lord is watching you. We have to face the Lord's ruling bravely. Human greed will surely arouse the Lord's anger. Mrs. Camody held the Bible in her hand and jumped up and down. Channeling, is preaching her doomsday parallelism. To be honest, when you watch the movie, you think this woman is quite annoying, but when you actually see her, you find that this guy is a bit sad. Living in her own vein, at least the second element of the dead house is still immersed in a beautiful world, but she is living in distress, and living should be a very painful thing for her. Definitely, regardless of whether this woman is pitiful or not, Li Qingyuan won't have the slightest pity for her. If it weren't for the mission requirement to count her, he would have waited until the evening to let the Madame Camodi be directly killed by the monster in the chaos. "Mr. Officer, I don't know how you call roar." Ms. Amanda approached Li Qingyuan and asked. Most people in the supermarket are working hard to survive, but Li Qingyuan, as the initiator, rests comfortably on the sofa. In his words, he has to cultivate his energy and wait for work. If there is any sudden state, he still needs to save the scene. Definitely, this kind of high-sounding words seem to be of little use to the people of America, and several guys actually asked him to come and work in a righteous manner. Then, after he took out the pistol around his waist, the guys immediately realized their mistake seriously, saying that it was the basic responsibility of the people to let the police officers rest. It really deserves to be free America. It's better to use guns to reason than anything else. Li, you just call roar and I'm police officer Li. Tilted his head and glanced at Ms. Amanda, Li Qingyuan withdrew his gaze again. It is true that this Ms. Amanda is a far cry from Mrs. Marjorie, but still does not reach his aesthetic pass. So even if the opponent had already used the magical skill of dribbling the ball and hitting people, he still didn't move at all. "Sergeant Li, can you leave me a place?" Amanda saw the other person take a look and then turned around, hurriedly lowered her body and whispered to his ear. As a woman, Amanda is much smarter than David and Norton. She just saw Ollie go to the bathroom with the police officer. By the way, she disappeared from everyone's sight for a while, and immediately knowing that the other party must have some special task entrusted to Ollie. The supermarket is only a first-level means. Since the system gave him 7 days, it is impossible for Li Qingyuan to hang himself on a tree. There are now more than 200 survivors in the supermarket. Even if your system is a pure system without any emotional factors, it is impossible to let yourself finish this wave calmly. So it's for sure to prepare a backroad. As a supermarket manager, Ollie knows that there is an underground warehouse behind the supermarket, and it should be okay to have more than a dozen people in it. So Li Qingyuan ordered him to transfer some food and fresh water to the back. If something was irresistible, he would let other people in the supermarket be the bait, and he took Ollie and a few people into the ground. Go to warehouse. Naturally, this kind of thing cannot be known to too many people, after all, these cannon fodder efforts are still needed now. But he didn't expect that he just gave Ollie a little command, and the woman had actually noticed it. It seems that no matter what time, don't treat other people as fools too much. Chapter 33, Night Attack. The sky slowly got dark, and the street lights on the square in the center of the town gradually turned on. I didn't see any monsters for the whole afternoon. Although everyone who was idle did not say anything, they thought in their hearts that the so-called monsters were probably alarmist. After all, even if the base is really developing some biological weapons, there won't be a lot of them. If it spreads to the entire town, you might not encounter them if you are lucky. It's like talking about Norton, a black lawyer. He has already calculated in his heart that he really can't take a few people out and drive away from this place tomorrow morning. Although the Interpol, who did not know the origin, said that someone would come to rescue him, Norton felt that his own destiny would be better in his own hands. Snapped. Snapped. While everyone was whispering to study what to do tomorrow, there was a palpitation outside the window suddenly. Don't get me wrong, this is not the sound of discussing the philosophy of life, but the sound of large arthropods climbing on the glass wall. Originally, Li Qingyuan thought that as long as the glass was glued with paper, the harassment of the poisonous scorpions could be avoided, because those things seemed to be photo-taxis. But now it seems that it is not because of the photo-taxis of shit, but because this stuff is basically everywhere. Poisonous scorpion flying insects should be similar to the mosquitoes in human society. They will only appear when the sky is completely dark, and as the bottom of the entire food chain, they are completely garbage that wins by quantity. God knows how many poisonous scorpion flying insects are out there. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Someone yelled in surprise when they saw the scary flying insect lying on the glass wall from the observation port that remained. Strange insects with the palm of an adult's palm are lying densely on the outer wall. These strange insects look like mutated giant dragonflies, but they have funny and terrifying heads. On the 6 tentacles are sharp claws that resemble a mantis's sickle, and on their tails are some big killers that resemble scorpion tails. The vitality of this thing is actually very fragile. After all, it is just a mosquito-like life body, but for humans, it is a very deadly threat. To be honest, Li Qingyuan would rather deal with the mantis monster alone than face a group of poisonous scorpion flying insects. You know, if a mosquito bites a person, it will only make you a bag, but if you are bitten by this thing, you can basically report to God. With a body 100 times larger than a mosquito, the toxins are naturally strengthened by more than 100 times. Is this a monster outside? The black lawyer asked Li Qingyuan with a cold sweat. He was still figuring out how to take people out for a run tomorrow, but now he is secretly glad that he didn't make an arbitrary decision. The remaining viewing windows are limited, so everyone can only judge by the rustling from outside, but even if the outside scene is not visible, the neat rustling alone can make the dense furies faint. There are locusts coming from the smoke, and the Lord has given them a scorpion-like ability. Mrs. Camodi didn't know where she fetched a scented candle, and said with a broken heart in her hand, "Can't you think of a way to shut her up?" Ms. Amanda leaned to Li Qingyuan's side and asked softly. Mrs. Camodi is like Toad, a leper crawling on human feet. Of course, she can't bite people, but it's disgusting. I can tell her to shut up forever, but I don't think everyone in the supermarket will agree. Li Qingyuan reluctantly spread his hands. If possible, he would like to directly use thunder to remove everything in the entire supermarket. The vitality is gathered, but it really can't be done. He is now a little bit stronger than ordinary people. Although the ability of the blasting ghost can give him a certain degree of self-protection, it cannot cause a crushing effect on everyone in the entire supermarket. Even if you directly use guns and explosives to make everyone surrender temporarily, God knows if these guys will resist violently. He has only one person, and if he was shot at night while he was asleep, it would be finished. What's more, the mission this time is to save people but not to kill. I really want to kill everyone. Why did you come to this world? Does your mission often kill people? Ms. Amanda asked, sitting leaning against him, biting his ear. Don't tell me, when a woman talks next to your ear, it really feels a little itchy. Li Qingyuan frowned, turned her head and looked at Ms. Amanda, who was about to squeeze into her arms. Her heart was full of confusion. Isn't this woman ambiguous with the protagonist in the movie? Why are you so prepared to post upside down? When did your own personality charm become so great? It's a pity that the damn director was reluctant to spend money, and all the actors invited were passerby actors. There was really no way to achieve his own aesthetic pass. The only face value in the entire supermarket should be the cashier. Sorry. Even if the other party has a square poker face, it wins in youth and beauty, plus the facial features can be considered good, barely able to reach the standard line of beauty. But Sari is now staying next to her soldier boyfriend. The 3 soldiers were severely reprimanded by others in the afternoon, and now they are shrinking in the corner and dare not speak. Boom. At the moment, there was a sudden violent crash from the window, which made everyone jump. From the intensity of the sound, it sounded as if an adult was hitting the glass with all his strength. The glass used in supermarkets is strengthening glass. Generally speaking, adults would not want to break their heads even if they smash their heads. However, for the skeleton birds that are preying on the outside, their physiological structure is much harder than that of humans. If the poisonous scorpion flying insects are similar to the mosquitoes in the Earth's ecosystem, then the skeleton birds are somewhat like dragonflies. They feed on the poisonous scorpion flying insects because they can't afford other things. Poisonous scorpions and flying insects are densely covering the whole town, so these skeleton birds will start to prey at night. The skeletal bird's predation method is to dive directly from the air, rush over the poisonous scorpion flying insect, and then directly peck it into the mouth with its sharp mouthparts similar to pterosaurs. Anyway, the skeleton bird's tone is extremely hard, and generally speaking, there is no damage even if it hits a rock, so they don't care what they peck. If it is a concrete wall, it is at most a hole pecked on the surface, but for the glass plate of a supermarket, every time a skeleton bird pecks it, a new crack will appear in the glass. Everyone in the supermarket couldn't see what was happening outside. They could only watch the cracks appearing on the glass wall. The broken glass was held by the scotch tape stuck to it, forming a mysterious convex rise. Chapter 34. Click. The strengthening glass finally shattered in the sound of everyone's prayers, and then a weird head stuck out from the hole. The monster that poked its head looked a lot like the pterosaur in the textbook, but it was much uglier than the pterosaur. And compared with the size of the pterosaur, this monster is also much smaller. If it stands upright on the ground, its height is a little bit taller than the biggest white goose. Li Qingyuan had even thought in his heart that if the skeleton strange bird was steamed, he would not know how it tasted. After all, compared to other strange creatures that seem to make people's stomach, the skeleton bird still barely meets the standards of ingredients. Definitely, except for the mess he was thinking about, the others in the supermarket still started to scream and collapse. Everyone can barely keep calm when they start to see the poisonous scorpion flying insects crawling on the glass windows, because although the thing looks weird, it is too small. Even the cockroaches in the original family can be bigger than the other cockroaches. Woolen cloth. But now the head that suddenly came in, if the body is not much smaller than a human being, plus it was seen through the glass just now, but now it is directly rushed in. For ordinary people, this is true. The difference is far. You see the tiger in the zoo through the iron fence and throw you in to see the tiger. Could this be a concept? The noise made by a bunch of people instantly stunned the skeleton bird that came into the head. Why do so many strange guys suddenly appear? It flapped its wings and was about to get in through the hole, but because of the scotch tape, its head came in, but its body was still stuck outside. If it flew from the sky and then swooped down, then the strength of the skeleton bird that burst out at that moment even exceeds that of an adult male, but if the head is stuck and tossing about with two wings, it is not as powerful as a big white goose. Where to go? At this time, if the people standing by the window can be a little brave, then just take a stick and knock it over, and you can achieve the achievement of killing monsters without injury. But obviously, everyone was frightened by the others' terrifying looks, and they all retreated in a circle. Hundreds of people actually looked at where the strange bird was struggling. The glass is about to break. Norton yelled instantly as he watched the piece of glass being rushed in by the monster constantly tossing, seeing that he was about to be overwhelmed and shattered. Quick, quick, can't let it go on, get rid of it. A group of people immediately began to yell roar, but it was obvious that everyone is watching me and you, and expecting others to take action. David sighed helplessly, and picked up the baseball bat from his side. The people in this room, and even 3 soldiers, actually need him as an artist to be responsible for killing monsters. It can be seen that they are really hopeless. Just before he rushed to the front to become a hero, he saw a figure suddenly flashing past. Gorilla. The funny head of the skeleton bird directly rolled down, making a few laps on the ground. Li Qingyuan threw away the kitchen knife in his hand, leaving everyone with a bleak back. With his 8-point agility, dealing with a bird's head hanging on the wall, it is simply a hand to catch. Watching the timing and cutting down can definitely achieve a one-shot kill. It's just that he didn't expect that the bones of this bird were so hard. Anyway, I've killed chickens before, and I don't feel that the chicken's neck is so hard. He almost thought he had chopped a piece of wood with the knife just now, and now his right hand is still tingling. But fortunately, his sword was not strong enough but speedy, and the quality of the kitchen knife was not bad. Finally, there was no such funny scene that the opponent didn't die and hanged a kitchen knife on his neck. Everyone looked at the monster head still rolling on the ground, and then at Li Qingyuan, who turned and left, and suddenly swallowed and smeared one by one. Killing without saying a word, this is in line with the personality of the agent in the eyes of the general public. With such an agent by their side, everyone immediately felt much safer. Oh my God! Just before everyone had time to be happy, they saw a few flying insects flying in along the big hole that the strange bird had just pierced. Smash these bugs! It may be that Li Qingyuan hacked the skeletal strange bird to death just now gave everyone courage, or it may be a strange bird that is larger than the body. This kind of slap file size bug is far from scary even though it looks terrifying, so several passers-by immediately picked up the mop, folding stool, and other weapons in their hands, and patted the flying poisonous insects. Then, dash! Several screams suddenly sounded in the crowd, although 2 poisonous insects were shot to death in the first round, but the remaining few swiftly made a sharp turn in the air and flashed their attacks, and then the flying insects were in shock. Pointed at the target that attacked them and pierced through. Quickly, block the hole. Ollie hurriedly directed the people to block the hole pierced by the strange bird, and by the way, the others were hurriedly carrying out the deworming work. And Li Qingyuan was standing next to Li, watching the surroundings vigilantly. In the original plot, this little girl was stung to death by a poisonous insect, and he didn't want the other party to die in the insect's mouth like in the plot. After all, this little girl is related to his side mission. As for those passers-by who were bitten to death by bugs, I'm sorry, even if you don't die today, you will definitely die tomorrow. Besides, if you can't deal with a few bugs, it doesn't seem to be very useful to live, right? The 2 worms that slipped through the net were still killed by angry people, but they paid the price of 3 lives. It can only be said that because modern life makes people not pay attention to the development of physical strength, it is really embarrassing to kill this kind of bug. Damn it, it is poisonous. Looking at the 3 people lying on the ground who were constantly twitching and exhaling more and less air, the others were all scared for a while. They didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous weird insects actually contained deadly toxins. It is more exciting to see people around you die unexpectedly than listening to other people's dictation. Everyone in the supermarket is now very passionate, and the imminent survival crisis makes everyone nervous. Boom! But before everyone calmed down, I heard another sore sound from the glass. All right? Li Qingyuan shook his head depressed, knowing that the system would not let him finish the task so smoothly. I still remember that the attack on the first night in the plot only lasted a wave, but now it seems that it will not stop until dawn. Fortunately, he instructed everyone to seal all the glass with tape, otherwise it would be more fun now. Chapter 35. Roar. Li Qingyuan, who had been busy most of the night, took a deep breath in a place where no one was paying attention. Roar let out a sigh of relief. Although 5-point physique is a normal standard for adults, after tossing in the middle of the night, I still feel quite tired. There is no way, the attacks of the skeleton birds at night are endless. God knows why the poisonous scorpions and flying insects like to lie on the glass plate so much, which caused the silly skeleton birds to completely commit suicide towards the glass. Board charge. So all night, he acted like a hamster, and was responsible for hacking the strange birds with their heads in. Then the others immediately hurriedly went to plug the hole with all kinds of strange things. Fortunately, after continuing to pay the tuition of 2 lives, there are finally a few brave guys who can use the temporarily polished javelin to stab the skull bird with his head exposed, and he has also been given a certain amount of rest time. After one night, there were 13 or 14 hacked skeleton birds' heads, and now he felt that his tiger's mouth was about to split. This was the first night. I was so tired and half dead. If I stayed through to the 7th day, the ghost knew what would happen. This is the Lord's punishment. The Lord is very angry with the behavior of human beings now, so it will impose a punishment from heaven. Mrs. Carmody was energetically preaching her doomsday doctrine, and beside her, 2 or 3 women were listening carefully. When Mrs. Carmody spoke yesterday, everyone still only regarded her as hysteria, but after a night of monster attacks, a few weak-hearted guys have begun to consider whether the words she said are really effective. Not everyone can remain calm after seeing a dead body. 5 people died overnight. At best, it is only a piece of data in the ears of the audience, but for everyone living in the supermarket, it is a nightmare-like experience. The 5 former acquaintances just fell in front of him like this, their faces were swollen like pigs' heads, and the whole body was black and blue. This scene will definitely make many people in the peaceful world directly scared to pee on their pants. I think we should shut her up. If we let her preach this way, maybe no one will work tomorrow. David yawned and walked to Li Qingyuan and suggested. There are still a lot of things that need to be handled by people, such as moving all the shelves in the supermarket and installing them behind the windows. These iron frames can be used as a second line of defense after the broken glass. If the skeleton birds dare to attack again at night, there will definitely be no return. The few people who died last night are definitely a good thing for Li Qingyuan. The most intuitive change is that most people in the basic supermarket now regard him as his head. At least when these guys are ordered to work now, no one will continue to behave like Yin. Go, kill her. Li Qingyuan turned his head and glanced at David, then handed the pistol around his waist to him. No, David got stuck in a moment, looking at the pistol in front of him at a loss. He did feel that Mrs. Carmody was very annoying, and it was definitely a negative buff to put in our camp, but when he asked him to kill, he really didn't have the guts. In the movie plot, the reason why he hated Mrs. Carmody, and finally killed each other when he evacuated, was mainly because the contradiction between the two sides had developed to an endless degree at that time. After all, David is just a painter. Even if he is a little better than Li Qingyuan in terms of physical fitness, people subconsciously don't have much hope for him. Now it is completely different. Whether it is Li Qingyuan's nonsense Interpol status and his light-handed hacking technique last night, everyone in the supermarket sees the hope of survival. Not to mention 10 days, no, the reinforcements are coming in 9 days. Therefore, the current Mrs. Carmody can only pull 2 or 3 believers, without the strength of Aurora in the original book. Since there is no strength, then there is no need to rise to the level of life and death. Since you don't even have the courage to kill, why come and tell me this? Do you think it would be more convenient to kill her with my hand? Li Qingyuan drooped his eyes and glanced at David. No, I definitely don't have such an idea. David waved his hand quickly, expressing that he was a good, pure, and upright person. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Mrs. Carmody, he definitely did not rise to the level of murder. This is the reaction of normal people. Those who are about to kill all the enemies at every turn are definitely villain templates, and they will definitely not survive the finale. It's very simple. Tell everyone. Divide the supermarket into 2 areas. Those who are willing to work and obedient stay here. Those who are unwilling to work and make troubles will be thrown directly to the other side. Li Qingyuan thought about it. Said at once. Originally, he wanted to save everyone who was named in the side quest as much as possible, because maybe some hidden rewards could be triggered. but now it seems that it is simply a dream. The attack on the first night alone made him quite busy, let alone 6 days. If you still have the idea of ingesting a lot of reward points and hiding tasks, maybe you will get it here. The dungeon world is just a way to improve his strength, he doesn't want to give away his life here. After all, I seem to have traveled directly physically every time. If I hang up here, maybe I really hang up. Anyway, he would never use his life to verify the relationship between the dungeon world and the real world. So since Mrs. Carmody is an unstable factor, let her fend for herself. The woman has no destructive power at all except for her utterly babbled lips. Her biggest destructiveness is to deceive people, but under the pressure of reality, no one would believe her theory. The few women gathered next to her are mainly because the men who died last night were their husbands. They are now psychologically extremely empty and sad, so they would listen to her nonsense. As for why not kill Mrs. Carmody directly? His current identity is the savior leading this group of people. If he kills people directly, God knows what these people will think. Everyone will fantasize about heroes to save themselves when they are in trouble, but once they are a little safe, they will question the hero's behavior. Avengers' lessons for the past are vivid, and he doesn't want to make himself so passive. Definitely, the main reason is lack of strength. If he has the power to sweep the entire town now, he doesn't care what these damn plot characters think. Chapter 36 Parasitic Spiders. The next 2 days were very dull. The poisonous scorpion flying insects and skeleton strange birds that arrived on time every night even became the flavoring agent for everyone's betting and fun. After experiencing the initial panic, everyone in the supermarket also reacted. These so-called biochemical monsters were not as scary as they had imagined. Human beings can be regarded as the spirit of all things. If they were primitive people, they could rely on the stone axes and spears to kill the beasts of the Ice Age into extinct animals, let alone the modern people who have developed for nearly 10,000 years. Even in terms of physical quality, it may not be as good as the primitive people who have been fighting for many years, but at any rate the tools now are much more advanced than the stone axe and stone spear. Poisonous scorpions and skeleton birds, the two lowest-end scum in the monster world, are the most convenient for newcomers to practice. Li Qingyuan also rarely spent 2 days free, so he took advantage of this opportunity to re-exercise. With the addition of 3 points of agility, he can definitely reach the level of an ordinary agent in terms of speed and neural responsibility, but because the speed has suddenly increased by half, the body is a little uncoordinated, and there must be a buffer period to slowly adapt. This discovery also made him a little embarrassed. Fortunately, this mission made him have to add some points in advance. If he is really ready to learn Voldemort and put together dozens or hundreds of points in one breath, maybe his body will collapse directly. The situation is very good. After the day before yesterday, Mrs. Carmody and her 2 brain-dead fans were locked in the isolation room, and now the whole supermarket is full of hope. To be honest, these Yankees clamor for so-called freedom and human rights every day, but when Li Qingyuan expressed his willingness to explain the truth to them, all of them instantly expressed unconditional support. Choosing between Mrs. Carmody, who talks about admonishing others to die all day long, and Interpol, who is armed with stunts and mystery, do I have to think too much about this question? In fact, there is a devil in everyone's heart, but he is suppressed under normal circumstances. Now that someone is willing to take this responsibility, then everyone is definitely willing to do this kind of thing. The 3 women were locked in a small isolation room and did not know what the smell inside was. But these are all trivial matters, and it's a benevolence if they haven't thrown them out to feed the monsters. Lee, do you want some beer? David asked with a smile. There is no shortage of food in the supermarket. For such a big supermarket, let alone 10 days, even 2 months is more than enough. Especially after lawyer Norton said that when the crisis is lifted, he will initiate a lawsuit on behalf of a small town like a state agency, and can definitely ensure that everyone can receive an astronomical amount of compensation. Now the morale of everyone in the supermarket can almost be used to explode. Describe. To be honest, if it weren't for the fear that there might be a legendary giant monster outside, these people might be ready to hold a party every day. No worries about food and drink, no annoying work, and although he is besieged in the supermarket, there are hundreds of compatriots around him, and it doesn't make people feel depressed. The monster attack at night is more like a kind of entertainment. When I think that I can lie on the compensation fund for a few days later, even if it is David, who has a dead wife, I can't help but feel a little excitement in my heart. Although this kind of thinking seems very inhuman, it is more important for Americans who advocate freedom that the deceased is gone. It is more important to cherish the present. Ms. Amanda has touched soft nails on Lee Kingyuan's side for 2 consecutive days, and now she has given up the boring behavior of self-seeking, but is glaring with David. Considering that the supermarket is not overcrowded now, maybe the two would have found a corner with no one to do indescribable things. Lee, be happy, why are you so frowning? David handed the beer to Lee Kingyuan's hand and asked with a smile. Humans are very adaptable creatures. Seeing those flying insects and skeleton birds on the first night can make everyone pee their pants in fright, but now even women can laugh at those things and use them. The baseball bat knocks them to death. I think something might happen today. He took the beer that David handed over, pulled the pull ring away and poured it down, and he said with discretion. The system would never allow oneself to spend 7 days with such a laugh. Today is the 4th day. So far, there are more than 230 people in the supermarket, and none of the side mission targets have died. If you mix yourself up to the finale, you will have more than 30 reward points alone, and if you click all of them, your physical fitness is estimated to be tied with a 55 draw. In any case, the system cannot be so kind. How could it happen? You are an agent now, and you are thinking too much. David was going to reach out and pat his shoulder, but after thinking about it, he smiled and shrugged. What? But the scream that came from the isolation room immediately slapped David in the face. What's the matter? Everyone immediately ran towards the isolation room with weapons in their hands. In any case, the spirit of these people was obviously much stronger than 3 days ago. At the very least, in such an emergency, everyone would take up weapons and prepare to fight back, instead of just screaming and running around. Seeing Lee Kingyuan coming over, everyone immediately gave up away. It is better for professional people to solve professional matters. Sari stood trembling and crying. She was responsible for delivering the food. In any case, Mrs. Kamodi is also considered one of the goals of the side mission, and it would be best if she could not kill her. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't grasp the position of the move, Lee Kingyuan was thinking of directly marking the opponent as a vegetative, and then spending the 7 days steadily. Just wanting to label a person as a vegetative, this difficulty is too high, so he can only use a clumsy method to lock it in an isolation room. What's the matter? David grabbed Sari's hands and asked. This action made Ms. Amanda, who was standing behind him, instantly brightened her eyes. Boom. Sari was still trembling. Lee Kingyuan didn't bother to comfort her, but kicked the door open. I saw that the isolation room was already white, with spider cobwebs hanging everywhere, and Mrs. Carmody and the 2 mentally unstable women were now directly turned into cocoon-like objects hanging in the air. Parasitic spider. Seeing this scene, he immediately recalled. It looks like the pharmacy next door has now become a nest of parasitic spiders. The adult body of the parasitic spider is about the same size as a wash basin. In terms of combat power, it is half a catty like a skeleton bird, and it belongs to the low-level existence in the monster food chain. But spiders are proficient in all kinds of hiding and lurking. Compared with the irony of skeleton birds, spiders can be regarded as shadow hunters in the biological world. Chapter 37. Unexpectedly, it made sense. Seeing the 3 human-shaped silkworm cocoons hanging in the sky, Li Qingyuan stepped back silently. This kind of spider cobweb seems to be strongly corrosive and toxic, but it is not like sticking. The drugstore next door has now become a nest of parasitic spiders. This kind of creature has a particularly strong reproduction ability. As long as a human body is used as a carrier, you can give birth to thousands of little Spider-Mans in 48 hours. It has been 3.5 days since the mist fell, and everyone who wanted to come to the pharmacy should have become the nourishment for the little Spider-Mans. The supermarket and the pharmacy are separated by a wall, and those little Spider-Mans can crawl through the ventilation ducts or various gaps. I knew I should take someone over to clear the spider hole over there directly, which would save me the trouble now. Take a flamethrower. To deal with this kind of parasitic spider, only burning with fire is the safest method. If it is killed with other weapons, it can only kill the parasitic person at most, and it will kill the spider young in the human body. The cub has no effect at all. The 3 of them, they seem to be alive. David said weakly after looking at the 3 cocoons hanging in the air. Now we can't resist any toss. If you think they are still saved, then you go. Regarding the other party's behavior that is not looking at the situation and not looking at the mother's heart, Li Qingyuan feels that it is necessary to give him a good one. Class. Let me get the jet. David, who was stunned, immediately shrank his head and walked away. Anyway, he had seen Mrs. Commodi upset for a long time. The sentence just now was completely instinctive. Everyone who was touched by Li Qingyuan's sight immediately retracted their gazes and shouted slogans. It really made them risk their lives to save people, so let's forget it. No one is not afraid of death, especially in this situation. As long as you stay up for a few more days, you can lie on the compensation money to provide for the elderly. Who would stand up casually for the sake of others? Burn it clean. If we miss a little bit, all of us will become like this. Li Qingyuan slapped the shoulder to David, who came with the jet on his back, and Li Qingyuan strongly exhorted. Me? Me? I burned. David forced a question mark with a dumbfounded face. Is this asking him to burn Mrs. Carmody to death? Don't talk nonsense, the parasitic monsters in their bodies will soon break out. If you don't want your son to become like this, then just move more quickly. Li Qingyuan ignored David's tangled expression, and it was ordered to the crowd watching the excitement. Everyone, check it out quickly and see if there is little Spider-Man in the supermarket. Those things are fatal. If you don't want to be like them, then you should have a big check. With a bitter face, David began to burn the isolation room, while the others immediately began to look for it. Vomit. As a smell of meat came out of the isolation room, everyone spit on the ground. No way, if they knew what David was burning, if they could still afford the appetite now, that would be really scary. I want to organize manpower now and go to the next door to burn the pharmacy. Grouping the strongest ability people in the supermarket such as Ollie, Li Qingyuan told them. Only 1,000 days can be a thief, there is no one who can guard against a thief. The pharmacy has now become the legendary Pansy Cave. Based on the calculation that a corpse can produce 1,000 little Spider-Mans, at most 2 days later, they will have to face at least tens of thousands of parasitic spiders. The thought of tens of thousands of file-size spiders on the wash basin rushed towards him. Even with his mind, he couldn't help feeling numb on his scalp. So now, taking advantage of those spiders that have not yet fully evolved successfully, rushing to burn the drugstore, that is the most correct choice. We are very good here, why are we going over? After listening to Li Qingyuan's plan, everyone immediately expressed different opinions. Now there are eating and drinking in the supermarket. Although the pharmacy next door seems to have become a monster's nest, there are walls blocking it. There is no need to go out to die. Besides, I already know that the next door has become a monster's nest, so how can I not think about it before I want to die? How many skeleton birds have we killed in total these days? Seeing the way these guys passed by, Li Qingyuan was a little itchy. If it weren't for rewards, I wouldn't want to care about the life and death of these wastes of you. But there is no way. The real general public is like this when they are in danger. You see those so-called people who regard death as home and steadfastly fight for their ideals. They are basically beautified by film and television dramas. 23 the day before yesterday, and 27 yesterday. Ollie gave the answer immediately. In addition to the dozen or so killed the day before yesterday, we have killed 60 or 70 skeleton birds, but do you think their numbers have increased or decreased? As the fog grew longer, it appeared. There will be more and more monsters, and they will become stronger and stronger, but there is no way to explain this kind of thing, so he can only guide these guys to guess by themselves step by step. You mean, these monsters are reproducing? I have to say, even if these people are greedy for life and are afraid of passing away, but at any rate they can be considered agile. He just raised his head, and someone immediately followed up the following words. Yes, even if there are graduated weapons in the base, there are not so many, so these monsters can definitely breed, and the speed of reproduction is very fast. Pointing to the isolation room where the smell of meat is wafting, Li Qingyuan said calmly. When he was reminded like this, everyone immediately thought about what was burning inside, and their faces changed immediately. While it's still daytime, we have a quick fight, just go to the next door and set a fire. It's very fast. In order to cheer everyone up, he immediately made 2 flamethrowers and a dozen incendiary bombs on the spot. In the past few days, he had indeed considered adding a little defensive force to the people in the supermarket. After all, it was just making simple incendiary bombs and bombs. For the current Li Qingyuan, it was definitely a little effort. If all the 200 people in the supermarket are now armed, let alone stand for 7 days, even if it is a counterattack to the US military base in the mountains, it is very possible to steal space equipment. After all, these creatures from different dimensions did not show any particularly weird abilities except for their huge size, and they were almost as powerful as dinosaurs. Otherwise, the army would not be able to slaughter all these alien creatures in a short time. After thinking about it for a long time, he still gave up the idea that seemed so beautiful. Let's not say whether this group of ordinary people who have never come into contact with powerful weapons will use and accidentally injure themselves. With the careful consideration of everyone, he dare not give these things that threaten his life. Other people. God knows if these people have mastered the power they shouldn't have, they will have any messy and strange thoughts. Chapter 38 Mantis Giant Monster. David, Ollie, and the other 3 walked out of the supermarket under the leadership of Li Qingyuan, and touched the drugstore next door. Visibility is very low in the fog, but fortunately, the pharmacy is right next to the supermarket. It took only 10 seconds for a group of 6 people to reach the door of the pharmacy. Damn, they didn't even close the door. David couldn't help whispering when he saw the glass door opened wide in the pharmacy. How big should the hearts of the pharmacies be so that they don't close the door when they see such a strange thick fog? But obviously no one will answer this question, because even standing at the door, you can see that there are white silky flocks everywhere inside. It's just a spider's nest here. Ollie swallowed and spit. They have eaten and drank well in the supermarket these days. They didn't encounter any major difficulties at all. Suddenly seeing the scene is really impressive. Some can't stand it. Just take a few steps, as long as you can make sure it can be burned all the way. Li Qingyuan clapped his hands and instructed everyone. Zzz. A tire file size parasitic spider suddenly jumped from the ceiling and grinned at the crowd standing at the door, seeming to be roaring. If you change to someone else, you might be shocked to see such a terrifying monster, but this time the ones who followed were selected from the survivors. Everyone has at least a few skeleton birds in their hands. Life, although this spider is ugly, it is far from the level of deprivation of fighting spirit. David raised the flamethrower in his hand and shot it at the spider. The parasitic spider was about to spin silk to entangle the hotbed in front of him. As a result, he was hit by a high-intensity flame. Squeak. The spider's 8 legs struggled a bit, and there was no movement in an instant. The vitality of these things is actually not tenacious, it can even be said to be a bit fragile. Seeing the carbonized spiders, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but think in his heart. If the monsters in the mist are only this level, then maybe the US government in this world can really accomplish the so-called achievements of opening up the territory in other world. It is true that these monsters are dozens or even hundreds of times larger than the creatures on Earth, but they don't have any special abilities. Just look at the fate of ancient creatures such as blue whales and dinosaurs. If there is no special ability, it depends solely on the size, unless it can be unbelievably large, otherwise it can only become a living target in front of modern military forces. However, how this task world develops is not what he needs to care about. Let's solve the immediate trouble first. Pay special attention to the ceiling, spiders are lurking creatures. A warning was issued to the hands, and the group of people slowly entered the pharmacy. Whoosh! An incendiary bomb was thrown directly into the depths, and immediately turned into a green flame when it came into contact with the spider cobweb. Squeak! In the flames, I don't know how many spiders screamed. These are little Spider-Mans that have just hatched. Each file size is about the same as a coin. The black press looks quite infiltrating. Hurry up and clean it up. The 2 spiders lurking in the dark and preparing to escape were burned to death, and the remaining people quickly turned on the incineration mode. We are awesome. Looking at the burning drugstore, several people all screamed in excitement. 6 people wiped out thousands of monster spiders. If this spreads out, they will definitely become heroes. Of course, there must be a lot of fish that slip through the net, but it doesn't matter, wait until the little Spider-Man that ran out to grow up to threaten humans, this mission world should be over. Get out of the way. Just before everyone started to be happy, Li Qingyuan felt a sense of crisis falling from the sky. Without even thinking about it, he kicked Oli directly. Crack! A giant sickle 3 meters long passed through the air, and rubbed it against Oli's calf. Ah! In an instant, several screams were emitted from all around, and the huge monster that suddenly appeared shattered everyone's heroic dreams. Mantis monster. This thing looks very much like a giant praying mantis, but the height of more than 10 meters and the crab claw-like forelimbs more than 3 meters long are really far from the mantis. Regardless of its size or appearance, this thing is completely different from the 3 scum monsters that have been eliminated. It is definitely a predatory creature. What? David raised his flamethrower and shot it at the monster in the mist. The 5-meter-long flame dragon instantly dissipated the smoke, and the 4 legs of the mantis monster were directly touched by the flame. It's just that the flames that can carbonize the parasitic spiders are not a fatal threat to the huge amounts of mantis monsters. At best, people are burned by a lighter. Quack! An angry red pepper came out of the mantis monster's mouth, which shook people's eardrums. Well, such huge amounts of creatures, even without any special abilities, can be regarded as a weapon of war with a sufficiently hard shell. Boom! Ollie fired at the mantis monster. This little dwarf looked unremarkable, but in fact he was a master shooter and once won the state shooting championship. At the very least, it's much better than Li Qingyuan's half-hand shot. Quack! The mantis monster that was continuously attacked was angry, and the food in front of it hurt it unexpectedly, which made the mantis monster extremely annoyed. Just add a meal before the meal, and I was actually bitten by the food. Get out of the way. Seeing the mantis monster's forelimbs slashed over again, everyone immediately began to flee. However, compared to the other's huge amounts of body shape, the human legs are really too slow. The speed of the mantis monster is not fast, but if its forelimbs are fully deployed to a full 10 meters long, such a large attack range, unless it is slow to the degree of a sloth, otherwise it is absolutely impossible for a normal person to run away. What? A hapless person who didn't know name was caught. He screamed in the air while staring at Li Qingyuan with hatred. Just now, if according to the normal situation, he should be able to avoid, but Li Qingyuan directly pushed him, causing him to be caught by the mantis monster's crab claws. No way, Li Qingyuan could only shrug his shoulders looking at the man who was about to be sandwiched in half. If you don't die, then if you calculate it by inertia, it should be David who is not running fast with the flamethrower on his back. Choose between 1 point and 1 point. Smart people know how to do it well. Anyway, everyone was exhausted just now, and no one except the person knew what he did. The guy David didn't even know that he had just walked around the ghost gate just now, and he felt a little palpitating when he saw the giant monster slowly receding. Chapter 39. Why did it retreat? When the mantis monster's figure slowly disappeared into the fog, David, who was still in shock, asked. No one answered his question, and everyone didn't know why the other party retreated. However, Li Qingyuan looked at the direction in which the mantis monster had disappeared, frowned, and thought for a while. The biological habits of these monsters are very obvious. If there are any senior experts in biology and zoology, they may be able to tame them. The mantis monster just now obviously wanted to come over and add a meal, but I didn't expect that the food would bite people. So after a little consideration, the mantis monster who had received the food directly chose to retreat. The animal's thinking is very simple. Now that it has obtained today's food, it will not prepare more for tomorrow's food. The male lions on the African grasslands will not kill excess prey in one go, because they also know to maintain a corresponding balance. Obviously, the mantis monster regards this as the next source of food. I think we will be in trouble tomorrow. Back in the supermarket, Li Qingyuan said depressed. Although I feel that I have been thinking too much, considering the urinary nature of the system, this judgment is absolutely valid in all cases. If he doesn't burn the pharmacy next door, he will face endless spiders in the remaining 2 days. But once the pharmacy next door is burned down, you have to face the praying mantis who came to pray. Anyway, it is the option of choosing one of the two. It is absolutely impossible for oneself to spend the remaining 3 days in peace. You have seen that kind of monster, it is absolutely unstoppable with the defense of the supermarket. The mantis monster's 3-meter-long crab claws and its huge amounts of body shape, not to mention that the front of the supermarket is just a glass plate, even if it is all made of concrete, it may not be able to withstand the opponent's attack. We can't let it attack the supermarket. If the defense of the supermarket is broken, then everyone here can't survive. Li Qingyuan said slowly, looking at the survivors around him. But our attack has no effect on it at all. Ollie said with palpitations. Whether it is a flamethrower or a pistol bullet, it can't have a lethal effect on that kind of giant monster, at most it is just repelling it. But we can hurt it and make it scared, otherwise it won't run away today. Although he had guessed the main reason for the mantis monster's withdrawal today, he didn't want to say it. In fact, the best way is to follow Mrs. Camity's method in the original book and throw 2 people out as sacrifices every day. Then the mantis monster who is full will use the people in the supermarket as its food reserve, not only will not want to kill, and even protect these people. After all, dead food is definitely not fresh and delicious, right? It's just that Mrs. Carmody can do this kind of thing, but he can't do it. If 2 of these people are asked to die tomorrow, then there will be a mess tonight. The pits I dug, I would jump with tears. I knew I might as well set someone as the leader of a cult. Wouldn't this be much stronger than the present, magnificent and upright person? The army will arrive in a few days at most. We must protect this place. Seeing that everyone was embarrassed, he had to start a new round of chicken soup flicker. Everyone, Think about the person you need to protect. Do you face the monster with me like a hero, or shrink here like a coward and wait to die? You have also seen the scene in the pharmacy. If those people weren't panicked, they wouldn't have turned into that scene. Now that victory is in sight, how can they give up because of such a small setback? After pouring more than a dozen chicken soups in a row, he finally boosted the morale of the group a little bit. Then, the older one was selected from the dwarf, and a dozen or so guys were selected to go out to meet him tomorrow. Definitely, it sounds good to be welcoming the enemy, but in fact it is to give food to the mantis monster. According to the mantis monster's appetite, it is estimated that one person can eat it for a day. Tomorrow I don't know if it is the lucky person who has the honor to be selected by the opponent. On the fourth night, it was calm and calm. I don't know if the mantis monster really used the people in the supermarket as food reserves. Anyway, no monsters came to harass the whole night, even the iron skeletons. Gone. The next 2 days passed without risk. Every morning, he would draw out 12 warriors from the supermarket to go out with him to fight against the mantis monster, and then take the 2 sacrifices away by the opponent. 2 sacrifices are exchanged for the safety of the entire supermarket owner. This is definitely a very cost-effective business. In fact, 2 smart people like Norton and David have actually guessed in their hearts the intention of the mantis monster and Li Qingyuan's true thoughts of constantly fooling people out to die. But the smart people swallowed the truth that they had come up with, because David had already fought the mantis on the first day, and Norton was fooled out to fight once the next day. According to the regulations, they the two don't have to go out anymore. So since it is not their turn to go out to feed the dog, they definitely will not put themselves in danger for the safety of others. Even if the daily use of people to feed monsters seems very cruel, for the sake of the overall situation, let a small number of people go out and die. Besides, police officer Lee takes the lead every day and takes the lead in the charge. No matter how suspicious they are in their hearts, other people can only endure it. Today is already the 7th day. Li Qingyuan said leisurely after looking at the pale weather outside. According to the system's task description, as long as you can persist until noon today, even if the task is completed, there are only 6 hours left. Now there are more than 200 survivors in the supermarket, and all the characters in the special plot, except for the tragic death of Mrs. Kamodi, all the others must be alive. If you count this, you can get close to 30 attribute points. Although I feel that the system should not allow myself to get so many rewards, people always have dreams. Maybe this garbage system burns itself out if it has too much memory. 7 days. Sorry, who was sleeping beside him, also got up in a mess, and said rather sorrowfully. Her original childhood sweetheart had already sacrificed heroically during the fight against the mantis monster the day before yesterday. A total of 4 people died in these 2 days, including the 3 soldiers. I have to say that this is a very coincidental thing, and there is absolutely no manipulation by the black hands behind the scenes. After the soldier died, the little girl Sari suddenly felt full of malice from other people, and even the female colleagues who had the best relationship with her before began to anger at her. Everyone knows that this disaster was caused by a test of a military base hidden in the mountain. It is natural that Henwu and Wuxia would treat those soldiers differently. When the little girl Sally couldn't distinguish the situation, she even dared to speak for the 3 guys, which led to the immediate consequences. Chapter 40. Everyone has to pay for their choice, and Sari is no exception. Although everyone did not hate her like they hated the 3 soldiers, it was inevitable to be isolated. So after considering the half-rate, this little girl came directly to Li Qingyuan yesterday. Because she didn't want to be selected out to fight the mantis monster and then make a heroic sacrifice inexplicably. Although it is reasonable to say that the candidates who go out to fight every day are adult men, but according to the number of men remaining in the supermarket, on the 10th day, unless the men are selected again, otherwise women must be selected. Ns. When facing a life and death crisis, there is no priority for women. Sari feels that with her current relationship in the supermarket, if she is selected to fight the mantis monster, she will definitely become the one who sacrifices heroically. So she immediately grasped the key to the problem and ran to Li Qingyuan to ask for a life-saving charm. Definitely, because the current environment in the supermarket is too bad, even if she throws in her arms, there is actually no substantial relationship between the two. After all, her square face really doesn't fit Li Qingyuan's aesthetics very much, but the other party can be regarded as a small town flower in any case. It is quite comfortable to have such a tool that can be used to warm hands with nothing to do. I'll clean up later and go out with me. Li Qingyuan patted Sari's face, and Li Qingyuan told her. What? Sari's face turned pale immediately. Could it be that she didn't work hard enough? An XI and follow me, don't think about it? Seeing the other party's desperate expression, Li Qingyuan naturally knew what the other party was thinking, but he didn't bother to say it clearly. He lied to everyone that the government's rescue would only come after 10 days, but according to the system's prompt, the government's rescue force should be back at noon today. According to the urinary nature of the system, there must be a fierce offensive in the morning. If you continue to stay in the supermarket as the previous 2 days, you may be killed by the sudden danger. Since the chick in front of you is so provocative, it should be a good time to pull the other person when you can. Don't people pay the price to seek protection? Since they have received the money, they have to do things, or else they have become profiteers. Sari began to pack things for herself when she didn't keep her house, but looking at her appearance, she felt as if she was going to the execution ground. Wait later, if there is an emergency, you will take your son to run with Ollie in the parking lot. Don't move around when you get in the car, just stay in the car quietly. Will David and Ollie shouted when I came to teach Ji face to face. Li Qingyuan called Norton over again. I told Norton and the person in charge of the supermarket about the underground warehouse at the rear of the supermarket. Only then did he take the 12 hapless people selected by the lottery today and the shivering Sari and walk towards the supermarket door. The few people who were named in the morning all felt a little baffling. I don't know why he would say those things to them in a way of explaining the funeral. However, Li Qingyuan didn't want to explain so much. Anyway, his task would be over in 3 or 4 hours. Now he is diversifying his investment. Regardless of emergencies, half of the people can survive. That's enough. Half of them can get more than a dozen points of rewards themselves, and being able to get such rewards in the second world is definitely a qualitative leap. Don't be afraid, the mantis monster has been repelled by us 3 times, and we can still defeat him today. At the cannon fodder behind him, Li Qingyuan opened the supermarket door and walked out. In the past 2 days, the mantis monsters have developed a good habit of looking for food at 9 o'clock every morning. It is now 8:50. Just go out and deal with it for 10 minutes. The cannon fodder scattered and stood apart tremblingly, while Sari clung tightly behind him. 10 minutes later, the mantis monster arrived as expected, but today's number seems to be a little more. How come there are 3? Seeing 3 huge figures slowly emerging in the mist, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but frowned. This damn system is too spoof. How could there be 3 creatures like the mantis monster that are obviously predatory? This is not in line with biological common sense at all. Okay. It was just obvious that the system didn't give him a chance to spit at all. Amidst the dumbfounded expressions of the cannon fodder, 3 mantis monsters and 6 big tongs suddenly drew towards them. The screams were constantly screaming, and the cannon fodder who had been fighting with 2 legs is now screaming again and again, and they can no longer care about the so-called sense of mission. They are all afraid that their parents will give themselves 2 legs. They are all heading towards the supermarket. Run away. The 3 mantis monsters caught only 1 prey, which was obviously not enough. The 2 mantis monsters who did not grab the prey immediately stepped forward and rushed towards the escaped food. I know these guys are unreliable. Looking at the mantis monster rushing towards the supermarket, Li Qingyuan shrugged helplessly, and it was his turn to take action. In fact, for a creature like the mantis monster, he had already considered the corresponding method 2 days ago. Although this thing is as high as 4 or 5 floors, even a building made of reinforced concrete is vulnerable to modern weapons, not to mention this kind of flesh and blood creature. The main reason why flamethrowers and pistols can't cause fatal damage to them is that their lethality is too small. That thing is more than enough to deal with humans, but it pales in comparison to such a behemoth. However, his main way of exploding the ability of the ghostly talent is explosion. Run! Sari yelled quickly when he saw him standing still without moving. Seeing the terrifying behemoth rushing towards him, Li Qingyuan just smiled slightly, and then flicked with both hands. Several large chewing gums flew towards the mantis monster. Those are the bombs he made with simple materials these days. Although they seem to be poorly sold, their power is still good. The praying mantis monsters don't even have the concept of dodge for the chewing gum flying over. After all, in their cognition, it is impossible for these things to cause harm to themselves. Boom! The strong explosion shook the broken glass of the supermarket, and the 2 mantis monsters lay directly on the ground and squeaked. Both of their forelimbs were directly blasted to pieces. The hard forelimbs that can withstand small caliber pistols are useless in front of high-efficiency explosives. If it weren't for Li Qingyuan's limited power, they couldn't throw the bomb too far. Now these 2 mantis monsters it should be lying on the ground quite corpse. However, even if they were not directly killed, these 2 mantis monsters were not far from death. Without the hard forelimbs to survive, even if they could escape today, they would only become food for other creatures. Chapter 41. You must buy a watch next time. Both Sari's eyes have been rounded, and the terrifying behemoth that everyone talked about in the supermarket was actually wiped out in the blink of an eye. What's more, it is so easy to eliminate, as if it just killed 2 mosquitoes. Since the other party possesses such terrifying strength, why bother to fool those people in the supermarket out to die in the past 2 days? All kinds of conspiracy theories, from exclusion of aliens to weird experiments, popped up in Sari's mind. After all the news about the monster so far was exposed by Li Qingyuan, and everyone was led by his nose. No one has a clear answer to how this strange fog and these terrifying monsters came about. Calculated based on the horror and suspense movies she has seen, a guy like Li Qingyuan who calls himself Interpol, if he is not the savior, then maybe he is the real master behind the scenes. Feeling that she has seen the truth, Sari shivered all over her body. According to the flow of the movie's plot, is she going to kill her next? It was even further calculated that those people who were killed by monsters these days were also eliminated because they discovered the secrets hidden by the other party. Although the gate of the supermarket was not far behind, she felt that the distance of 10 meters was like a moat. Can he escape his life in the hands of such a big boss behind the scenes? It was too late, and then soon, only a sinful palm was strangling against Sari's neck. What? Sari let out an amazing scream. Is she going to be silenced? It's just that her cry just rushed out of her throat, and it was suppressed by a louder sound. Boom! 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 A loud noise came from a distance like thunder, and the ground began to shake like a shallow earthquake. Li Qingyuan dragged Sari to her side, looked at the giant monster that faintly appeared in his sight, and gave a depressed mouth. Just know that the system is not safe. The top big boss like Goat's son has been arranged. Isn't this a deliberate play of people? Run! He yelled to the supermarket, but he didn't know if anyone could hear him amidst the trampling of the Goat's son. Crack! The supermarket is like a hollow can, trampled into a flat tin shell by the son of a goat. After shouting that sentence, Li Qingyuan took Sari to turn around and ran away. Facing the existence of the Goat's son, which was impossible to contend with, even if he gave up the task reward, he would not rush to fight the opponent. Son of Goat is the name given by sand sculpture netizens to the ultimate boss in the mist. It is said that this thing looks like the evil god Black Goat in the myth of Cthulhu, so it was given such a strange code name. Because it is shrouded in the fog, it is impossible to see the whole picture, but the sense of oppression brought by this thing is absolutely full. 6 long legs like Optimus Prime. Each leg is estimated to be about 10 meters in diameter. The area of a foot is comparable to 2 side-by-side buses. Each foot on the ground will cause various vibrations nearby. Harm. As for the appearance of the goat's son, if someone is still in the mood to study what the other person looks like in this situation, it will be either really awesome or really stupid. Quack. The 2 severely wounded giant monsters screamed sorrowfully. They moved their crippled bodies and wanted to escape quickly, but the severely wounded they couldn't run fast at all, and then they were directly trampled into a mosaic by the righteous iron hooves falling from the sky. The goat son is like an earthquake dragon in the Jurassic era. There has never been any idea of active killing, but if your life is bad and you are trampled to death, then you can only admit that you are unlucky. Fortunately, because this guy is too big, his movements seem to be slightly slow. As long as he pays more attention, he can generally avoid the opponent's heavenly justice. But this kind of thing is easier said than done. After all, the child of the goat has 6 legs. God knows that this guy will lift that leg next time. Li Qingyuan feels like he has become a gopher in the game of beating the mole. A giant hammerhead may fall from the sky at any time, and then he will be hammered into meat sauce. The chick Sally didn't know where to go anymore. He didn't pay attention to whether she ran away or was trampled to death. There is no way, under the crazy trampling of the goat son, it is not easy to save his life. He really has no energy and no ability to take care of other people's life and death. Obviously the BD in the system has changed the difficulty, otherwise how could the goat son catch him chasing him? He ran a full W shape for 2 kilometers, but the monster behind still followed his footsteps firmly. He didn't know how many monsters and ghosts he had encountered along the way, but under the deterrence of the goat son, all the monsters fled in all directions. Even if he saw such a prey, he was not in the mood to pray. Definitely, there are some Tai Han Han who dare to stay still, seemingly preparing to guard their newly occupied homeland, and then they become a group of mosaics, fully integrated with the ground. The goat son is at least 70 meters tall and weighs tens of thousands of tons. Even if it is thrown into the Ultraman series or the world of Godzilla, it can be regarded as an elite monster. In the newcomer map like Myst, I want to find strength and it's really difficult for it to wrestle. System I #@#****. While running and cursing, if you say that the appearance of the child of the goat is not systematically hindered from it, even a ghost will not believe it. Fortunately, all of my points are added to agility, otherwise, wouldn't I have to accompany those mosaics now? Facing a monster of the level of goat son, all defenses were fake. He was planning to find a manhole cover to go directly in, but when he saw that the opponent stepped on the entire sewer pipe, he suddenly gave up the terrible idea. I can escape on the ground anyway. If I get buried in the ground, I will really die. Running desperately all the way, Li Qingyuan didn't know what time it was, and deliberately took out his mobile phone to see the time, but the sound of soul-stimulating demon behind him made him not free to take out his mobile phone at all. I must buy a watch when I go back this time. Only under this circumstance can he know why the main characters in the movie have to wear a watch. It is true that in this case, it is definitely more convenient to watch the time with a watch than with a mobile phone. Roar. Woo. Go. At the moment, several monsters roared suddenly in front of him. Although these sounds are not as powerful as the trampling sounds of the children of the goats, they are better than the large number. There are at least a dozen kinds of sounds to distinguish them from the types of roars. Yes. Hearing the roar of the alien beast from the front, Li Qingyuan, who was a little tired from running for a long time, suddenly brightened his eyes and rushed towards the front. Chapter 42. In the plot of the movie, the hero David and his team worked hard and finally escaped in the small town, but at the moment when dawn was about to usher in, they lost the courage to continue fighting because of the roar of countless monsters in front of them. Pulling out the pistol ended the lives of everyone else. At first glance, it seems that David was too timid and cautious, which led to the tragedy, but in reality, putting any ordinary person in David's position would not be able to do better than him. He made the wrong judgment at that time, mainly because of the mismatch of information. God knows the extent of the influence of the fog. As an ordinary person, he can persist in such a strange environment for 3 days without forgetting his original intention. He has reached his endurance limit. However, Li Qingyuan, who is familiar with the plot, knows that according to time, the monsters in front roar. In fact, the army is clearing them. Where I can drive over most of the monsters with the C4, I actually don't have much resistance at all when I encounter the regular army. To be honest, if it were not for the system's malicious increase in difficulty, at most 2 or 3 days the army should have counterattacked back. If America can't solve even this group of monsters from different dimensions, what kind of strength can be compared everywhere in the world? Roar. A behemoth that looked like a chocobo crashed to the ground. The body more than 10 meters tall looks half larger than the mantis monster. But this kind of thing that can definitely be regarded as a prehistoric monster in the cold weapon era, it is facing the opposite. The tank rockets were simply vulnerable to a blow. Just a mere round of cannonball sent it directly to heaven. I don't know if these monsters are under the control of heaven, maybe they can trust the leader. The chocobo that fell suddenly almost disrupted the rhythm of his escape, but now he doesn't have to worry too much about the life-threatening chain behind him. Because even though the distance is still quite far away, he feels like he heard the yelling from the other side. A group of soldiers are holding weapons to slaughter the beasts, but although they have killed many monsters beyond their imagination in the past few days, everyone did not expect to see a living hill here. A strange beast that is 10 or 20 meters away, even if it looks terrifying, it can still be in your heart. Hypnotic ability itself, this thing has appeared on the earth before, isn't the dinosaur that big? But the behemoth of 70 or 80 meters, there is no way to explain it with the so-called science. Wherever this thing stands, it will be crushed by one's own weight. Fire. Although the appearance of the goat son caused great mental pressure on the US military, after a brief stupor, the commander immediately issued the order to attack. The order they received was to destroy all alien beasts, and the thing in front of them was obviously the boss of alien beasts, so definitely is the object to be destroyed. Roar Howard's artillery fire was directed at the goat son in an instant, and all the soldiers immediately took out the strongest heavy firepower they had on hand, and blasted the hills ahead regardless. The sky broke and the earth broke for a while, and the dense fog was washed away by the flames of the explosion. Li Qingyuan shrank under the chocobo's corpse and squatted on the ground. The damn American soldiers didn't care about his hostage's life or death, but directly attacked the goat's son. Definitely, it's possible that the soldiers didn't see him at all. After all, no one would pay attention to an ant under the hill, right? Besides, even if you find him, you will still attack if you want to come to the other side. If the goat son rushed to the front of the battlefield, it would not be solved by a few lives. The son of the goat, who was bombed by the anti-tank armor-piercing projectile, uttered an angry roar, which even covered the roar of artillery fire for a while. The different dimensional creatures really followed the setting of the larger the body, the stronger the ability, and the armor-piercing projectile that could easily kill other alien beasts hit the child of the goat, but it just shattered its shell. A wound with a depth of 4 or 5 meters is absolutely fatal to other alien beasts. In terms of human beings, it is estimated that even hundreds of people will be sent directly to the west by a single cannonball, but such a terrifying injury is for the huge body of the goat's son. Death is a skin trauma. The angry goat son rushed towards the army position in front, not caring about the little ants under his feet at all. Attack, continue to attack. Seeing a mountain rushing towards you, if you are not afraid, it is a ghost. It is simply unreasonable that humans in various special films can still fight to the death against behemoths of file size like mountains. Not to mention those terrifying behemoths, even if a dog suddenly rushes towards you, your instinctive reaction will be avoided. After reluctantly bombing for another round, the entire US military position collapsed directly. Facing a monster that couldn't be killed at all, they didn't have the guts of Superman to control it with their bodies. Besides, relying on the tonnage of the goat's son, wanting to rely on human power to control it is completely wishful thinking. Hey! The goat's son let out an angry roar. He just came out for a walk, and was wounded by a group of ants into this ghostly appearance. This made it the first to put his face in the misty swamp. By the way, why did you come here? The goat's son, who broke down the military line of defense and squashed several main battle tanks by the way, began to reflect with its huge head. Why did he do it? It seems that I saw an interesting ant, so I followed him and tried to trample him to death? What about that ant? The son of the goat, who was going to look for Li Qingyuan with wide eyes, carefully searched on the ground, but just after a frantic bombardment by the US Army, the land here was overturned and wanted to find Li Qingyuan, who had dug a hole deep into the ground. How can it be so easy? Boom! With a sound exploded in the air, the latest ghost bomber aimed at the goat's son and pressed the launch button. The two heavy bombs instantly penetrated into the goat's body. Compared with the toys launched by the land force just now, these two heavy bombs are the real big killers. Only one can destroy hills hundreds of meters high, and it can be said to be the strongest killer second only to nuclear weapons. If this thing can't be killed, then you really can only use the final weapon. Definitely, it's best to not use the final weapon. No matter how remote the small town of Walia is, it is also American territory. If you start firework in your own home, the media from other countries know about it, and I don't know what to do. What's up in mind? Hey! A violent sound was heard inside the goat's child, the extremely hard shell suddenly tore apart, and the huge mountain-like body crashed to the ground. Chapter 43 Limited Value Added. The final reward is being settled. When Li Qingyuan finally climbed out of the ground, the system finally gave him good news. He almost thought that he was going to be buried underneath just now, but relying on the support of willpower, he didn't faint. But now he is also quite miserable, blood is leaking from his ears and nose, and it is obvious that he has suffered a very serious internal injury. Although hiding underground can avoid most of the explosion damage, but the aftermath of the two heavy bombs just now almost shook him to death. That kind of top-level killer can effectively kill targets within 60 meters underground. If it weren't for the explosion in the child of the goat, Li Qingyuan would definitely be dead now. Personal strength is too fragile in the face of a modern killer. Not to mention his current strength is not as good as an ordinary agent. Even if it is Thor, he has to kneel when he eats a ground bomb head-on. Main mission, survive. Mission objective, survive for 7 days, the mission has been completed, there is no reward for the mission. Second mission 1, for every 10 residents of the small town survived, you will get 1 free attribute point. Now the number of remaining townspeople in Valia town is 37, and the host will get 3 free attribute points. Side mission 2, for every additional key character surviving, you will get an extra free attribute point. At present, the supermarket manager Ollie and the lawyer Norton are surviving, and 2 additional free attribute points are awarded. Yes, after a long time of trouble, I only got 5 attributes, which is really embarrassing. The goat's son directly smashed the supermarket, and then the various alien beasts who heard the news carried out a crazy slaughter on the supermarket, and it was already very rare to survive more than 30 people. As for the black lawyer Norton, who should have died long ago, survived, it can only be said that he may have a natural protective color. It's a pity that Sari's little girl still died like in the plot, and I don't know if she was trampled to death on the way or was thrown into the monster pile. Although he had only gained 5 attributes, which was far from his own expectations, his ability to save his life was already considered the best reward. All points are added to physique. Feeling black in front of her eyes, Li Qingyuan said immediately without the slightest hesitation. He didn't faint by supporting him with a single breath now, and he was not ready to accumulate the attribute points this time. It was the truth to add the physique first. No matter when, a strong body is the most reliable guarantee. As his physique directly increased from 5 to 10, he immediately felt a constant source of strength from his limbs. The original feeling of dizziness at any time immediately turned into a faint dizziness, and the broken internal organs seemed to have healed automatically. Definitely, this is simply his inner illusion that the 10-point physique hasn't got rid of the category of ordinary people, that is, the wound healing speed is slightly faster than others. Hidden reward, because the protagonist caused up to 17% of auxiliary damage to the final boss of the mist, the child of the goat. The auxiliary skill is hereby rewarded, limited value added, defective version. When did you cause so-called harm to the goat son? Scratching his scalp, Li Qingyuan felt that this happiness came really inexplicable. I was only chased and killed by the goat son all the way, how could the system judge that I became an assistant? But this question can be considered slowly. First look at what this auxiliary skill is. Limited value added, defective version. You can use your own vitality to summon evil creatures to fight for you. Because it is a defective version, you can only summon mosquitoes at present. Oh. What kind of trouble is this skill? Looking at the limited value added of this defective version, Li Qingyuan was immediately confused. Because the skill was directly instilled in his mind, he instantly understood the power of this skill. Isn't this the worm's secret technique of the oily female clan in a certain ninja legend? He can summon insects to bite people at the cost of his vitality, but according to his current physique, he can summon dozens of mosquitoes at most every day. If it exceeds this amount, it will exceed the limit of its own resilience, which will cause some irreversible damage to the body. And these summoned mosquitoes are no different from the mosquitoes in the real world. It is simply wishful thinking to expect them to harm the enemy. Dozens of mosquitoes, if used to deal with ordinary people, can sting a bag full of each other, but can it be so troublesome to deal with ordinary people? I have spent all my hardships in exchange for such a waste skill. It is really sigh that it is better not to give it. The host can still stay in this world for 2 hours. Will he return now? The beep of the system continued to ring. Stay. Return. Seeing the corpses scattered on the hills in front of him, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt a little melancholy. Should I bring some souvenirs home? Only after thinking about it for a while, he still gave up the idea of picking up 2 pieces of wreckage and going back. The goat child didn't seem to have any special ability, and his carcass was brought back to remove trouble for himself, and it seemed to have no effect at all. After all, based on the experience of the last trip, if he returns now, he will definitely appear in his newly opened antique shop. There is still a senior Hydra agent waiting for him in the shop. If the other party saw him appear with a bunch of monster corpses in the blink of an eye, God knows what strange reaction that guy will make. So after picking and choosing for a long time, he found the amber crystals of the file size of Yamo's fist from a pile of corpses, and stuffed it into his pocket after being protected. Although I don't know what this thing is, it still looks pretty. Going back to the laboratory, if it is not harmful, you can polish it and place it in your own shop. Even if that antique shop is just a trick he used to hide his identity, there is a heart to become a great god in every Puja's heart. Even if it can't be the #1 grocery store in the 10,000 worlds, it will be shocked when people come. So that anyone who comes here will give pointers to the products in their stores. Do you want to save yourself? There was a roar of machinery in the distance, which should be the second batch of cannon fodder troops sent by the U.S. Army after seeing that the behemoth was dead. Who? A group of horrified birds originally carried out the mission with the feeling of going to lay, but the observer found that there seemed to be a figure on the wreckage of the monster and did not know what to do. This discovery surprised all the soldiers. There are still living people in this place? However, Li Qingyuan didn't bother to have anything to do with the US military in this world, and disappeared directly in their stunned expressions. Chapter 44 Temporary Workers. Mr. Li. Grant Ward felt a little hairy. What do you mean by this kid holding his hands so tightly? As a senior agent, Ward has encountered all kinds of distress scenarios, and every time he can rely on his own strength to overcome danger. But now, he felt a deep fear spreading from the bottom of his heart. The other party took his hand and refused to let go, and there was a strange smile on his face. Could it be that he had any thoughts about himself? As the top male model in the agent industry, Ward has always been very proud of his handsome appearance and sexy body. When completing certain tasks, he will also resort to the old-fashioned tactics of beautifying men. But Ward dared to swear to God that his sexual orientation is absolutely normal. Li Qingyuan reacted after being urged by Ward's shout. No way. From shaking hands to being teleported and then staying in the mist for 7 days and then being teleported back, the twists and turns of the middle story are enough to write a short story of 50,000 words. Mr. Ward, where did we just talk? He quickly released Ward's palm. He didn't want to have too much physical contact with the ugly man in front of him. You said that if you come to a beautiful woman with long legs and a hidden weapon, it will be enough to hold hands for a while. What can you say to this ugly man? I am Grant Ward from the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. To put it bluntly, our bureau leaders value your skills and are ready to invite you to join us. Ward felt that the guy opposite was here. FK yourself, why didn't the other party remember what he said just now? But considering his mission, he endured his temper and repeated it. Well, may I ask, Mr. Ward, do you hire people so casually now? Although you know SHIELD. No, I was wrong, it was Snake Shield. Although the Snake Shield Bureau often recruits some idle people in the society to join, but at any rate this is also a hidden international intelligence agency, and ordinary people do not know the existence of such an agency. And now the other party is standing in front of him and discussing solicitation issues so grandly, it feels like having breakfast on the side of the road, and the two old men at the next table are chatting about the latest rocket model data. This style of painting feels very wrong. It is said that under the suspicious leadership of that black bald head, isn't the entire Snake Shield Bureau a sneaky style? If it weren't for this Grant Ward who was definitely an elite of the Snake Shield according to his memory, he would have doubted whether the other party had pretended to be S.H.I.E.L.D to cheat. Our bureau's hiring purpose has always been to employ people without doubt. You have excellent technology and your resume is clean and innocent, so I think you will know the importance of it. The main reason for waiting until today is to recruit Li Qingyuan. It is Garrett who is using his authority to investigate the 3 generations of his ancestors these days. According to the information, Li Qingyuan's predecessor had almost no black spots. Except for not knowing that he learned so superb bomb technology from there was no problem in other aspects. If it was Nick Fury who came to make a judgment, then he would definitely think that there is no problem as the biggest problem, and then he would send someone to investigate Li Qingyuan for 24 hours. After 2 months, he would not find any abnormality. Raise him directly for questioning. Don't doubt, this is Heitantu's logical thinking. In his eyes, everyone in the world is a hidden super criminal or alien spy. It is absolutely correct to catch all suspects. But Garrett doesn't have so many worries. The old man is in urgent need of manpower now, especially the direct manpower under his command, so it doesn't matter whether Li Qingyuan's bomb technology was learned from others or figured out by himself. Anyway, as long as it can be used by himself, then even if he is really super, It doesn't matter to criminals. Is there a villain organization bigger than Hydra in this world? When it comes to crime, we at Hydra are professional. I had a good chat with the immediate boss codenamed Acute Eyes about benefits and other issues. After signing a contract, Li Qingyuan immediately became a peripheral agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. under Hydra. There is no establishment and no certificate, but Acute Eyes said that he is a non-staff person. Although he does not enjoy the 5 social insurance and 1 housing fund of a formal agent, he has additional privileges that a formal employee does not have. For example, if Li Qingyuan does something illegal in the future, then the boss can be responsible for helping clean up the database files. Definitely, if he was caught in the course of the crime, Acute Eyes said that he would never admit that he was a non-staff employee. Temporary workers, isn't it just being up to something and just throwing it away for fun? Garrett is not a qualified villain, because the old man actually fought for the beliefs in his heart for the first half of his life. The reason why he abandoned his secrets when he was old is mainly because of his unhappiness and severe physical degradation, and he was forced to be helpless. Invested in the Hydra family. However, as the saying goes, black and doubled, whitewashed with a weak three-pointer. Just now, Blacken's Garrett is now in a career upswing period. It happens that Li Qingyuan's strength is still very weak, and it is definitely good to use him as a springboard. As for the future? When I am brushing a few copies and have a self-protected ability, Hydra is a younger brother. Not to mention Garrett, who is pretending to be a ghost. Even the guy with the black charcoal head can make him lie on the ground to learn to meow. Forget it, it's better to be safe and not to be too arrogant and complacent. After sending away the fellow ward, Li Qingyuan collapsed weakly in the newly bought armchair. This transmission was too unexpected, he didn't even prepare for it. During the misty days, he didn't rest at all. Although there are just a group of ordinary people in the supermarket, there are countless monsters outside. Besides, with his body at that time, if someone really had any crooked thoughts, he would be a living target when he was asleep. Unlike those agents who have been trained for many years, he is an ordinary person. If Ward didn't show up on his own initiative, Li Qingyuan wouldn't even want to find him. This is why Garrett dared to believe him so easily. Ward reported to him that with Li Qingyuan's vigilance, he could kill him at any time. Li Qingyuan doesn't care what those people think. After all, every boss is upgraded from the new village mobs. Pooh. Every hero grew up from an unknown passerby. I am still in the developmental stage of wretchedness, and being underestimated is just a good thing, not a bad thing. Chapter 45. I hate it. Pietro tugged at his collar a little irritably, his face full of frustration. Today is the beginning of the Huxia New Year school day. After 2 weeks of joy like a Sawan wild dog, he and Wanda were sent to the community school by Li Qingyuan together, and they began to study K5, which is the 5th grade of elementary school. For this reason, Pietro went on a hunger strike at home for several days in protest. He didn't like to go to school. When he was in Sokovia before, he would sneak out of school every time to play. Going to study really made him feel the malice from the world. However, his hunger strike was ineffective at all, because Li Qingyuan hadn't seen it at all. He is now busy exercising the coordination of the body every day, plus thinking about the future plans for the next step, and if he has a little free time, he has to improve Wanda's favorability. Who else has the spare time to care if Pietro is on a hunger strike? Besides, even if he really found it, he wouldn't care if he wanted to come. What should I do if the child does not eat? Mostly it's free, just have a fight. As a staunch Huaguo parent, reserve, Li Qingyuan firmly believes that a filial son is born under the stick. This is how he was beaten out anyway. As for this sentence, is there any reliable scientific basis? Didn't Lao Tzu also live so much without disease? This is the most effective scientific basis. Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to skip class, I will interrupt your leg. Li Qingyuan said viciously. He is depressed now? Pietro still dare to be awkward here, just because he wouldn't beat him? Sending Wanda to school today made him feel very upset. According to his original plan, a person as terrifying and dangerous as Scarlet Witch must be closely monitored by himself. Remember not to let her out of your sight. After all, according to the original work, Wanda in the runaway state is a very dangerous existence, and often causes many problems that endanger the world when the energy is out of control. Although the current Wanda is just a soft and cute 10-year-old. No, Loli is 11 years old, but God knows when the ability in her body will explode. In the movie, Wanda has super ability because of the guidance of Mind Gem, but according to the power shown in the later period of Scarlet Witch, it does not seem to be explained by the guidance of Mind Gem alone. Just like the square-faced Captain Marvel, once bombed by the Space Gem, he has the strength to single out Thanos, which is really trivial. You must know that Thanos has mastered several infinite gems, even the long-term holder of Mind Gem. As a result, I was shackled by two women who became talented at once. This is really looking down on my purple sweet potato, Thanos. It's just that Marvel's ruin is the setting. It's no surprise that no matter how unbelievable things happen, if you struggle with such trivial matters, that day will not be too much. After a month of recuperation, Wanda is now more refreshing, much more beautiful than when he was in Sokovia. After all, eating well these days and sleeping well these days, the material conditions here in New York are much stronger than Sokovia, not to mention that Li Qingyuan supplements Wanda with nourishment regardless of cost, which makes her develop like a breather these days. Stand up. The victim had to silently recite the Diamond Sutra every night, which suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. Now he is going to send such a tender cabbage to the school. To be honest, he is really reluctant to bear it. Everyone knows that the primary and secondary schools here in the United States are a mess. It's a commonplace for teenage boys to fall in love at school. Although Wanda shouldn't let him worry about it, it's hard to tell what other wild boars think. But it was impossible for Wanda and Pietro to drop out of school. Let alone the idle and boring volunteers in American neighborhoods who will register and investigate the school-age children in all households, it is not advisable to do so from Wanda's own standpoint alone. I can't keep her at home, right? I am not a perverted person. Therefore, after thinking about it for a long time, Li Qingyuan could only hold back the grief in his heart and gave Wanda and Pietro a certificate of enrollment. This gentleman, it is wrong to use violence against children. Hearing Li Qingyuan's threat to interrupt Pietro's leg, the caring person next to him immediately persuaded him. Today is the day when the school starts. Many parents will send their children to study. Li Qingyuan, a Huxia American with two blonde-eyed children to report, naturally attracted the attention of many people. By the way, many people began to speculate about them. The relationship between the three is gone. After all, the age of the three of them seems a little weird. It is absolutely impossible to say that they are father and son, but brothers and sisters. The lineage of this family is too messy. Just for fun, how could I beat him? Li Qingyuan stretched out his hand and pressed Pietro's head, and said with a smile. Pietro's eyes lit up when he heard this. He heard that the United States has very strict regulations on domestic violence. Wouldn't he be beaten even if he skipped class? Boy, if you dare to skip class, give me a try. But before he could be happy, he heard a voice in his ears. Pietro turned his head to look, and saw that someone's hideous face was fading from his eyes. Feeling the pressure on his neck, Pietro nodded wildly. I will definitely study hard. Not bad. Seeing that this kid has finally learned, Li Qingyuan smiled and leaned in his ear. I'm optimistic about Wanda, report anything to me immediately. Guru. Pietro swallowed, then looked at someone with contempt. That's why you forced me to go to school, right? It's just that after the frantic death temptation just now, Pietro now knows that if he dared to say the sentence, then the broken leg is probably light. So he can only nod his head in a serene way, thinking in his heart that he is oppressed. By the way, Pietro also made a plan for himself, to have the opportunity to speak ill of someone in front of Wanda, so that the damn guy's wishful thinking would fall to no avail. After finishing teaching Pietro, Li Qingyuan gave Wanda his face again, worrying like those old fathers who sent his daughters to school. Seeing that the two children were sent to school, he withdrew from the campus. It has been 10 days since I met Ward last time, and it is time to continue my upgrade task. It's already 2007, Iron Man may appear at any time, and the Earth will soon enter the era of superhero explosion. If you don't upgrade, you won't even be able to count as cannon fodder in the future. Chapter 46, Weak Chicken Hero. Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, also known as West Midtown, is an area on the west coast of Manhattan, New York. It is the most famous slum in Manhattan and a breeding ground for gangsters. In countless Marvel works, Hell's Kitchen is the protagonist's new village, and Li Qingyuan is no exception. It is true that there are many superhero or supercriminals in New York for him to choose from, but after considering the opponent's strength and the difficulty of the copy, he feels that he should come to the rookie village to nest. The famous Iron Man and Spider-Man naturally don't need to be introduced. These two can be described as Marvel's two flags. If you come into contact with them, it will be at least S-level difficult to start compared to the dungeon world. Even though Spider-Man deals with a bunch of street gangsters every day, he thinks he is a bully. In fact, the inconspicuous little Spider-Man comes from the top hero. So even if he has found Richard Parker's information through the internet, he also knows that the second or fifth boy who is suspected of being a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent has died 2 years ago. His only son Peter Parker is now living in Queens. He was in the 2nd grade of elementary school every year. But Li Qingyuan didn't even have the slightest idea to provoke a little Spider-Man. The Spider-Man owns spider telepathy and can lift a 25-ton truck with his bare hands. Even if he is hit by the speeding subway, he is unharmed. The physique, if it is blended into the copy that is the same as the Spider-Man level, I am afraid that I don't even know how to write the dead word. As for the spider genetic heritage that Richard Parker left to his son? That thing is DNA bound, and the whole world is only useful to Peter Parker. Others will definitely die if they use it. So, it's better to stay away from the opponent as much as possible, and wait until the strength is enough, and then go to the Spider-Man dungeon. After excluding these two Marvel superhero players, there are actually many hidden bosses in New York. For example, Stephen Strange, an expert in neurosurgery who has just started to become famous, is like the Generation Ant-Man Hank Pym who is aged at home. It's just the same, compared to Li Qingyuan's current strength, the ranks of these people appear to be on the high side. It stands to reason that the shame of the two Avengers, Black Widow and Hawkeye, is definitely my best choice right now, but these two guys are the confidants of Nick Fury. Wanting to see them is not one thing. Easy thing. So after 10 days of research, he finally chose the simplest copy. League of Defenders. This is a series about 4 street heroes. The 4 street heroes are Daredevil Matthew Murdock who pretends to be blind. They become Jessica Jones who cannot be offended by others for several years and accepts the army. Fang experimented with the transformation to obtain Luke Cage, the thick-skinned ability, and Danny Rand, the iron fist of the rich second-generation 3-legged cat kung fu. Since Grant Ward, the guy who only appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, exists in reality, there is no reason why League of Defenders will be obliterated, right? Compared with other famous heroes and villains, the 4 guys in the League of Defenders can be said to be the models of the weak chicken world. The 4 people teamed up to deal with one hand and the team was beaten to lose their armor and abandon the armor. In the end, they just relied on the protagonist's aura. Only to win is a clear stream in the superhero world. But now he needs to find a test product. Naturally, the weaker the better. If it weren't for the chance to meet Harpy without disturbing Iron Man, he would like to see if he could trigger any dungeon plot on Harpy. With Happy's skill, if it can really trigger a dungeon, it is definitely a zero-level world that can be used to score points. Although the League of Defenders can be regarded as small and famous, it is really difficult to find them. The name Luke Cage seemed to have been changed after the opponent obtained super ability. No one knew what it was called before. According to the current time period, the opponent should still be studied in the military base. And Iron Fist Danny Rand is still practicing in the legendary Kunlun, and will never want to see people in 3 to 5 years. As for Jessica Jones, I still remember that the little girl seemed to be high school classmates with Spider-Man. By the way, the name was changed later. So after searching the internet for several days, he also found information about Daredevil alone. Definitely, if someone like Garrett asks for help, with the qualifications of the others S.H.I.E.L.D. 8th level veteran, he can naturally find all the information he wants, and even arrange a meeting with Hawkeye or Black Widow. But doing so will make him too passive. Even if he slowly finds people on his own, it is better than letting the other party master his own thoughts. Matthew Murdoch. A blind man who pretends to be blind all day long. No, I was wrong. A blind man who is really blind. Matthew's father is a boxer. He has practiced boxing hard since he was a child. In addition, this kid is extremely clever, and he will definitely become an all-rounder in civil and military when he grows up. It's a pity that when this guy was a teenager, he didn't believe in evil and helped an old man and was corrupted since then. Well, Matthew was actually very caring when he was a child. When he saw a car about to hit an old man, he was so hot-headed that he rushed up and knocked the old man away. The old man was directly hit by Matthew and became disabled. By the way, Matthew himself was sprayed into his eyes by the chemicals pulled from the car. From then on, little Matthew said goodbye to the colorful world, and his eyes went blind. But as the saying goes, when God closes a door, he will definitely smash a wall. Although Matthew is blind, he has super senses. Although Matthew's super senses are a younger brother compared to Spider-Man's spider telepathy, considering that one is Marvel's son and the other is raised by a stepmother, there is no comparison between the two, okay. Besides, compared to ordinary people, Matthew is already quite remarkable. His super hearing can hear people's heartbeat within 20 meters, and his super touch can rely on his fingers to touch the contents of the book. The super smell definitely exceeds the police drug detection dog, and the super taste can directly taste the food. All seasonings are divided into proportions. By the way, if Daredevil goes to those restaurants or food processing plants to hit the ground, wouldn't he be able to immediately grasp the various secret recipes of others? Relying on the super senses and the results of secretly following an apprenticeship with a wretched old man at night, Matthew Murdoch can definitely be regarded as a superhero now. Definitely, it's the countdown one. After all, he does not have the indestructible physique nor the weird power to smash a car with one punch. Matthew may be regarded as a very remarkable existence for ordinary people, but in fact, let alone encounter those famous villains, even if he comes, he doesn't necessarily win a squad of special forces. Do you think there is such a weak superhero in this world? Chapter 47. Matthew Murdoch. This guy has not yet become a brave man, but his reputation on the internet is not small. After all, a blind man who can graduate from Columbia University's law department is definitely more famous than those who come from some messy talent shows. If it weren't for Matthew's dislike of being too public, with his story, he could definitely become a model in the inspirational world, and it wouldn't be a problem to run for the Manhattan District Councilor. The current Moss Yensian concentrates on studying in the apartment. After graduating from the law department and getting the lawyer's qualification certificate, they are two completely different concepts. Although lawyers are a high-paying profession, Matthew is a pauper, and even the tuition fees for college rely on student loans. Besides, this kid has been sympathetic since he was a child. The reason why he wants to be a lawyer is not to value the lawyer's ability to make money, but to appeal for the innocent in a fair manner. So obviously a high-achieving student who graduated from Columbia University, but can only live in such a shabby place as Hell's Kitchen, it seems logical to be definitely a total of $45 sincere benefits. The bearded taxi driver said to Li Qingyuan, who was about to get off the bus. After sending the Wanda brothers and sisters to school, he brought all his equipment and took a taxi to the Hell's Kitchen, ready to meet the daredevil for a while. Why take a taxi instead of driving by yourself? Now the GPS global navigation system has not been widely popularized. Given the cumbersome and complicated roads of New York, do you think that a foreigner who has just arrived here for less than half a month can recognize the road? Besides, this ruined place in Hell's Kitchen has always been known for the chaos of public order, and he didn't want to run to meet Daredevil and then come back to find that his new car had been stolen. Sir, here is a piece of advice: no matter what you are here for, it is best not to stay here past 6 in the afternoon. The taxi driver who collected the money did not leave immediately, but advised him. Thank you for your kindness, I just came to meet a friend. Li Qingyuan thanked the driver for his friendly reminder. The Hell's Kitchen during the day looks no different from the outside world, except that the building is slightly dilapidated. Other aspects are similar. There are open shops everywhere on both sides of the road. People of all colors are waiting here for leisure and shopping. You can see that this is the hotbed of crime in Manhattan, the new village of Marvel World. But these are just appearances. Hell's Kitchen is different from the Queens area next door. During the day, it is absolutely a piece of singing, dancing, and prosperity, but at night, forget it, he is not here to fight crime anyway. According to the information obtained from the internet investigation, the guy Matthew Murdoch should be living in an old apartment in the 3rd alley on the corner of 48th Street. Although I don't know which floor Matthew lives on, it's the so-called. The road is under the mouth, a blind man, and a blind man of top talent. No matter where it is definitely the most attractive scenery. Who are you looking for? Matthew opened the door in surprise, feeling this guy appearing in front of his door with his mind. The other party asked about his residence 2 blocks away 5 minutes ago, which made Matthew feel very confused. He is now just a trainee lawyer who is studying hard at home and preparing to do the research. Because of the exam, he doesn't have the energy to go out every night, and the name of Daredevil has not been hit yet. So Matthew really couldn't understand, why would someone come to him specifically? Hello, nice to meet you. Seeing Matthew, who appeared in front of him with sunglasses, Li Qingyuan stretched out his hand happily. I have to say, Daredevil looks pretty good, even if he doesn't look like a good person with sunglasses in broad daylight, but whether it's the vicissitudes of the other person's face or the upright body, he can definitely seduce him. Woman. It seems that this guy is blind, but he is very good in terms of femininity. It is even said that this guy and Marvel's sister Black Widow have a lot of stories that have to be told. But considering the chaotic private life of the Widow's sister, it is really not easy to find a few in Marvel superhero that has nothing to do with her. Are you going to shake hands with me? After a little dazed, Matthew asked uncertainly. Although in the super tactile senses, he had long felt that the other party had stretched out a hand, but Matthew knew that his current person was blind, and the blind would not be able to sense other people's movements casually. So he directly chose to play stupid. Yes, Mr. Murdoch. Li Qingyuan kept his smile on his face, and began to scorn the blind man pretending to be blind in front of him. Matthew's ears moved slightly, and he felt that the other's heartbeat seemed to speed up a little bit, which made him feel completely puzzled. A person who has never met suddenly appears at your door, or came here specifically to find you, no matter who will feel dazed. It's just that he didn't feel malice from the opponent, so after thinking for 2 seconds, Matthew still stretched out his hand. The host came into contact with the node character Matthew Murdoch and opened the third teleportation qualification. The system's icy beep came as expected, and Li Qingyuan couldn't help but shook hands with excitement. Feeling the strength from the opponent's palm, Matthew was a little inexplicable. How is this going? If you don't agree with each other, use your force? Are you going to come and test your grip strength? Judging from the sound of the heartbeat, the guy in front of me seems to be much stronger than the average person, but why did the other person come to try? Naturally, Li Qingyuan didn't know Matthew's thoughts. His current timeline should have been directly frozen by the system. With the familiar feeling of dizziness, Li Qingyuan immediately closed his eyes consciously. It's just that when he was transmitting, he couldn't help but start to wonder. Matthew Murdoch, as a superhero with an independent film and 3 independent TV series, even if they are weak, but the traffic is placed here, it can be regarded as a keynote figure by the system, that is definitely. But Grant Ward is just a villain who appeared in the TV series. I currently have encountered 4 characters in Marvel's plot. Wanda, Ward, Matthew. All 3 people have their own exclusive world, which makes people really puzzled. Pietro, is that kid really raised by a stepmother? Today is New Year's Eve, Fixed Star is giving you New Year greetings. By the way, I would like to ask a proposition. How can I persuade my parents not to go to any so-called family gatherings under the current situation of the raging novel coronavirus? Chapter 48 Pirates of the Caribbean. Blue sky, white clouds. The breeze blew through the palm trees and made a crisp sound. It was really a poetic and picturesque artistic conception. Compared to the world that I traveled through the previous 2 times, the environment this time is much better than the previous 2 times. Just such a small holiday island like a fairyland, it was at least a 6A scenic spot. The clear sea is crystal clear, the blue sky is cloudless, every mouthful of roar is so sweet and fragrant. Living in this kind of paradise on earth can live a few years longer. Definitely, the premise is that you can find food. Li Qingyuan depressedly gnawed the chocolate in his hand. Fortunately, this morning I bought a lot of snacks to coax Wanda to go to school. It has been 4.5 hours since he came to this small island, and now, let alone the figure, he has no mission. This made him have to wonder, is that damn system ready to just throw itself on the desert island and wait for death? Although this island looks beautiful and very suitable for vacations and elderly care, in fact it is not suitable for human living at all. The file size of the entire island is about tens of thousands of square meters, which is similar to the file size of a residential area. If you have enough crop seeds, maybe you can cultivate wasteland here and grow some wheat or something. Wrong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shook his head. I have come to experience life in an infinite world and bonus points. How can I become a desert island farmer? In other words, is it possible that he has traveled to Robinson Crusoe? You were still on this island before, right? We can escape from this island just like you did before. Just as Li Qingyuan wondered what dungeon world he was thrown into, a slightly impatient female voice suddenly came from behind. Where to escape? How to escape, dear young lady, the boat has already driven away, unless you can take out the rudder and sail from your clothes, otherwise The 2 who were arguing suddenly discovered Li Qingyuan who appeared in front of him, and the man immediately let out a strange exclamation. Main quest, the Pirate Emperor. This is a chaotic world, and the struggle between mankind and the sea is endless. Now is the time to make a break. Mission goal, become the Pirate Emperor. Task reward, 10 points of free attribute points, random upgrade of a certain skill quality. Side goal, defeat the British Royal Fleet. Task reward, 5 free attribute points, proficient in water skills. The system's task reminder was finally late, and by the way, let Li Qingyuan know the world he was in now. But there is no need for the system to explain it. After all, after seeing this iconic smoky face, he already recognized what the world was here. Pirates of the Caribbean. Compared with the low-cost and small-produced movies like The Mist, Pirates of the Caribbean can definitely be regarded as an epic masterpiece. Captain Jack relied on this series to directly reach the top of the world's top male stars. If not for Iron Man later relied on the Marvel series to come from behind, the Captain may continue to win the box office list. It's just that Li Qingyuan has some doubts in his heart, why he was thrown into this world. After all, in terms of popularity or strength, Daredevil Matthew Murdock is no match for Pirates of the Caribbean. It seems that the Pirates of the Caribbean world does not seem to be dangerous. The current era should be in the early 18th century. All weapons are flintlocks and rail cannons. It can be said that they are old-fashioned and make people feel funny. The most important thing for fighting these years is the hand-to-hand combat of the soldiers. It will take at least 100 years before the transition from cold weapons to hot weapons can be truly completed. If this is just a normal historical script, then with his current attributes, even if he can't lie down to win, there is no difficulty. Name, Li Qingyuan. Race, male terrestrial. Strength, 4, 5. Agility, 8, 5. Physique, 10, 5. Spirit, 8, 5. Title, Lowly Next Door. Skills, Explosive Genius, Limited Value Added, Defective Version. Unfortunately, this is a magical world. Not to mention that there is a god-defying creature like the sea god Trident in the latest plot, just those things that appeared in the first few movies, and it is not his current small arms and legs that can contend. Look what I found. When Li Qingyuan was still trying to smooth his current mission to the entire Pirates of the Caribbean world line, the smoky makeup man, also known as Captain Jack Sparrow, had already begun to speak. NS. Although I don't know why I met an Easterner on this deserted island with no one, but Captain Jack reached the master-level negotiation ability, that was definitely not blown out, and he made a judgment in an instant. An Oriental who was also exiled here, can you give me a little bit of the food in your hand? Captain Jack looked at the chocolate in Li Qingyuan's hand, swallowed and asked. Elizabeth Swann still had a good meal on Barbossa's boat, but he was hungry all night by the other party. In addition, he just swam from the sea to the island, now he is so hungry. Back. Do you think he can understand English? Elizabeth Swann grabbed the hopeless Jack Sparrow and asked. I can understand, this beautiful lady. Without considering too many strange questions temporarily, Li Qingyuan replied to the beautiful barefoot in front of him. Looking at this scene, is it still the timeline of the first Pirates of the Caribbean? The entire Pirates of the Caribbean was filmed with Jack Sparrow as the main theme and his lifeline as the trajectory. Captain Jack was born in a family of pirates. His father was also a famous figure in the pirate world, but the relationship between father and son was very bad. In addition, her mother had never appeared before. Maybe it was his father who was forced by force. Born. Because of the bad relationship with the old man, Captain Jack has been wandering outside since he was a child. He has worked as a pirate and also served as a navy. He can be regarded as an experienced old man at sea. It's just that Jack Sparrow's luck seems to be very bad compared to his strength. When he was in the navy, he was caught by Beckett, who was the leader of the company, because he sympathized with the trafficked slaves. Not only did he leave a mark on his arm, he also burned Jack's ship by the way. So Jack Sparrow could only make a deal with the ghost of the sea, David Jones, and was willing to ask the other party to help him rescue the burned ship at the cost of his soul, and he also attached a demon by the way. The enchanted new ship is called the Black Pearl. It is the fastest ship in the entire Caribbean. Originally relying on such a ship, Jack Sparrow can definitely live the peak of life, but the good times are not long, the new ship is still in hand. Without the heat, he was driven out by a collective riot by the crew. Chapter 49 Happy New Year. The main reason why the master-level negotiations will be driven out of his ship by the rebellion of his subordinates is because Jack is surnamed Sparrow instead of Monkey. No way, these days as pirates are the masters who pin their heads on their crotch to ask for money. As a result, Captain Jack doesn't burn, kill, looting, or rob the port. A gentleman at sea is more disciplined than the Navy. These days, the Navy often played a cameo as a pirate. Originally everyone followed the legendary Captain Jack, and they valued his prestige and loyalty on the road, but loyalty and prestige are two things, it can't be eaten. Once or twice, it was okay. After 2 years, all the crew couldn't stand it anymore, so they revolted and exiled Jack Sparrow to the deserted island in front of him, and then appointed First Mate Barbossa as the captain. Compared to Jack, who is not doing business, Captain Barbossa is more dedicated. For 10 years, he has played the role of badass pirate diligently. The Black Pearl can be described as a frightening existence in the entire Caribbean Sea. Just a few days ago, the British government's colony of Port Royal in the Caribbean was shelled, and the daughters of the governor of Port Royal were directly tied up. Definitely, the reason why Barbossa kidnapped Elizabeth Swann was not for ransom, nor was it because he wanted to get a wife to suppress her. The main reason why he tied Miss Swann out was because he admitted the wrong person. After Barbossa exiled Jack Sparrow, he became the captain of the Black Pearl, and then he led a looting of the entire Caribbean Sea, and the gold and silver treasures he looted were piled up into hills. Originally, this was an inspirational story. The bankrupt employee removed the incompetent chairman and made a fortune. Unfortunately, since it is a story, there are definitely a lot of twists and turns. During the robbery, Barbossa let his men accidentally kick the iron plate, and unexpectedly snatched the head of a necromancer, who used a treasure to curse all the crew of the Black Pearl. The curse made all crew members become regenerative healing factors, but in the same way, they also lost all their sense of touch, taste, and smell, and became creatures like the living dead man. This makes everyone crazy. There is no way to enjoy food, no way to drink, even women can't play. Watching the piles of gold and silver treasures are useless. This kind of torture can really make people crazy. But they are already a live dead man, they can't even want to be crazy. So they tried hard to find a way to lift the curse, and finally learned that as long as they gathered all the Ajcot curse gold coins, and then used the blood of the Turner family members as sacrifices, the curse on their bodies could be lifted. Over the years, Barbossa led his crew across the Caribbean Sea, and finally collected all the cursed gold coins recently. By the way, he also captured the last descendant of the Turner family, Will Turner. Interjecting a word, Will Turner is the person in front of the file-size sister Elizabeth Swann. The last cursed gold coin was originally the amulet that Will Turner hung around his neck. A few years ago, Swann file-size used the gold coin as a so-called token of love and seized it privately, which made Barbossa admit his mistake. People. However, all the heroes in the film and television dramas are similar to the role of Calabash Baby rescuing grandfather. Because of concerns about the safety of the person he loves, Will Turner lurks on the Black Pearl alone, and then is caught by surprise. Now Captain Barbossa is taking Will Turner to their secret treasure room, preparing to lift the curse. By the way, during the trip, the Barbossa guy threw Jack Sparrow and Swann file-size onto this deserted island together, preparing to let them both fend for themselves. I have to say that even though the old man kept shouting to kill Jack Sparrow in his mouth, he still loved him in his heart. Otherwise, why would you deliberately let Jack out every time? Oh. Your English is so good. Elizabeth Swann didn't expect the other party to be able to speak fluent English, feeling very shocked. The UK is still just getting started this year. At present, Spanish is the most popular in the world. This is the first time she has met an Oriental who can speak English so fluently. Definitely, She has always lived in Port Royal before and has never seen any Oriental people. Well, I said your food can divide me a little. Jack Sparrow didn't want to care about why Li Qingyuan could speak fluent English. He just wanted to care about whether he could eat the food. After all, there is no strength without food, and it is very dangerous if there is no strength. God knows who is the Oriental who appeared on the desert island so inexplicably. He, Captain Jack, had been to the East when he was working for the East India Company. The man in front of him was completely different from the Easterners he had met before. Even the clothes and dresses were very different. This is why he has only pleaded now. The reason why the other party gave himself food instead of directly robbing him. Captain Jack Sparrow just doesn't kill people casually and doesn't do evil things that are intolerable by nature. In essence, he is still a pirate. Under the current circumstances, robbing the opponent's food is definitely not an evil thing. The big deal is to leave a little bit for the other party. Here you. Throwing the half-eaten chocolate in his hand, it is too greasy to eat too much. Oh. It's actually cocoa. Top cocoa. Jack Sparrow ignored Li Qingyuan's just eaten and took a bite, and his eyes went round in an instant. The main ingredient of chocolate is cocoa beans. Because of the development of the Americas, this kind of cuisine originally belonging to the Indians and Mayans has now spread to Europe. However, compared with the popular snacks hundreds of years later, the current cocoa is a tribute that can only be enjoyed by the top people, and each piece is worth more than gold. Captain Jack traveled all over the world in his early years, and he was not unfamiliar with cocoa, but he had never eaten such a sweet and silky cocoa. One bite made people feel the taste of happiness. No way, Dove, enjoy the silky smoothness. Get on the stage. Sugar was a luxury item even in the 19th century, let alone chocolate with a higher level than sugar. Man, you friend, I have agreed with Jack Sparrow. If you have any trouble in the Caribbean in the future, just report my name. Carefully folded the rest of the chocolate and kept it close to him. Captain Jack took a photo. I promised it with my chest. If such a piece of chocolate is sold in any port in the Caribbean, it can sell for at least 6 Spanish silver coins. If it is shipped back to Europe, it is estimated that it can sell for several pounds. Actually, he was willing to give such precious treasures directly to himself, which shows that the other party is either a fool or a super divine being who doesn't care about money. If you meet such a person, if you don't squeeze out some benefits from the opponent, then he is not qualified to be called the miraculous Captain Jack Sparrow. Chapter 50, Narcissism. Crack, click. The crisp chewing sound of potato chips came from the mouth of Swanfile-Si's sister, although she knew that as a lady, she should never make such a rude noise when eating food, but Elizabeth Swan said. The concubines can't do it at all. If any modern person goes back to ancient times with a bunch of snacks, let alone other things, from the aspect of diet alone, he can directly slap all the ancients. Even as the daughter of the Governor-General of Port Royal, Swanfile-Si's can be regarded as a good food on weekdays. Even the latest European luxury goods can be obtained, but when faced with potato chips and chocolate, she still has no resistance at all. This stuff? Why is it so delicious? You mean, you were thrown down by a group of traitors? Now you want to take back your boat. The three of them were sitting directly on the grass, and Jack Sparrow was flicking Li Qingyuan. I have to say that if he is not familiar with the plot, he will be moved by Captain Jack's tongue. Yes, sir, I want to take back my ship now. If you are willing to help, I can share 10% of your spoils. Jack said sincerely, and by the way, he looked at him with a bit of pain. Swanfile-Si's, who feasts on her next door. Do you know how much money you prodigal maiden has eaten in just half an hour? If those top foods are sold in Europe, at least 10 gold coins can be exchanged. Every time he heard a click, Jack Sparrow felt his heart trembling. Such a prodigal woman was really speechless. Your crew is kind to you too? I'm afraid that you will be lonely on the island alone, so I sent a woman? If 10 or 8 years pass, wouldn't this island be overcrowded? Swanfile sighs who owns snacks, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but speak. Compared to the first two worlds, the female protagonist in this world is really eye-catching. Forget the square-faced sorry, even Ruth of Titanic, compared to Elizabeth Swann, is a bit less aura. Ruth is just a female literary youth who is dissatisfied with real life, and finally defeated in front of reality. But Swanfile sighs is completely different. Don't think she is just an ordinary governor's daughter now, but in just 1 year, she will have a qualitative overflight and become the so-called pirate emperor. In 1 year, she went from being a daughter of File size, who was powerless, to a master of swordsmanship. That is because she is not the protagonist of Pirates of the Caribbean. Long Aotian. Crack, poof. Swain File size, who was eating potato chips, didn't catch her breath and almost choked to death. Jack Sparrow, who was sprayed with a piece of potato chip residue, was unmoved, as if the person who was sprayed with saliva was not himself. I won't have anything to do with this guy. The Swanfile size sister who squirted out the potato chips stared at Li Qingyuan viciously. If it wasn't for the other party to provide herself with such delicious snacks, she would definitely want it now. Turn face with each other. How do you say it? Looking at Swanfile size, whose clothes were a little tight because of his anger, Li Qingyuan thought it seemed that the force could be a little bit more powerful. Well, sir, I don't think it's time to laugh. What we should consider now is how to escape from this deserted island. Jack Sparrow moved his position quietly, blocking someone's sight. Touching his chin, Li Qingyuan finally knew why this guy was betrayed by his crew. Pirates, everyone is here for fun, you cancelled all the fun, how can people play? That kaka can we escape kaka? I'm going kaka save Will. Swanfile size also inserted the topic, although the potato chips are good eat, but Will guy is still in danger now. Since picking up Willie from the sea 8 years ago, Swanfile size has been deeply rooted in this affection. This feeling is really amazing. Definitely, it may also be because she had only Will as a playmate at the time. After playing for a long time, the natural feelings will change. The reality is not a Japanese romance, the chances of childhood sweethearts being together are naturally much greater than those of the heavenly descendants. Let me ask, how many of your rebellious crew members did you say just now? Li Qingyuan waved his hand to be quiet for the two of them, and then asked Jack Sparrow. 160? Or 170? Jack Sparrow lowered his head and thought for a while and then said. The Black Pearl was originally just a trading ship, even if it was enchanted by David Jones, it only accelerated its speed without expanding its size. For a 3-mast schooner, 200 people is already its carrying limit. After all, for the current navigation technology, every ship must prepare at least 2 months of food and fresh water before going to sea, as well as all kinds of messy daily necessities and weapons. There are already very few places that can be vacated to carry people. Less. The Black Pearl could hold more than 100 people, which was almost to the limit. Do you think that even if we can catch up with your ship, but with the 3 of us, can your group of men be cleaned up? Li Qingyuan touched the box beside him and asked with a smile. Seriously, if it weren't for the current crew of the Barbossa and the Black Pearl, all of them had become dead man, 100 or so people, he would really not take it seriously. This time he came to the story world, but he was fully prepared. In addition to the 2 pistols, there was an MP5 microcharger in the suitcase, and dozens of caddies of C4 explosives he personally manufactured these days. With the current level of technology, his box is enough to fight a local war, let alone a pirate ship. It's just that those dead men are living, and the damage to them by guns is almost negligible, even explosives are of little use. No way, the Pirates of the Caribbean is a magical world. When he watched the movie, he wondered how Britain and Spain were able to get rid of the sea monsters and necromancers hidden in various places to become the overlords of the world. This is not scientific at all. However, considering that the movie world doesn't need to be reasonable, maybe Newton is really an Appleton's son. Well, all my crew members are just bewitched. As long as we catch up, I can let them continue to be loyal to me. Jack said without panic. In other words, where are you so self-confident? Looking at the narcissistic Jack Sparrow, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt that this guy's face seemed to be thicker than himself. I still know where my bottom line is, and this guy has no bottom line at all.